Hello everyone and welcome to the LCK for the Saturday Showdown, first one of summer. I'm Laure, I'll be your host for the day and I have the pleasure to be with Mao and Wolf. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. I'm ready for the first Saturday Showdown of the season. My first time on the desk with Chronicler.
Yeah. Is it?
In 2.5 years. Yeah, because we always, you know, we've been 4 people.
We didn't have all.
That is true. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to open the day with you guys. Exciting matchup ahead. I hope on the first game we have, if we can take a look at the first matchup, as we'll have LCK Summer Split facing off against Nanjing. 2 teams on the road of redemption here after what we could call a difficult spring split. Guys, reinforcing the team with 2 carries, more experienced carries to go with the rookies they have on the rest of the lineups. Maybe better days for both these teams, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this. I mean, obviously the experience here is shining through in terms of Teddy.
Yeah.
He has played more games basically than Nongshim combined by himself. But he also is coming off of a long break, right? So looking a little bit rusty so far. But we'll see if he can improve as time goes on.
And on the side of Nongshim, 10th place in spring. Chronicler.
So
a glimpse of hope maybe here for the lineup, or?
Yeah, the upside for Nongshim is that, as I might need to grab a glass of water. The upside for Nongshim here is that this team has been playing together for quite a while. So even though their LCK games are not very high, when it comes to this roster, barring Quad as a unit, they still have plenty of experience.
Don't worry. Okay, we'll get you some water and we'll carry on here for now. The old and the new kids, we see here Teddy on the bot lane against Vital, and yeah, I think we could. This is where the experience shows here, Wolf. When you look at the second plate on the Rift, this is actually crazy.
It's wild. Like, Vital has, you know, I wouldn't say a storied career, but, you know, he's spent a lot of time over in Australia. He's back here in the LCK now, and I think he's grown quite a bit as a player, and I think actually still has quite a bit of potential. But you look at Teddy's history, obviously spent a lot of time on T1, in our Green Wings, and, you know, his last career team was Guangdong Freaks, where he didn't really finish with a bang, right? He was on a massive streak, and it's a good opportunity here for both him and LCK Sandbox, because now he gets to say, maybe I can actually end my career properly the way I wanted to, not like that Guangdong loss.
Lots of ups and downs, honestly, in Teddy's career. If you want to talk a bit more about this player, Chronicler, are you back with us? Are you fine?
I'm just very emotional.
Okay,
as mentioned,
I mean, I can understand. Look at this guy.
I've been a Teddy fan for quite a while, and I think I can talk at least for the time being.
All right.
Of course, record holder there for the longest game, the game that I think single-handedly spawned Elder Dragon, because Riot was like, no more of this.
We all remember this one, I guess.
We all did. It was an iconic game, but I think what Wolf was saying to me is also the most important part. Teddy's a player that at times was considered one of the best AD carries, right? Within the LCK, nicknamed the Fountain Laser, and then for him to kind of have such a disappointing season on Guangdong wasn't really rewarding. I also think that we've seen with Keen that players from that lineup were not necessarily individually to blame. It was a team cohesion thing. No one really looked good. Keen has had a wonderful year, right? Really looks like he's returned to form. And I think for Teddy, that's the goal here today as well.
And I mean, it takes time forming synergy, especially with Kale on the bot lane here. Let's talk about the first game Teddy had, though, because facing off against D+, against Deft in his opening game, Wolf, maybe not the easiest matchup for a comeback.
It certainly wasn't. Like, I think his performance was overall fine. You know, we saw some cool plays out of him, like this one here, where he was able to flash and get the kill there. The outplay was real, but he looks a little bit rusty. His laning phase on the Varus, which was quite an unusual pick we didn't really expect to see, was quite clean. But unfortunately, his team couldn't really get it done with the lead that they had. And I think LCK Sandbox as a team right now has a lot of problems with where their objective setup is going, and also what their comp's identity is. They're struggling to figure out how they should utilize it. So Teddy, he's doing his job just fine. The question becomes, though, can LCK Sandbox actually, if he gets those leads, utilize them in the mid game? Because so far the answer's been no.
I mean, that's the issue also when you look at the meta right now and the responsibilities on the AD carry, plus, I mean, the damage distribution expected from this guy, and the fact that he's been asked to save the team here. So we'll see how it comes down today. Let's focus on the other side of the Rift here with Quad, another returning player.
Yeah.
Maybe a shorter career, 2019, came back from retirement. Tell me the story about this guy.
Well, that's the big one. As I think we're also having the because quad actually was. I think we need to.
Okay. You know what? Yeah, let's do this first. Grab the iPaderinos, and guys, we can play at home, of course.
So I'll go for his first name, and then you go for his name that he had last time he was in the LCK.
He's changed the IGN twice since his LCK debut. What was it? And you can guess on Twitch chat as well. I'm gonna pull Twitch chat actually.
All right, my pen isn't working.
My boys are saying. All right.
So
So it changed name twice since 2019.
All caps, by the way, even though my K looks a little bit weird.
Solka?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got that one. Chrono's got the other one.
Yeah, so unfortunately I'm being failed by first my vocal cords and then my tech, but it was just quad. You can't see it. It's in
just quad.
It's just quad. Yeah, just it was quad before, and then he went to Solka, and then he went back to quad.
Okay, so
I think.
Did we get it right?
Revert, and then we have another name on the side of it. Can we have the answer now, please? Jisan?
Yeah. All right.
Someone gets it.
Quad, yeah, well, I mean, quad has been, or was rather, with DRX for a really long time, and then after the truly painful split where a lot of the players really struggled, because that DRX lineup was like one of the worst teams that we've seen at that point in a long time, since like Jin Air went, I think, 2-16 or 1-17, and that is enough, as we saw, to kind of kill a career.
Yeah.
For sure.
Any expectations on this side of his player when you think of? I mean, he was sub for Chovy for Genji, so maybe some experience here. We know that usually these players can train together. Also, again, lots of responsibilities to change the form of a team who was not that successful in spring. But what did we think of his first game, for instance, Wolf?
For me, when I think about the games that happened here, I thought a lot of the series was about actually Vital, and I thought that Quad's Cassiopeia priority, which is what he's very famous for, by the way. Like, he's played this a lot, got famous for it in solo queue, played it all throughout his career. He's kind of our resident Cassiopeia main, if you will. But he picked it in a place where it didn't really make that much sense for me in the draft, and I think neither of these games that he played where they found the success was really about him at all. I want to see him play more meta champions here, because it's kind of cool to see Cassiopeia right now, but does it really make sense? Is it really warranted? I'm a little bit concerned about when it gets banned or when they start losing with it, what his next step's going to be.
Well, let's take a look at the meta then to see if there's more champions that can be played here on the side of the middle or elsewhere. We had 4 days of games so far. Nico, 100% ban rate here on the Rift.
We saw a few games. Yeah, a few games.
You don't see her on the Rift either, you could say, but yeah.
No, I mean, she's invisible half the time. We are not going to see it, I think. I think Nico, the problem is that like both her team fighting and her laning phase and her playmaking potential are all off the charts. The other one is, even yesterday, we apparently didn't learn a lesson. Ban Cassante. Champion is too good. It can't do it. Dudu showed it, Faker showed it. Yes, it is a 40% win rate. 3 teams managed to lose on it, but the champion is completely bonkers. Can't let that go through.
And of course, Annie, super strong pick on the mid lane so far. First loss we had yesterday, Wolf, but still one of the highest prio pick we have.
Annie is so strong right now because she is super versatile in that she can engage for you, but she can also get lane prio by default. Basically, with her ultimate, she could just use Tibbers to actually automatically push a lane, pick up some first strike gold. But take a look at the 80 carry picks here really briefly. Big standouts are that we're not really seeing a lot of Jinx, only 3 games so far, even though very popular at MSI, kind of a meta-defining pick. And Aphelios is being played a ton, and he's being played in drafts where it doesn't always make sense, where you're drafting it early so the enemy team has a lot of time to pick picks that could set up it to blow you up and kill you. And we're seeing it with a lot of Yumi, for example. So I think Aphelios is stronger even than these stats show, but you see teams utilize compositions around him better.
Well, still 4 days of competition. We'll see if we have new picks rising here in the LCK. But let's take a look at the predictions rather to see who stands undefeated. I do so far. We'll see if it can continue today. I feel like I just jinxed myself by saying this. But I see Sandbox winning the first game, and of course Kwangdong winning the second one. So what do you guys have here?
I think me and Wolf are aligned. I think everyone went this direction. And looking at the performance, I think the first one actually might be a little bit more contentious because we don't really know how good Sandbox is, because I think D+ are a contender for like a top spot. But Kwangdong, I think, looked really clean, and Brion against Nongshim, one of the teams that we know are the weakest, didn't really perform. So that one, I'm a lot more confident in.
Yeah, I want to see how Live Sandbox play today. I did give them the vote. I feel a little bit shakier about that one, as you mentioned, but I feel very good about the second matchup. But Brion, I think, have a lot of work to do. Very poor performance in their first matchup.
Well, let's see what the coaches have to say about this first matchup. As we have Ryu saying, I apologize for the loss in the opening match. We're determined to win this match with good performance. Sounds about right. That's what expected. And on the other side, we are here to seek revenge for Spring, of course, after finishing 10. We will make sure that LSB maintains a 0 win rate. That's some strong words.
Yeah, oddly specific. From Irene there.
It fits with the Nongshim though. Like they're a fun team. They're not afraid to smack talk.
Well, we see how this one ends up happening on the Rift. That's all for us here at the Space. We'll see you after game 1. Casters, back to you.
캐디는 미쳤어요. 개사기.
마음에 뭔가 변화가 생겨서 이제 솔로 랭크에 좀 집중했는데 게이머를 다시 해볼 수 있겠다 그런 생각이 들었던 것 같아요.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We are here live from Lol Park and we are getting ready for Saturday Showdown and the games here on Saturday. I'm Valdez. With me is Ox, or Ox as I like to call him, for no specific reason. We're getting ready to jump into the Saturday Showdown, Live Sandbox up against Nongshim. What do you think about this one, Ox?
I think it's hard to read because obviously Nongshim already have a win on the table, but I think as we said at the desk, D+ were a pretty hard opponent for Live Sandbox, so it's hard to have a read on where they'll match up because obviously very different opponents in the first match of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Nongshim definitely kind of coming out stronger than everybody believed, but it was a great start for them. Kwangdong Freaks also up to a good start there up at the top, currently tied with DK, who is the other team that did take the 2-0. Live Sandbox, they did take that loss in the first match, but you know, what are you going to do? It's up against D+. They gave it their best, but, you know, they're going to come out here against an opponent that they should have a better time against.
Yeah, you'd think, and I think especially there were moments where they obviously looked positive. I think just there was a couple of mistakes they made, and that was enough for DK just to completely throw the house on top of them. So, you know, against a team like Nongshim, I think there's a lot more opportunity to make positive plays, and with Teddy on the roster, again, didn't win the series, but I think he had some solid moments. I think if they get gold onto him, he will carry them through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, the Teddy versus Vital matchup is one we're going to be shouting out a lot. Also, Teddy and Quad making their return back to professional play. And Vital's first series was very interesting. It was It was the best of times. It was also the worst of times. He was like going nuts, running into like 5 people, and then sometimes he was just doing a great job carrying pretty steadily. So we'll see if he can be a little bit more consistent here up against the veteran who is Teddy.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely that Zeri moment, which wasn't like the Zeri moment we normally have, but the over-aggressive slide to 5 people Zeri moment. And again, I'm not super surprised by the fan predictions. It does reflect the predictions that we've had as well from the casters.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, let's jump into an interview and hear what they have to say.
이번에 LCK 다시 복귀하게 돼서 너무 감회가 새롭고 예전과는 다르게 좀 지금은 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요.
4대 요망주 소리 들었을 때 코드 선수만 못 만나는데 이번에 다시 LCK 오셨으니까 붙게 돼서 좋은 것 같습니다.
스프링에서 농심 팀을 봤을 때 그 팀적으로 운영 단계가 굉장히 아쉬워서 진 경기가 많다고 생각하거든요. 그런 부분에서 제가 좀 팀원들을 뒷받쳐주고 플레이오프 갈 수 있도록 하는 게 제 목표인 것 같아요.
싹 쓸어버립니다. 리브 샌드박스의 모래 폭풍이.
프로 때 좀 늦게 올라갈 수 있을 거라 생각했는데 너무 아쉽게 끝나서 그냥 이번에 서머 때는 기대에 맞는 모습을 보여줘야 될 것 같습니다.
제가 사실 전에 썼던 술카라는 닉네임으로는 좀 죽을 썼는데 이번에 다시 쿼드라는 닉네임으로 확실하게 각인을 시킬 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
이제 4대 요망주에서 같이 묶일 급이 아니라는 걸 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
스프링 때 리브 샌박이 딱 6등으로 프로 막차를 탔는데 이번엔 저희가 그 자리 뺏고 철업 진출하겠습니다.
제가 생각했을 땐 절대 못 뺐을 것 같거든요. 저희가 그대로 프로 가가지고 롤드컵까지 가겠습니다.
And there you have it. Very interesting stuff, saying they're going to take away their playoff spot, but also saying that won't be possible. I think that Nongsim kind of revitalized with Quad back in the roster. Still looking for that energy here from the side of Live Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a hard first series to open in, but there was still potential, and I think a lot of people were really excited about the addition of Teddy to the roster. His return to the league after, obviously, not an ideal time on Kwangdong Freaks, but hopefully a bit of redemption available.
Yeah, I think he's got a nice opportunity here on this roster. Definitely not like one of the top rosters, but I think it's a good chance for him to come in and show that, okay, I've played on some big names, then he went to Kwangdong, as we mentioned, and now I'm going to carry this team, and we'll see how it goes. They do have a lot of talent on this roster. We've seen even Willer step up. Closer has been good. Everybody's had their time in the sun, but now Teddy really needs to come in and kind of save this team and push them even farther than that 6th place.
And honestly, I think that's a big test as well, right? They are happy with the 6th place, of course, but you saw them talking in interviews that they wanted to push it further, they wanted to go further in playoffs, and I think, you know, for a player like Teddy, it's not always about just being on the best rosters at the top, but if you can join a roster like this and improve on what happened in spring, you can show that you were the difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here is Nongsim Red Force. They started off with a victory against OK Savings Bank Breon, and now they're looking to string that into a couple of wins. This team that did get 10th place last season looking to essentially start off anew here in summer. And yes, their strength of schedule here in the first week is not that strong, but maybe this is a way for them to kind of get something going, get a ball rolling, and potentially build some momentum.
And honestly, I love the energy of this team. It feels like very chaotic, and at times, yes, they overstep, right? Like, there was the vital play on Zeri on the Baron, but I'd rather they do that than play too passively. I'd rather they go super aggro, learn from their mistakes, and improve from there. Again, still a very young roster overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. You know, we've seen young rosters in the past just kind of hit this analysis paralysis phase where they're like, we don't know what to do. We're not sure exactly how to get in there. And at the end of the day, you know, they got kind of halfway and didn't really achieve what they were trying to do in the first place. So either way, let's take a look at the match record here as Live Sandbox so far 2-0 from spring.
Yeah, I don't think that's a massive surprise. Nongshim obviously struggling quite a bit in spring, hoping to break this streak. And it's actually a pretty interesting quote from the coach saying how he wants to keep them at that 0% win rate.
Yeah, it's pretty toxic, but you know.
I love the trash talk.
Yeah, it's better to say that than to say nothing at all, right? So It's better than, we're going to show good games for the fans and do our best, right?
Yeah.
We're happy to have that energy instead.
I also love Quad's quote, how he was like, I inted with my previous name, so I changed back to Quad.
Yeah.
So hopefully he plays well, otherwise maybe he'll just keep changing name. Like every time he spins it down, he's like, okay, time for a name change.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, like, where do you go after Quad? You don't go back to Solka. What do you just make a new name? Like, do we need a third name now?
Maybe he's gonna have to start
Quadka? Like, Quokka, he's gonna turn into an animal? Yeah, he's got great energy. Even the coaching staff were saying he's like class president in the front, like, oh, I'm gonna lead this team. He's got great energy, kind of, in terms of hyping everybody up in a positive attitude, so... obviously they have to back it up with good play as well, but I think it's a good start and a good look for the beginning of summer at least.
Yeah, I mean, come in with good vibes, and they very much feel like a vibes team, so just, play confident, have fun, and I think in matches like this, you just need to go in with confidence and don't hesitate on the plays.
Yeah. Well, it is Saturday Showdown, so maybe feeling a little bit extra pressure as all eyes are on them to potentially take down the first Saturday Showdown of summer. It's a big deal, Hawks.
It is a big deal. And again, I think a lot of people look at matches like this one, but there's so much importance when we are talking about the fact that, World qualifications could be in summer, getting into playoffs as well. Liv Sandbox only just made it into that top 6, and matches between these teams in the bottom 5 are really impactful for end of the season standing. Like the match against D+ for Liv Sandbox that they lost, probably not going to be too impactful over the course of the split, but a match against Nongshim, a loss here, could be devastating.
Yeah, you don't want to start off 0-2. We're almost ready to hop into draft here in just a moment, and always curious to see, what these teams are considering at the beginning of the split, and then how it changes, how the meta kind of shifts throughout the split, and who's kind of leading the charge. We've seen some interesting things from some of our teams yesterday. We saw Tristana Draven come out there from the side of T1. It didn't work out in the beginning. Actually, I think that was Gen G.
That was Gen G.
Yeah, but, then we saw more Draven with Emilio. That was pretty interesting. And definitely mixing and matching a lot of things in the bot lane nowadays.
Yeah, it's clear like things like the Draven, I think, must have shown up in scrims and way pretty effectively. I also think it's interesting that we've seen, there's a lot of champions which we expect to be banned, like the Zeri, the Yuumi, the Lucian, the Xante, the Nico. But we have started to see some drafts where the teams kind of handshake and leave a lot of these open and end up trading them off. So it'll be interesting what approach we get here. Do we just get a lot of the OPs banned out and then maybe one slips through for Liv Sandbox to take, or do we see more of a trade-off between them? Xante banned immediately, that makes me happy.
Yeah, they're not messing around. Even on blue side, just get it off the rift. I don't want to see it. Just get it out of my sight, seriously. Nico as well, just 100% banned. We just haven't seen it yet, and I think there's a good reason for that, as 2 power jungle picks also followed up there.
Yeah, and I think Nongshim have actually banned Maokai Lucian in all their games so far on either side, so potentially going to see that Lucian be the final ban, but we'll see. There's still a lot of things open available. Yuumi still an option right now. Liv Sandbox will ban away the Milio, so no opportunity to match that. We have sometimes seen like the Draven Milio was into that Aphelios Yuumi, so no potential for that. And Nongshim have to be careful with this final ban, because if they do ban one of those OPs, there's still going to be something available for Liv Sandbox to take on that first pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder how Nongshim feel about Annie, because they have quad in the mid lane with Cassiopeia, and he's chosen it into that pick before. They might just say, okay, go ahead and pick it if you'd like. Now, the Yuumi, the Zeri, still available, so those kind of come first. And it makes you wonder, if the Yuumi gets picked here, will they just take Zeri Lulu? What is going to be the response from Nongshim?
Yeah, I think that the Sejuani kind of suggests that they were happy just to leave some OPs open. Obviously, Liv Sandbox do get that Yuumi, but now Nongshim get 2 picks to counteract. I think the Annie could potentially make a lot of sense, but also denying the Zeri could be pretty big, because Aphelios Yuumi, as strong as it is, we have seen it punished, especially into the Annie. It's pretty hard to play, because in those fights, you're just going to get checked by the Tibbers, it gets thrown down and stuns you. But it looks like they're going to open with Rakan, and Peter super confident on this pick. He even actually has the emote that we got. You know? I love that one, I use it all the time, but they'll go for the Rakan Annie. So in this situation, regardless of the AD carry that Liv Sandbox takes, they have engaged threat, they have tools to take them out. And the thing with the reworked Yuumi is if you kill the AD carry, you get the Yuumi 2 most of the time.
Yeah.
And in the situation where Yuumi jumps onto someone else, you don't have the best friend bonus. It's not as impactful. So we are going to see that Zeri and the Ahri to follow is going to be not the most fun matchup into Annie. You can definitely survive, but she is just going to slam Tibbers on your head constantly once she hits it.
Yeah. As Xayah seems to be the choice here. Vital not on the Zeri, and Xayah certainly a pick where you can't really just run into 5 enemies as easily. So I kind of like this one for him after his match a couple days ago. And Xayah Rakan will have a lot of power in the lane.
Yeah, no junglers picked up yet for either side, so I feel like, you know, a lot still available. The Wukong, the Viego still on the cards. Could just see them trimmed down and the pool really tightened, which would favor Nongshim, being the fact that they can pick their jungler on 4 and then also potentially go for the counter pick in the top lane. So Liv Sandbox might opt to not really ban junglers here to keep the pool a little bit more open and may look towards top laners in this situation.
Sion.
He's a top laner.
Yeah, he is, and he's very strong. We saw him yesterday hit 6,000 health before his Radiant Virtue went off. He's in a pretty good place
Yeah.
at the moment.
And I think particularly when you have the Zeri building the Bruiser build, doesn't run cut down, doesn't build LDR, she is still really strong, obviously, but not the best at shredding tanks. So if the enemy composition is really bulky, you can sometimes feel like if you're behind, you don't quite have the damage output. Viego is still open and available, which kind of stands out to me as one of the higher prio jungles that are there. So it'll be interesting to see if Liv Sandbox opt to ban it. They actually banned the Kha'Zix, so we could end up seeing the Viego picked up by Nongshim. Obviously, you have a lot of CC to set up that first initial kill for the resets.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're thinking along those lines as well. In terms of what Liv Sandbox can take in response, there is still the Volibear that we've seen a couple of times show up. The Kindred we have seen occasionally. So we'll see what they opt for in this situation. It looks like it might end up be the Volibear, which I think kind of makes sense because, you know, having that Ahri Volibear combo, really potent for leaning into side lanes. If you want to snowball the Zeri, if you want to snowball whatever your top lane pick ends up being, it's a great pair of champions to do that.
You were just spitting straight facts for like 2 minutes straight. That was nice. Viego was picked. They're not going to go for the Volibear, but a definite consideration for them. They take the Gragas. They still could take the Volibear if they decide, but maybe they wanted a little bit more time to consider what they will pick for Willer, as he's got kind of the nod going. Maybe we're going to be something new here. See something new here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I've seen a lot of Graves in solo queue since the changes. I've seen some lethality Graves where, especially when Ghost played pre-hotfix with just like one auto and you disappear. It'd be interesting to see what build actually ends up coming out. I've even actually seen some Triforce Graves, but that is kind of a little bit zany, so not sure. But the Gragas makes sense as a blind pick, you know, all that sustain means you can match up in pretty much anything in the top lane. And it looks like actually going to go for the Poppy in this situation, which I kind of like. A lot of dashes across the board on Liv Sandbox. Everyone does have that dash, and we did talk about how the Zeri, not the best tank shredder necessarily, and the Poppy as well. If you get in range of her, if she tries to dash through a wall, you can shut that down immediately.
Yeah, the Poppy feels very nice in general defensively, but also offensively. Like, you're going to be able to set up plays very often. You can bop away some of those tanky boys in the front and make the Zeri a little bit more vulnerable as well if you can knock away the Gragas or even the Graves in the situation. Definitely a very nice pick to round out their composition, which has a nice amount of dive, has a nice amount of execution there with the Xayah to scale into the late game.
Yeah, I do think that Nongshim have to be careful because you are into the Zeri Yuumi. You can't ignore that fact. If this goes in the late stage of the game, that will be a problem, and you can still execute. You have the engage tools, potentially shut it down, but as the Zeri gets tankier and bulkier, it's going to be hard. So especially that mid jungle with the Annie Viego, that gives a lot of early power, and I'm hoping to see them use that, get the momentum in this game to set it in their favor.
Yeah, well, this is the comp here from Liv Sandbox. Teddy getting Zeri, and he's got a Yuumi with it. This is going to be pretty interesting. You know, all things considered, outside of the composition, you have a guy that's played almost 600 games in the LCK playing Zeri Yuumi. Should be kind of priority number one for Nongshim to potentially shut down in this game. But game number one looks like we're ready to hop onto the Rift already, as just waiting for the players to load on in. Well, I thought they were ready. Perhaps they were not, Ox.
Yeah, just seeing. They'll get in the game in a second, and yeah, I think the Zeri has been pretty obnoxious. I think Teddy. What was interesting is actually look at the numbers for how many games he's played. He's played more games than all of Nongshim combined. He's also actually played more games than all of his teammates combined. So completely dwarfs everyone else's experience in the LCK in this match.
Yeah, he is like a giant looming over everybody. He's like one of those big parade balloons, you know?
Yeah.
And all the other players are just like regular people on the ground, and Teddy's just up there floating above them. Hoping for the 11 out of 11 Pog for Willer.
Well, fortunately, well, hopefully I won't ruin the 11 out of 11, as I did a couple of times yesterday.
Yeah.
With the POGs. Yeah, you know, I think I stand by my decisions. You know, and today, I have the little slip next to me. I'll be making my selection again.
I stood by your decisions as well. I just didn't join you on them at all. I was like, we had a discussion, and at the end of the day, I did agree with you, and I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, go ahead and vote for that. And then when we got on broadcast, I was like,
we were live.
It was all Ox. I had no input. I don't know why he's voting for this.
I tried to stop him.
Yeah. I tried to say Faker. He wanted to vote for Owner.
Man.
And we're remaking the lobby real quick. Did have a slight bug come up, and it's a rune bug, of course. That's kind of the one that would happen at this point. So we'll be able to jump right into this game in just a moment. Don't you worry.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll just get that sorted pretty quickly. Obviously, rune's pretty important. There was some moments yesterday where it felt like there was some interesting rune choices that, you know, if I'd been told they were rune bug, I was like, fair play. You know, I think my highlight was Viper going in Genius Hunter and then not having any items where that it actually affected. That was definitely something.
And then he only got one stack of it as well because it's the LCK, and he got one kill at level 1, and that was it.
Yeah, as opposed to, you know, Overgrowth, which just gives you like 200 free HP. You know. But who wants that, really?
Yeah, I wouldn't want that either. I was a fan of the last stand for the crit Zeri, giving 161 extra damage over the course of a 30-minute game.
Yeah.
That was a fun one for me.
I think that's honestly one of my favorite things is when we're on the desk and just tracking the numbers.
Yeah. How did you feel about the Braum we had yesterday?
Yeah, the one who would put 5 points in queue.
Yeah.
And then every team fight just got one shot. Not a fan. Not a fan.
Yeah. What should Braums do?
So I think if you want a bit of lane pressure, you can put 3 points in queue. But if you don't need the lane pressure because it's a passive lane, you just keep 1 point. Max E is like one of the most broken abilities in the game for how much stronger it gets the more points you in. It increases the damage reduction, lowers the cooldown by 2 seconds, increases duration. It's just insane. And if you're playing Braum, you should be maxing E because they changed it recently. But obviously, some people aren't too sharp on reading patch notes. Like there's a lot to unpack here on these.
So Closer from the LCS has no, I'm kidding. Yeah, so he did have a rune bug, and we're just restarting the lobby, so it shouldn't take all that long as these Nongshim fans praying for the victory. Pretty good art as well. But yeah.
How are you at drawing? Do you reckon you could do anything?
I am not at drawing. That's what I'll say.
I think, you see in the bottom left, that little bear? I think that's probably, I could do that. I think that's probably the limit of my artistic skills.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't see it, but I would assume that it's better than mine. But then you said it was about your skill level, and then I got lost.
It looked nice.
Here we are.
And I want to criticize it. It looked nice, but it looked quite achievable, you know? That's the way I'll describe it.
How about that one on the right there, you see? With the ears? I could not even get close to achieving that.
I think if I was copying it, I could, but I couldn't do it myself, you know? I couldn't just... I think that's the difficult thing, is just being able to, like, oh, I want to draw this, and then drawing it and it looking like that thing. Like, you know when someone's like, draw this specific animal, and you try and draw a cow, and it looks like a horse, but only has 2 legs, because you do it from the side.
Yeah, no, it's impossible. Yeah. It's actually impossible. I don't understand how people draw, actually. My brain just cannot get it. That's Sylvie and Dun Mom. Because we had Dun Dad other times, so Dun Mom also coming through.
I think Dun Dad sounds smoother, but you know.
Yeah, you get that alliteration with the
Oh
D,
yeah.
right?
Oh yeah.
Dun Mom, not really. Now, if it was Dun Mum, maybe. Like if I was British, but I don't say that.
I feel like you'd really have to stretch the pronunciation to
Yeah,
make
I
that sound.
tried. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't really hit the mark, but
Yeah, it was kind of awkward, honestly.
Yeah, sorry.
Shouldn't do that again.
first and last time. I didn't mean it.
I'm glad you apologized. I appreciate that.
That's a sandstorm. Yeah.
Looks pretty good. I like the little face in it.
Sandstorms.
Looks very devious.
Love from EU. Shout out OTP LOL.
Oh, yeah. And Law now joined as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, yesterday we had some fans of his come, and now as well, which is pretty cool. Obviously, the OTP LOL being, they produced the French League, the LFL. So, pretty cool to see some fans from EU.
Yeah. Definitely is. No tune. These
Whoa,
signs
did you see that
are
in the
for
top right?
Birdall.
That's some real art.
Yeah.
Not even, I couldn't even get close.
That would never happen.
Yeah.
The person on the left, it looks like they have signatures from some of the players as well. It's pretty cool. Birdall fan. Yeah, well.
Very enthusiastic.
So this is the thing. If you're on camera, don't move the signs because then we can't read them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know you're excited, and that's fine. That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, now we can get a good look.
Yeah,
You know, a lot
now-
of colors.
I can't read the non-English language, but perhaps
Me neither.
Ox, you can.
No, trying, failing. Yep, no, I've got nothing.
Okay. Well,
But I'm sure it's
I'm
nice.
sure some of our viewers know
Yeah.
what that says and what that means, and hopefully you can get something out of that. But thank you for coming down and supporting Birdall. Big Birdall fan. As it looks like we're almost ready to jump in. Looks like the rune bug has been solved and fixed. We've remade the lobby. We've redone the drafts. Everybody's ready to go. We should have some League of Legends soon enough.
Yeah, we should get to see some more Zeri, Yumi, which I know everyone is
Nice.
looking forward to. I think
Yeah.
people tune in, I feel like, to League of Legends and go, you know what, I would love to see Zeri Yumi today. I think that's how I woke up this morning.
Yeah.
You know, we had a long night last night with the pause and everything.
True, yeah.
So I basically went home, fell straight asleep, woke up, and I was like, you know what? Zeri Yumi would
Zeri
really
Yumi.
hit the spot for today, so I can't wait.
Well, it turns out, Ox, you're in the right place, right? If you wanted Zeriumi, we've got a lot of it here at the LCK. And apparently we've got Zyra Khan as well. So if you wanted that, we've got that in this game too. As it looks like we're ready to hop on the rift for game number 1. All right, game number 1. Lift Sandbox up against Nongshim Red Force. Zeriumi back onto the rift. We got Graves here as well. I believe that this is, should be the first pick we have had.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. We just see what build. I feel like Graves is one of those champions where as long as the item has AD, he can kind of really do anything. And again, there's been a bit of lethality, especially with the collector buffs that I've seen. You can just go crit still. Also, there's obviously Bruiser was like the old school that people were going when we last saw Graves.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of options. We'll see how it does end up coming through. I think a big thing for this game, obviously we talked a lot about draft, but it has been a while, is how the mid-jungle goes and whether or not Nongshim can shut down this Zeri and her little pet cat.
Well, we've seen some teams be able to do it. Namely, yesterday, Faker was able to do it with his team T1, but he was playing Cassante.
Yeah.
So
and there's no Cassante here.
Yeah.
Fortunately, but also kind of sadly for Nongshim that they don't have that tool.
Yeah,
A
the
broken
only
champion.
champ that gets close, I feel, is Annie. And if not Annie, maybe Gragas. It's pretty strong. Dindin is just harassing Willer in his own jungle at level 1.
Yeah, but now...
And now Birdall's here, and he has to flash. Oh, but it leaves the blue. Worth.
I don't think that's weird, but you know what? I like the spirit of the play, The execution, maybe not so good. I think he was also hoping to hit him into a wall, and when that failed, didn't really go so much to plan. But it does mean Sylvie has a little bit of advantage in terms of the pace he's going to clear through the jungle. Whether that'll make a difference or not, I guess we will see.
Yeah, I mean, Willer's going to be slowed down slightly here. Maybe like 10, 15 seconds. Sylvie might enjoy a slight lead. At the end of the day, you're Poppy. But early on, especially, definitely against Agragas, there could be some angles for Liv Sandbox to get those ganks off. Very curious about the bottom lane as well. You know, what is Teddy going to be building in this game? And how is this lane going to go in general?
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard in the 2v2, unless Azeri makes a mistake for the Rakan to do much, because obviously you can just dash out of his W. And hopefully for Liv Sandbox, they're ideal of how the lane goes, they just farm. Sylvie actually, so as we said, he's going to be a little bit ahead, so he's using that advantage in speed to find his way in the jungle and maybe find Wille here. He does have prio on both mid and bot to back him up if needed.
Oh, will this? Oh, okay. Well, Sylvie's just going to get in there, miss the stun as he is continuing. He's got red buff, so he says, okay, I should be able to win this trade, but immediately backs away. He's got Rakan coming in first. Peter will join. The stun is going to hit. Willer is just standing up to him, is not even going to use flash at this point in time, but they will bully Willer out of the jungle for now.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Sylvie lost so much health that he doesn't really want to stay around. Obviously they had the prio that allowed Peter to move first, which is kind of why Willer had to back away. But you only had that prio, that extra support from Peter available for a little bit of time. So we see him move back, and he's just going to go back to his own jungle. Has secured that scuttle though. Oh,
a little play here on a Teddy, but he is Zeri, so...
what a champion.
Yeah. That's the thing about Zeri is not only is it just insanely strong later on when she gets 2-3 items, even less, you know, especially with the Yuumi, but also you can't really kill her.
Yeah.
She's got cleanse, she's got a Yuumi, she can dash over walls, she can lane, maybe she'll fall a little bit behind ECS. You'll note that he wasn't able to pick up the cull, but Vital was, but that's just fun.
Yeah, I think oftentimes if you see the Doran's played, it's because you want that extra help when it comes to those all-ins, so maybe just concerned about if Peter connects on a W, having that extra health could make the difference. Does mean, of course, you'll be a little bit behind in gold compared to Vital, but you're a Zeri, you're fine with that. We do also see, it's actually, well, I was going to talk about runes, but Willer invading in return onto the Raptors here, but is going to get challenged.
Yeah. Quad holding stun. See, Charm goes wide, and he's being very annoying. He actually got that big Raptor, did Willer. So, I mean, there's nothing else for him to do except potentially back and look for a reset, which can be pretty important at times, definitely. But he's trying to get in the face of Sylvie, get some revenge, perhaps. And we'll look to just re-clear his jungle now.
Yeah, I like seeing a little bit of back and forth between the junglers, both trying to test each other, see if they can find any advantages. Nothing really come to fruition yet, but obviously I do feel like having the Annie, especially, this is actually an early Sork Shoes Annie, so has that extra movement speed to be able to get into those fights quickly, and it's so threatening. If you do get hit by that stun, it's probably going to be Viego stun straight after, and you will just die.
Yeah, definitely a thing you want to avoid. He's just...
Yeah, generally speaking, dying in League of Legends is seen as a bad thing.
Yeah, you were telling me before that actually more coaches should look into trying not to let the Nexus fall.
Oh yeah, I've actually studied this for a while. Generally speaking, when teams have the Nexus die, they don't tend to perform as well.
Huh. You said actually the stats were 100%.
Yeah, 100% of teams who let their Nexus die first lose. So it's pretty damning evidence.
Definitely going to have to look into that as the years come along. Has been quite a while where Nexuses have been dying. Or is it Nexi? It is Nexi.
Nexi?
Nexus.
I think Nexi sounds a lot better than Nexuses.
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 Yeah. I think Nexi.
Nexi, okay. You're pointing it.
Yeah.
It's a thing now. If it wasn't a thing already, it's a thing now.
It's a thing now. Definitely somebody has already had this conversation throughout the many years of League of Legends broadcasting, don't you think?
Probably, but I didn't hear it, so...
Okay, so it didn't happen.
Oh wow, well, look what a fun and interactive lane this is, where Addy just... Oh, and actually, this is an important thing to talk about, because I was bringing this up. I don't think I brought it up on the desk, but I was speaking to, I think I was speaking to Chronicler about this. The fact that no one was using the anniversary skin, where Tibbers is a giant Jack Teemo, I feel like that should just be a no-brainer.
Yeah. I agree. Well,
look at him go.
Yeah. Look at how big this Teemo is.
That is one large unit of Teemo.
Well,
I think something that's interesting is that, you know, the expectation in the top lane matchup tank vs tank was that they'd probably be pretty even, but Biddle actually has a pretty sizable CS lead so far in the matchup. Enough to be like a significant amount. Oh, do you see Willer moving aggressively here? But I think he'll probably just steal away this red buff. And he has actually gone straight Dirk first, so leaning into that lethality build. See what he ends up going for Mythic. But likely Collector will be part of that build just with how good it is with the 18 lethality buff and the fact that it has crit as well.
Yeah. Sylvie very nicely just going to sidestep this. He is not going to challenge it. No real reason to. Doesn't want to get caught out, especially right before the Rift Herald is spawning. So a nice safe play. Willer will pick up the red buff though, as Peter is here. Scuttle Crab also taken by Willer. Start up here on this objective. Willer says, well, I spotted you.
Yeah, he's here and level 6 as well, I think is a big thing for Peter. Like, obviously the other side, Teddy and Kale aren't even level 6 yet, so Nongshim have a big advantage here in this fight.
Yeah, Vital also level 6. And let's see if they actually go for it. Teddy has hit 6 himself, as in they go. The charm is going to land, but immediate cleanse is a lot of damage, though already done, and immediately Sylvie will get burst down at first blood, given over to Zeri of all people, as Liv Sandbox take a massive leap into the lead.
And it just feels like Liv Sandbox had the confidence in the play. They're the ones who kicked it off, and actually, you look at Nongshim, you know, they still had the Heartbreaker available, they still had the quickness from Rakan, all of these things still available, and they just didn't find the window to start the fight. And Liv Sandbox, they only needed that one kill to secure the Herald, and they will happily take that advantage.
Yeah. Quad still dropping bears on people. Atlas would be proud. And yeah, I mean, it definitely comes down to that. I want to take a look at the vision here too, as they did have this control ward to spot this coming in.
Yeah, and I think part of it was the fact that Dundum wasn't there to block, but also Sylvie gets super greedy to try and get the Herald in the end. And just the fight isn't actually started. It's like Nongshim's focused on the Herald share, but then Peter doesn't look for the engage. Sylvie ends up dying first. It felt very disjointed.
Yeah.
So. No, not a huge lead for Liv Sandbox, but we'll see what they manage to achieve now that they have that Herald in pocket. I think most people, when you have a Zeri Yuumi, putting gold on a Zeri is generally seen as a good thing.
Yeah, I would agree with that, as she actually bought the Sheen first. Teddy did. We're talking about yesterday the Hearthbound Axe, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
A safer pickup, but he has gone for the extra damage earlier on with the lead that he has. And don't know exactly what his secondary runes will be, but you'll note that he is Domination second. So.
Yeah, I think whenever we've seen a Domination, it's often Ingenious Hunter.
Yeah, must be.
And the reason being is that you reduce the cooldown of Sheen so you can sync it better with your Qs. I think when you have max stacks, every 2 Qs will have a Sheen proc. So it just increases your DPS. You obviously lose out on some of the bulkiness from having Resolve secondary, but Teddy clearly wanting that DPS, and looks like they are trying to fish for something in the bot lane. A window. Yeah, a window to put the Herald down, but Peter will sniff it out.
Yeah. You may have seen him going in, or maybe he just predicted it, not 100% certain. Dindin coming in here, he already has this Bomby Cinder trying to get to work onto Verdal, but yeah, just going to push him away. I guess doesn't really care. It's just a tank top matchup at this point.
Yeah, just standard stuff. And we have seen that Dundon's actually closed up the farm lead, so pretty fine there. We do actually see a wave pushed in. I wonder if Willow will just slam the Herald mid, try and get some plates there and weaken the mid tier 1. Yeah, it looks like that might just be the plan.
So. Yeah.
Which I don't think is too bad of an option. Obviously, you're not getting the gold on that Zeri, but so far Teddy doing pretty fine in terms of how the game's gone. Again, you know, if you're playing Zeri Yuumi, you're not exactly opting in to try and win lane. And we said if the lane was stable, if it didn't... Oh!
Uh-oh. Willer reads it perfectly. Peter was on that, but Willer just decided no thank you. And especially with no bottom lane there yet, he just wanted to be very careful and responded in kind.
And that was huge as well, because I think if Willer dies, they just go straight for that dragon, would secure that second one, And when we're talking about how in the later stage of the game, Liv Sandbox will probably have an edge with that Zerayumi, if Liv Sandbox can secure the second dragon, it'll make so much of a difference to sort of stalling out the game, stalling out the potential soul. And it looks like Nongshim won't contest this one.
Probably a good idea given the situation, but it's not going to feel very good. Infernal Soul is on the Rift now, so everybody's got to be fighting for those pretty much every singular Drake that comes out.
Yeah, obviously the stats make a pretty big difference, but also just the Soul itself so impactful. And I think if Nongshim do start to find some momentum, getting that Soul could be the thing that puts it in that tipping point, makes a difference in the game.
I will take this plate as flash forward. That is not going to quite get onto Quad. As he will just walk away from that one.
Yep. And I love the confidence from Quad. Doesn't burn the flash. Confident that he can dodge it with the extra movement speed for the Molten Shield. Closer burning his flash and ultimate there. Won't really be too impactful not having the ultimate with Spellbook. You can't just switch to Summoners, but it does mean Sylvie can play a little bit aggressive now, knowing that Willa doesn't have the support of his mid laner right now.
Yeah. Very important. We got Yumi actually on closer right now, who is looking to go mid, and will eventually join back up with her best friend, which is what you will see most of the time nowadays. And I was wondering, you know, with the Rakan going up towards the mid lane, perhaps were they going to get something going? No objectives at this point. Still got to wait a minute and a half for the second Rift Herald.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I feel like for Nongshim, it's a much bigger deal to get that second Rift Herald than it is for Liv Sandbox, but I think Liv Sandbox will be in a comfortable position to contest it. And we do actually see, so the Graves has finished the Ghost Blade, so he's going towards that lethality build. I think it's super potent, especially you can pick up things like the Collector, and you just do so much damage. Like one auto can do like 60% of someone's health or more. Your ult does like obscene amounts of damage. So pretty unfun to play against.
I mean, especially against anyone who's not Poppy.
Yeah.
So Poppy will sit in the front and be annoying, but if Willer ever gets an angle onto anyone else, you know, they can have a lot of health, they could have some defensive stats, but not a lot of stacking armor compared to the Poppy, so they will get kind of blown to smithereens.
Yeah, and even sometimes you have like a jungler or support who's like a little bit bulkier, like a Wukong or like a Nautilus, but Viego and Rakan, they're kind of squishy as far as jungle supports go, so I also think might end up having a moment where Peter like goes in and just gets one shot. I can see that happening.
Yeah, like charmed and just dies immediately.
Maybe not even the charm. Maybe like Willa
doesn't even need the charm.
Willa is trying to ult someone else and it just catches Rakan and he just disappears. I could see that happening.
That sounds fun. I mean, there's a lot of burst damage just in general on the side of Liv Sandbox, but also, you know, even if they don't burst them down, there are stuff. Hold the phone.
I think he saw the pet.
Well, I don't believe you can always see those, although there are some sneaky times where you can.
Yeah, I saw an interaction on the other day where it showed someone's position, so I'm always questioning it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, sometimes it's just spectators, sometimes actually they can see it. But either way, in they go. Vital already has to blow the Featherstorm, and, well, now we got the engage from Peter, and immediately he's only going in alone. As, yes, the Poppycopter comes out, not going to even use it. Just holds on to that for the reset. And Liv Sandbox will very much assert their dominance in this top river.
See if Nongshim try and look for the re-engage here. A lot of tools on cooldown.
Yeah, your whole bot lane, I mean, they both use their ultimates basically for nothing. So, what exactly are you going to be able to achieve as Nongshim here? I think they just have to give it up. And we will continue to sit at 0-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and this is pretty rough for Nongshim, because now Liv Sandbox get the Herald, they can use that to take the mid-tier 1. But I think more importantly, it's denying it from Nongshim, slowing down the pace of the game. We can see the replay here, and it's nice play to initially go on a Vital, the ult comes in. But I actually want to focus on Willa here. Really good buffering with the ult, so that he doesn't get caught by Peter close enough for anyone to follow up. And then the fight just ends up disengaging, but Liv Sandbox got what they wanted, they chunked out enough members, they got position on the Herald, and they will secure that objective.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool play from Closer overall. He actually took the cleanse from the Unsealed Spellbook. Speaking of burst damage, Rakan is able to hop away. But yeah, Closer went in so ham because he knew he had cleanse, he had flash, he had his ult up, so maybe he didn't have flash. But either way, he got in there, and was able to create a lot of disruption with that. As we do have Infernal Drake in 20 seconds. Dundun with teleport at least, trading a bit in the top side. But you can see that Liv Sandbox really posturing here to take down the Drake for their own.
Yeah, I think, you know, the game isn't too far apart, but I think Nongshim, it's going to get harder and harder if you start to give more neutral objectives over. We do see the TP coming in, so it looks like they want to contest this one. I think this is the right call. The gold's still pretty even now. They're actually slightly ahead, so just try and make it happen.
Yeah, pretty nice angle here for Quad as well, but it is spotted by Closer. Quad trying to get in there. He's going to essentially miss. Willard's just able to get away, and now disengaged on the right side. Quad is getting so low. He's the first one to go down. Sylvie incredibly low as well in that Dragon Pit. He will be taken out by the Gragas, and now everything is in favor of Liv Sandbox. 3 kills plus this Infernal Drake.
And you can see the attempt, trying to find the engage, trying to get a critical member. The reason they go for Willa instead of Teddy is because Teddy has that cleanse. But once again, kind of a repeat of the Herald fight, Willa plays it really well, using his mobility, buffering with the dash, and then using the flash and the ult so they can't follow up. They do turn the engage around on Teddy, but he's still full HP, still has a Yumi on him, still has flash. And at that point, the fight is just lost.
Yeah, then it's a rout. You can see the bottom lane just running away, tail between legs. As, you know, they are birds. And yeah, Dundun's just left to the birds, just left there to die. So 3 kills. Infernal Drake, a massive jump in a lead once again here for Liv Sandbox. As, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do next time, because that's essentially how their comp plays out, right? Like, how are you going to get that done if you are not willing to use it onto Teddy, and then you drop it onto a Graves who has a lot of mobility and can just essentially be very slippery, and I think you're not really getting anything done.
Honestly, the 2 big things for me is, 1, trying to take advantage when summoners are down, or also trying to force summoners before objectives. So I think if you go into a team fight when Liv Sandbox have all their summoners, it's going to be so much harder. I think it's going to be really difficult. You don't have a member without flash, you can just punish. And even if they do have their flashes down, they're still so mobile anyway, it's still going to make it difficult. So they could actually potentially try and make a play around this Baron area. It does feel a little bit desperate, but the game is starting to slip away. And maybe, you know, Teddy now doesn't have cleanse. If you can get on top of him now, that could be the angle. That could be the opportunity to get back to the game. But Teddy's been playing pretty reserved so far this game, so it might be hard to find an angle.
Yeah, you know, Liv Sandbox, they say, well, there's no big objectives right now. We're just going to continue farming. So Dundun also, I think, really needs to lead the charge on some of these plays. He is really, as we mentioned, the one tanky member. He is the one that has the ability to steadfast presence and deny dashes, but if Quad's the one going in first and then the follow-up is just not there, we've seen Nongshim kind of be very disjointed on these team fights, like every single one.
Yeah.
Whether they're engaging or retreating, it feels like they're not all on the same page. And that makes it much more difficult to play out their composition, I would say.
And I think you really need to loop Sylvian as well, because if you dump everything on a one member and they die, great. But if you're not getting the resets, you're not going to have the momentum to follow through on the rest of the fight. So we'll see. We'll see if they can find an opportunity. But definitely starting to look rougher and rougher with a 3k gold lead now in favor of Liv Sandbox.
So they're just chilling. They do have the Baron up. They could even consider it, especially with Brave Zeri. If you wanted to go like full T1, just everybody group up on the Baron and say, okay, come at us, Nongshim, we dare you. But it can be kind of scary, especially against the, you know, Nongshim still have Annie and Rakan, so one person gets caught out. Teddy doesn't quite have cleanse, so
you know what?
They're going to play it safe.
That sounds like a really good way to throw the game. So, you know, I'm sure Nongshim are hoping they do go for that. But
if you're really confident in your ability to like turn around and look for turns off of the Baron and not get caught out, as we've seen, you know, some of our top teams in the LCK do many times.
But also, if you mess it up, the enemy team steal it and ace shoot, as we've also seen some of our top teams do.
Yeah, we had a fun day yesterday. We had a bit of everything for Laura's first day at the LCK.
That was, I feel like she got everything you wanted in an LCK day. You know, the pauses, the chaos, the steals.
How was your first day, Ox?
It was a lot of fun. I can't specifically remember what happened on that day, but
nice.
Yeah. You know.
Okay. Great.
I feel like you wanted to give me a really detailed answer. Like, this is exactly how was your first day on the LCK? Do you remember specifically what happened?
No.
Yeah, so...
But that was in 2017, so...
Yeah, but I can't even remember what I had for dinner last week, so...
Also, if we're talking about like League of Legends, not just the LCK, I did do OGN Champions in 2012.
That is a while ago.
That one I kind of remember, actually. I remember being pretty nervous, but I had a lot of fun. I don't remember what the games were like, though. Like, that was just way too far
Just
back.
a general feeling of positivity about the day.
Yeah, just having a lot of fun, but also being quite nervous as, oh man, they are so, okay, they're all just going to flash away, turns out. Vital just going to throw the Feather Storm out there as we've seen many of Viego get caught in that exact spot by some of our best teams.
The charm as well, connecting, but the old buffers, and they're still charmed after. I just love how you're like, they are so completely fine.
Yeah.
They're absolutely okay.
That happens.
But it does mean 12 seconds on that Dragon. You've lost the Viego ultimate, you've lost the Xayah ultimate. Sure, you did burn some things on the opposite side, so we'll see if they opt to fight this one. I think giving this up is going to be really painful for Nongshim, but if they don't feel like they can get an angle in, then I'm not sure what choice they have, really. Once again, though, Teddy still has Cleanse and Flash, so pretty hard to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, he's on 2 items, but he is probably...
He actually has 3 items. He has Triforce, Runans, and Zeri. Sorry, Yumi. That's the 3rd
I
item.
thought you were going to say Helium. I'm like, what? Isn't that Yumi's item? Like, doesn't that count?
Well, technically.
Yeah. Well, Closer running through the dark
No flash
and
and ult.
scary forest. No vision at all.
Okay, ult is back up now, but still.
Will he face check? Okay, they must see him now. As they're still waiting.
Oh, but
Still waiting. And Closer got the blue buff.
Okay, now they're going to push in. They're like, could they be rushing Baron? Could they be doing a T1? Oh, they saw something.
Okay, well, they're going to see it as Nongshim are backing away. It's probably the worst time as Sylvie now, they know he doesn't have Flash. He does have Heartbreaker. Teleport comes in as Peter's just going to stopwatch as Dundun is teleporting into the enemy base. And, okay, just going to try to helicopter them out here. That's the Zerigon, as now they try to get in the fight. Peter, as you mentioned before, this might happen. He gets burst down. The Gragas in the back line is just doing way too much, and Vital is desperate to be of any help at this point. It's not going to happen. Dundun will go down. This is an absolute stomperino right now. 7-0. Liv Sandbox take the fight, and will take the Baron.
Yeah, it ended up being a bit hectic, and I think there were some good ideas from Nongshim here, but the execution was just better from Liv Sandbox. Willa, this has been like the constant theme, like he'll step up, and then see, oh, I'm ulting out, see ya, and then they actually nearly find Closer, but the stopwatch timing is just flawless to dodge the stun, dodge the damage. And then I feel like Dundun was probably so happy with his ult, it's like, I knocked Zeri away, we can fight. Any other AD carry, that would work, but it's Zeri. So Teddy just slides back in to rejoin the fight. And yeah, that's a rough one.
Hey, Ezreal can kind of do that too, right?
No,
he can't.
Not on the same level.
No, not really. There's definitely a couple of people out there
Maybe if
wondering.
he E flashes and there's a Thresh Lantern.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Wow, we really had to do Sylvie like this. I mean, Willer's having a great game. He's, I wanted to say debuting, but I feel like that's too strong. But he is, in fact, debuting the Gragas in LCK Summer 2023. We've seen a lot of this champ. But yeah, showing what it can do. Sylvie, unfortunately, it's not really his fault, though, I'd say. It's just a bit of a team issue, kind of like the calls and the team fights were not there. We have not seen the Viego be enabled even once in these fights.
Yeah, and again, this is the sort of game where Nongshim needed that early momentum, and when they didn't get it, it is just going to look like this. The team fights are very stacked in Liv Sandbox's favor, and with the Baron, they are just looking to try and get as much damage done to the base of Nongshim as they can.
Well,
goodbye.
There they go again, and this time it's Ahri, so he's not even going to bother using a Spirit Rush, doesn't have to, as he can just walk on over to the team, as with this Baron buff.
Getting the steps in?
Yeah, might as well. You know, haven't had a lot of time in this game, so good to get them in right at the end. 2 inhibitors go down. Liv Sandbox not going to stop there. A lot of teams would just turn tail, buy items, and use their gold, but instead, Charm going to miss. Dundun trying to frontline. And the poke damage still is coming in here as the cast thrown out. They flash on in, and it is mayhem. They take out Closer here, but the damage is too much. They didn't get Teddy, who doesn't even have his cleanse, doesn't need it anyway. As, yeah, you killed the Ahri, cool story, but that's it. He just dies, he uses his barrier, the Nexus is free, Teddy's gonna kill your whole team, flashes on in as he's using his 3.5 items very well. Of course, utilizing the Yuumi as well. Dindin here, he's just gonna say that's gonna take too long. That's the first game, 27 minutes, Live Sandbox will dispatch of them very easily.
Yeah, and I think this is one of these situations where the Zeri just became too much of a problem. It got to the point where you really couldn't do anything. In these later team fights, you just didn't have enough threat to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, if the game was a bit more even, there were ways to, you know, get a bunch of the summoners away, look for engages onto Teddy, and potentially do it, but they just got way too far behind. Some of those early fights from Nongshim were very questionable, like Sylvie jumping in, trying to get the Rift Herald while the team is backing away, and then the two of them getting caught out. Like, Live Sandbox will just eat you for breakfast if you're going to do stuff like that.
And I think, you know, a lot of expectations. Live Sandbox are seen as a stronger team, are the stronger team. They also had the easier to execute composition here. And I think that's part of the problem, is that when you give yourself this burden to make these positive plays happen for Nongshim, a couple of mistakes here and there will make all the difference. And, you know, I like to talk about this a lot, how broken Sunfire is. Dundon did a lot of damage that game.
Yeah.
Not sure how much of it was relevant, but
not a lot of it, no.
He can point to this and say, look, I did my job, guys.
I feel like he got more damage because he survived the longest in all of the fights.
True.
Especially the last one. And the middle ones, and the early ones as well,
Yeah.
it turns out. So, Live Sandbox, very straightforward win. Easier to execute comp, but they also executed it very nicely. Like some of the plays from Closer and from Bertle as well. I thought his Gragas was really nice. So shout out to everybody on the side of Live Sandbox as they do take the first win here. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
딜러들 배포가 깨줄 거야.
깨준다 알아서.
나 한번 볼게. 뭐 끝이고. 끝이야 끝.
그러니까
싸움 봐. 천천히 싸움 봐. 비고.
내고
앞으로. 꽃비 노플이야. 꽃비 노플. 야 타워. 천천히. 애니 노플이야. 애니 노플.
타쳐 됐대. 우리 애만 안 죽어.
타워.
A 죽이자. 내 반터명.
차야.
하나 빼봐. 나이스. 강경하지 말고.
다야 노플이요. 다야 죽여줘.
나이스.
And welcome back to the space after the first game of our Saturday showdown, the first one of summer again against Liv Sandbox and Nongshim. And of course, Liv Sandbox takes the first game, but maybe not the one-sided game we expected. How did we feel about this one? Quick take on it.
Yeah, we liked the draft.
Yeah, we looked at the draft and we were like, this is actually kind of a draft gap. Like, it looked really good for Nongshim. We were very positive about this. It's a draft that plays itself as well.
Yeah, lots of agency, lots of ways to play, especially against Sandbox draft. We liked it, especially the last pick with Poppy.
Yeah, because the Poppy actually is amazing here, right? Like, you already have a very damage profile. You already have a lot of threat between the Annie and the CC with her Viego Rakan. So you have like a really good dive combo. Poppy is also one of the few champions that can actually lock down Zeri relatively well. You're playing into multiple dash champions on the top half of the map, so yeah, like, it looks good.
You also have the Ahri, right? And Gragas, which are huge threats for AD carries, but when you're Xayah, you're feeling pretty good about that. You're able to get out of any situation. So, like, Vital has a lot of agency in this draft, too. It's the execution, though. Sometimes you have the tools, but you can't actually use them. That's where the problem started.
Quick take before we talk about the execution on the amount of jungle bans. Here, 6, maybe 7 if you can consider Nico as a jungle. We haven't seen the champion yet. We know that it's a possibility. But yeah, Graves may be a champion that I did not expect to see here.
It works out.
Yeah,
right?
it really works out.
Ghostblade is still very strong on this patch, and I think the key thing here is also acknowledging that Wheeler is one of the best players on this team and has been and really was one of the top junglers, I'd argue, in Spring individually. And the fact that his team was able to help him out, that he was, even though they invested very heavily in setting him behind, was actually ahead or even on tempo, really speaks to the player. The Graves wasn't really the main story, but it works out well.
But yeah, interesting pick to see again. But as you guys said, it all came down to execution. And for this, I'm gonna send Chronicler to the desk, to the Telestrator desk, because we know that Nongshim is the kind of team that's hit or miss when it comes to understanding and executing the comp here. But Chronicler, talk us through the 15-minute Herald fight and how bad it went.
Even though there is no deaths here, it's a really good indication. So you have your little trap set up here. That's fine. Obviously, Sandbox not going to fall for it. So that trap not working out is not the end of the world. What is a bigger problem is what is about to happen here, and it's something that a team like Nongshim, who've been playing together for so long, shouldn't make. What is happening here is we have Dundun over here, but Dundun clearing a ward is not what you need to do as Poppy right now. You need to be right over here, because without the Poppy there, what happens is Sandbox immediately identifies that Vital is very far up, and between the ultimate Steadfast Presence and the dash, like, it's really hard to get past the Poppy, even with the amount of backline dive that you have. So Dundun isn't there, the front line isn't ready, and then as a result, as we play the clip, the start of the fight leads to one of the highest damage threats already being taken out. And then, unfortunately, as we're going to see, Peter goes for a re-engage. No one on this team is ready, right? Burdle does a really good job of disengaging. And what is really big here for me is throughout all this, Teddy is actually being protected by the rest of his team, right? And I think this is a really good example of showcasing that as an AD carry, I don't think Vital should have been in that spot. Yeah. But it also is the rest of his team not really identifying how they need to protect him, or if they did identify, not executing on it correctly.
And we've talked on the during the pre-show about the fact that Teddy was stepping in as one of the main carries for the team, lots of expectation, really bouncing back from the first series he had, I feel, Wolf here.
Yeah, I'd say that, like, he played very well, but his team empowered him to do well, and Nongshim's issues, I think, gave him a lot of agency.
I mean, we say that, but on the other side, you have to be able to capitalize on the mistakes the opponent is making, and I'm talking about the top lane fight here, 25 minutes into the game. Again, Nongshim messing up, but
this is like, I mean, a lot is going wrong here, but Liv Sandbox, at the beginning of this, they identify the trap that Nongshim is trying to set. We see teleports committed, and they actually are able to get up here, rotate quickly, disengage against Nongshim's last final attempt here with Peter. He barely survives, doesn't have his stopwatch anymore. And then Teddy just sees the moment where all of the engage is used. There's no way to lock this area down anymore. This slides in and ults. And what happened even before this is Liv Sandbox actually rotating so quickly after Wheeler identifies they're trying to set a trap, because they're so far behind that only a desperate play like this can actually get them back into the game. Liv Sandbox not only deal with that threat, but they then also turn it into a game-ending fight on the top side of the map.
It's actually really sad because, as we said, with the composition Nongshim had some room, they had some opportunities and some room to make something happen. Didn't quite happen this game, but let's take a look for now at the player of the game for this game. We chose Teddy, and it is Wheeler here for the entirety of the LCK broadcast. What do you feel about this choice?
That's an interesting one. We were thinking between Teddy and Birdle. One thing I do want to highlight is that Wheeler was the focal point of Nongshim right from the beginning. And something like what happens to Peter here looks really troll, right? But it's actually the threat of Wheeler that leads him to respect, keeps the pressure off. And I think the damage output that he was able to do on the Graves worked out very well. Wondering what the spread of votes will be.
Yeah, I'm expecting a pretty split vote across top, jungle, and bottom because Wheeler, I think, made a pretty big impact in this game, but it wasn't game-defining for me. As we'll actually see a few votes to closer as well. I thought he had a bit of an off one myself. Media, you know, we're all on the same page.
Hey!
Focusing on the next game, though, we know that Nongshim managed to ramp up during the last series against Bro and managed to find the win. Let's see if they can do it again here against Sandbox. Casters, back to you for game 2.
Thank you, Deskers, for that wonderful breakdown as Ox in good company with 3 media votes. Well done on that one. But yeah, jokes aside, I think the whole top side of the map did a good job. Even I thought Closer was pretty good, although I would have gone for Birdle or Willer over him.
Yeah, I think for me, it was just there were so many fights where they were trying to engage on a Willer, and he buffered the ult so well every single time. These snap engages from Peter or from other members, and he managed to navigate them, and it just put them in so much of a better position, which is why I went for him. But go to the draft the next time. We have obviously swapped sides, so Nongshim on the blue takes a little bit of that pressure off in the draft. They've once again gone with that theme of banning Maokai in every single game so far, but they've also banned the Zeri, so I feel relieved. There's like a tightness in my chest that is just relaxed.
It's like, oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, we can just play some regular League of Legends. Oh, well. Maybe I'm speaking too soon.
Yeah, this. Okay, Nico's gone. That's good. There's still Yuumi open and available.
Cassante?
Yeah, that one's still on the cards. Oh, I'm getting nervous again. The tightness is returning.
Yeah. You know what they say? Count to 10. Take a deep breath. It's gonna be okay. Even if Cassante gets played, it's all right. It's not the end of the world. It's just one game.
Let's hope this one's going to be it. Sejuani again, bit of an interesting one. We did see Live Sandbox prio that with like the Sejuani Jax in their series against D+. Didn't work too well overall, but maybe concern about the synergy it has with melee solo laners. But they are going to ban that one again. It does mean that Nongshim, there's a lot of power picks still available. There is that Yuumi. There is now the Lucian ban, but Cassante an option as well.
Steer.
What will they prioritize?
We are going off-road with this one.
You know, I actually think the Cassante should be taken, because if you take the Yuumi,
they're going to pick Aphelios.
Well, they're going to pick the Cassante, and they're going to drag your AD carry with the Yuumi to a little corner of the map and beat them up. So I think I'd prefer the Cassante pick here for Nongshim.
What did I tell you?
Okay. Well.
And now, Cassante Melio. Smash it down and enjoy your win.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, you've got Teddy, like, come on.
Yeah, that seems
Enable him with Melio, take it away from the bottom lane. Yeah, you're going to be playing into Aphelios Yuumi, that's fine.
But I honestly think that, Aphelios Yuumi is so hard to play into Cassante. We saw what Dudu did when he 1v2'd them together.
What did we say?
Yeah, okay.
Not a very difficult call to make, of course.
This one's
for no profits, but apparently Nongshim aren't either.
Yeah, it does make me wonder. I guess maybe you prio a jungler here alongside. You could go for something like the Ahri again, or the Annie. The Annie's open available. Maybe.
Did you see Peter's grimace as the Yuumi got hovered? He's like, oh god.
Pick me Rakan again, please. That's all I want to play.
All right.
Maybe the Annie, but the Annie. There is problems playing into the Melio, obviously, because I'm stunned, but I still think it's a pretty good pick in this situation. It's either that or just picking up a jungler before they get banned away again.
He's going to play Cassiopeia blind.
I'd respect it.
Just okay, so I've got a really good read on this draft. So I'm gonna take over from you.
I'll write down the draft, and you do all the talking.
Yeah.
You're just on point with this.
Now this would be interesting, actually, the Jinx, and they will lock it in. So Jinx Melio comes.
Yeah, I actually think when Melio first came out, a lot of people looked at Jinx Melio as being a really strong duo because that extra range of the rockets is a bit obscene, and also Melio is so good at peeling. Jinx, obviously, a champion who does need that peel. I think specifically it works really well here because you are into a short-ranged, high DPS composition with the Aphelios and the Cassiopeia. If you play a short-range AD carry and you step up, you will get massacred. So having that range advantage of Jinx really relevant in this situation. So I do like the pickup for Liv Sandbox. We are starting to see the bans. Gwen taken away is one of the big counters we've seen to Xante. I use quotation marks when I say counters. A champion people will pick into it.
Yeah.
Is as far as I'll go with that
Maybe
one.
like best option.
Yeah.
That you've got. There are not a lot of good options, but there is a best, inevitably. Malphite is another one that we've seen players pick into Xante.
Yeah. And I think realistically, Nongshim are going to need Engage here to close the gap with the carries, to get from the point where Jinx is hitting you with rockets to the point where you're on top of Jinx and she is dying. I think it's going to be the goal. So Malphite ban does make a lot of sense.
Zindan's going to play Jax in this game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I trust you because you've been spot on this whole draft.
I don't know what's happening here, but Annie is available.
I like the Annie, yeah.
We've seen this too, where it's like, well, the enemy is not going to pick it, so we can just leave it open and play it ourselves. They're going to hover it and say, yeah, we still have this potential. Of course, Xante could also be flexing the mid if they want to deal with that. Cassiopeia.
We have seen the changes to Rex side and make him into a bruiser. Bit of an interesting one. We haven't seen it show up. You know, I honestly prefer the Jarvan. I feel like you really need the engage here. And I don't think Kha'Zix is going to cut it. But it looks like they are going to lock it in.
It's a lot of kiting, I guess, right? But it's very difficult to kite against Jinx Melio.
When you're getting hit by an orbital laser that is Jinx Melio from like from the border between the atmosphere and space, I don't think kiting is going to cut it. I also think Sion isn't really going to fix those problems either. So it does look pretty rough so far, and I think honestly Liv Sandbox can just go with the Annie, honestly.
Yeah.
You have the Molten Shield to help the Jinx out. Obviously you can peel quite well, but also provides that power and engage threat, and it means you have a strong mid-jungle, you have a good top matchup, you have a good bot matchup, you win team fights, you outrange. Yeah, I think Liv Sandbox can be pretty happy with this one.
Yeah.
I think Ryu can be pretty happy with this one. Good job.
Yeah, I think pretty straightforward. They kind of smashed draft here from our perspective. There are a lot of ways to like kite it out and potentially maybe enable your damage carries on the side of Nongshim, but as we mentioned, you know, the Melio is going to be a huge problem for that.
Yeah.
There is a lot of reliable engage on the side of Liv Sandbox, so you know, as long as Liv Sandbox don't get too far behind, I think they're going to be in a great spot here.
I think that's the thing that is difficult for me for Nongshim is they don't have the reliable engage. I think they are the team that really needed it, and the fact they're lacking there is going to be painful.
Well, there you go. Teddy, oh no, Jinx equals Teddy.
Whoa, did she draw that since it got locked in? That's like some rapid sketching.
Have you ever watched one of those videos where it's like, I'm going to draw this in 60 seconds, and people do actually like a really good job?
Yeah, it's kind of mind-blowing.
Yeah. It's really cool to watch, especially because I just know that I would never, ever be able to achieve that in my life.
I think if you gave me 60 hours, I couldn't do some of those drawings.
60 days, like, you know, it's just helpless.
60 years, at the end of my life, I will go to the grave and be like, I could never draw that, you know?
Yeah, I think we're on the same page with that one. As Liv Sandbox, you know, it feels like they got a lot of ways to win this game. Now, we'll have to wait and see how the execution is. They talked about it a lot on the desk. Certainly one thing to look for in this matchup, specifically as we hop into the Rift for Game 2. Well, here we go. Game number 2. Nongshim, they started off summer with a great win over OK Savings Bank Brion Man. And now they're up against Live Sandbox and they're up against the ropes. They have gone for comfort here with Quad back on the Cassiopeia. Sylvie got his Wukong stolen away. And he had to go into the Kazakhs.
Yeah, and I believe he does have a POG which was on the Kazakhs, so again, kind of feels like a heavy lean into comfort. It's also the Ghost Scion that we've been seeing a little bit of. A little bit of movement speed to help navigate those team fights a bit better. But yeah.
What's your garlic?
What's my garlic? Well, I'm not going to say something really bougie like the garlic that Mao was talking about, where you put it in your rice cooker for like 5 months
the
or
black
whatever.
garlic.
Yeah, or the wild garlic. No, I'm not that cultured, I guess.
Yeah, you and I are kind of on the same page of.
I like cloves of garlic, you know.
Cloves of garlic.
I'll go to the supermarket and I'm like, I'll just grab the garlic.
Yeah.
That's the limit of it for me, you know.
All right. I feel like that's a mode of garlic, though. It's like, do you want like a full bulb, or do we want some cloves? I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just using garlic buzzwords in this one.
I'm so sick of just like the fact that people just drop these garlic buzzwords. Like they don't know what they're talking about, and they just rely on these phrases that they're weird. Yeah.
Everybody does that with garlic.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Aphelios Yumi is on a 5-game losing streak. Might be part of the reason why generally we've had negative thoughts about this duo, and I don't think in general that it's bad. It's just kind of like we're just going to pick 2 things that are good in the current meta but aren't really like amazing together.
Yeah, I think it's difficult because you kind of need Aphelios to find momentum in this meta to really be effective. Like you want him to get free time on tower to get plates with the Crescendum. And also the way Aphelios works is you want to be in a scenario where you can be in range of people to hit. You want to be ahead so that you can be bulky, like play like a bruiser, especially with the Yumi attached, and also you're immobile. So like all of these things are weaknesses, and we're into the Xante again, we're into the Wukong, we're into the Annie. It's going to be super hard for the Aphelios to function in these team fights. So, in theory, when Aphelios Yumi's in a good spot, it can work well. This doesn't feel like a good spot.
Yeah, I do agree. I think we've seen some interesting play from Aphelios in general the last couple of days, where it feels like he's kind of hit this Lucian stride where he gets ahead and he just Gale Force bursts you down in the mid-game. Yeah. We're seeing a lot of that nowadays, especially from Aphelios that get ahead, and they get a lot of value out of that, rather than, what we know Aphelios for, which is kind of later game scenarios where he's, popping off, he's got 3 items, he's kind of a hyper carry in that sense. So kind of interesting to see him hit that stride. We see it a lot with the Yumi as well to speed him up and get in position to make those plays.
Yeah, I mean, he still does have that DPS. Again, I just think big limitation is that range, is that immobility. And it can be tricky. Quad doing pretty well so far in the mid lane on that Cassiopeia, but I'd be interested to see if Willa ends up showing up. It feels like such an easy gank from this position, which kind of makes sense that Sylvie's hovering around, getting some vision down. And you see Quad playing up towards the top side of the lane where he does have those wards, just so he doesn't get jumped on and stunned and die immediately.
Definitely a priority for him, as they have vision in that brush. Meanwhile, on the top side, Scion was the choice here into the Cassante. It's definitely, again, one that you can go for. I feel like Asante nowadays kind of feels like old Ornn, where it's like, yeah, you can just pick it into anything, like Jace, Gnar, sure, whatever. He's going to be fine. He can actually get kills on you as well with Unsealed Spellbook. Of course, Cassante doesn't take Unsealed Spellbook because he doesn't really need that extra damage, right? He's already got it in his kit, so...
Yeah, and I think even the matchups where, like Gwen, that we see picked into Cassante, it doesn't tend to be like it's not a lane stomper matchup. We have seen sometimes Cassantes make mistakes against Gwen and die, but generally speaking, it's a you scale up to be a powerful threat as the Gwen and maybe find a solo kill later on, but the laning's still pretty chill for the Cassante.
It's getting pretty spicy, just like kind of raw garlic, right, up in the top side of the map. As you can see, Jonas Strong really zooming in onto this, looking for Bertle to potentially make a play.
Is this the longest we've looked at top laners?
Yeah.
Split? Like
ever, actually. Yeah.
Just unbroken?
I was timing it, yeah.
Yeah, it's been very extensive. You know what's actually, when we're on the desk and we see the observer point of view, I will just zoom out to the point where you can't see top lane. You can only see mid and bot.
Yeah.
And it works, you know?
You don't need it. I mean, if anything happens, I mean, whatever. Like, Cassante got a kill.
Yeah, you play it back, you have a look, but yeah.
Yeah.
Top laners, they're in a apart from the ones who play Cassante, they're in a rough spot.
Mm-hmm. If you're Cassante, you're feeling pretty good. You can even go mid.
True.
That's fine.
I also find that amazing how, like, in mid, like, you can play against a lane with a lot of harass, like the Annie, and she'll drop Tibbers on you and you just don't care.
Yeah.
He's unfazed, unbothered.
In your lane. I mean,
flourishing.
Closer will, you know, if that scenario did happen, he would still get a lot of first strike gold and stuff. Which, in this case, I guess, will not, because it looks like Quad kind of started off that fight, but still is doing the harass as, yeah, he got it, 50 gold, huge.
That's the that's the Kazakh strategy, the Tibbers killing potential.
Yeah, flash in as Miasma and the ult comes out, and now Lift Sandbox are on the run. Quad really trying to make something happen here in the mid lane. And yeah, I mean, he will get the flash away from Willer, but not away from Closer, as now Closer on Annie will have flash.
Yeah.
Advantage. That's what I was looking for.
That looked cool, and it was pretty sick, and I respect the play. But Quad was also pretty low on mana, and it was also a bit ambitious. And as you said, he's now flat. Oh my! What is that range?
It's the orbital laser from out.
I talked about how broken this is. I know how broken it is, but then when I see it, I'm like, what is that?
Yeah. You play Melio in solo queue?
Yeah. I played him when he was released before everyone knew how broken he was, and I had like a 80% win rate. That champ is not okay.
Yeah.
I swear everyone who did had like an 80% win rate. I'm surprised his solo queue win rate wasn't 80%.
Well, not everybody is on the same level as... What's your solo queue name? Oh, maybe I'm not going to give it out here. But the orbital laser from space, that is the rockets from Teddy.
Yeah.
Is he's having a good time.
Like,
this has been going on for a while.
Like something out of a James Bond film, honestly.
He's still down in CS, but
I think it's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, he's farming up. He's doing his thing. A Quad hovering out of vision, but I'm not sure you'll find much. Yeah. It's nearly Tibbers time again. I think that is something that is also frustrating, how short that cooldown is.
Yeah.
Hey, Closers walking up.
That was interesting, as all out immediately onto Dindin, looking for that Q, but not going to happen. And Ghost.
Look at the Ghost.
This is one way to use it, to run away as fast as possible from Cassante. Very, very important thing you got to do. Dindin does have ult, so he'll just ult back to lane.
I love how he just... Oh.
Uh-oh. Okay, Sylvie. Trying to get sped up here, but at the end of the day, Kha'Zix just hops away. And yeah, Willer doesn't have flash, so not really going to try to force anything.
Yeah. Look at the angles, though. Didn't really come across anything. I love how Dundun, after you pop the Ghost, is just like zigzagging, like, try and hit me. You can't. Oh.
All right, here we go. Quad trying to get that ult in as he hits him in the front. Closer turning at the wrong time. It's now Crazy Tibbers getting on in, but guess what? Yumi's here as Vital does bring him on over as the rocket is going to hit him. And Teddy collects in the mid lane.
Yeah, I was about to say that's super positive for the side of Nongshim. Quad getting the solo kill. I'm like, maybe this is the thing they need to break things, and then the rocket hits. I was like, oh. Wow.
Yeah, the through orbital space laser.
That thing actually does have infinite range.
Yeah.
It just seemed like it. Yeah, and the plate as well. Teddy, you know, we said he was a little bit behind in farm. He is now in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, he's feeling good.
Yeah, and just the patience from Quad here. Obviously, takes the damage from Annie, but Annie is very cooldown reliant. Doesn't have the sustained damage, and then as soon as Close is ready to turn around to try and get a cast in with a Q, I believe, the ult comes through. So beautiful play from Quad, and then just cut it short. Oh no.
Oh. Yeah. Hey, Jinx is back.
Yeah.
I mean, she's been played already, but it's not the highest prio pick. But nice to see what she can do once again. And yeah, the only way Closer outplays that is if he fake jukes back in, baits out the ult, and then immediately turns back, lands a Q, and then maybe it's enough damage to kill a Quad before Closer burns down. But
yeah,
even so, like, you got to be really careful about going in onto a Cassiopeia. You got to make sure you can kill her, because in the long fight, you're not going to win.
Yeah.
Especially if she hits her
Plus,
wall.
I'm
Then
pretty
you're just
sure.
dead.
I'm pretty sure Closer's plan here was he knew he was going to die. He saw Teddy hitting the rocket in the future, and he's like,
Okay.
"This is the right play for the long term." You know.
Yeah. He knew he would get some closure. I mean, Casante's in the game. You can't blame me. Closer now moving up, trying to squash the bugs in his own jungle.
Yeah, and we'll see if they start a setup. We do have the Herald in the side of Nongshim, so if they can find an angle to use it, that's something that I really think. Obviously, we talked about how we felt like Liv Sandbox have the draft advantage, and I still think that's very true, but there's plenty of times teams have lost with a draft advantage, and often if you can get a bit of a snowball going, find a good angle, that can be the avenue. And with the Rift Herald in pocket, you see what's interesting, we've actually seen Liv Sandbox swap up towards top side with their bot lane, but that does mean that it's going to be very hard to defend against this Herald on either side of the map.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I mean, Bertle can only do so much. Here comes Dindin. He's like, oh, well. I mean, he already knew they were here, but he's going to try to clear out waves, try not to die. I mean, in the 1v1, Dindin probably would be okay, but Emilio is here, Kyle is here.
Yeah, and Herald may have thrown down some extra gold for Vital. This is part of the thing, is that it's pretty hard to just push up against the Sion. He has so much wave clear. But I guess the threat of the Cassante also makes it difficult to hit the tower. He's doing his best just to defend. And honestly, it ended up...
Uh-oh. Flash in, there it is. Oh, he catches him, and Vital is in a rough spot, getting spun on right now, trying to kite this one out, and now in comes Quad, gets the bear down, and Teddy gets another one. As stopwatch is perfect, but now, oh, well, they're just barely able to get that kill onto the Cassiopeia, which is good, because otherwise that would have been a disaster, as Nongshim were able to clean up the end of that fight.
Yeah, honestly, if that ult hadn't come in from Teddy, that could have been super favorable for Nongshim there. Actually really well played by Vital over the course of the fight to survive for so long. So he actually doesn't have the red gun available, and the critical move here is he burns the ammo off his Infernum a little bit later here, gets the red gun and uses the ultimate to heal. That's why he survives so long. Does end up dying. Sylvie could have blocked the rocket there, by the way, but I don't think he saw it coming. So maybe a bit of flame towards him for that one, but ultimately really well played from Vital to stall the timeout. It lets those kills come in the end. And what started off as a really unfavorable play for Nongshim balances out by the end.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want out of your Kha'Zix as well. You want him to pick up these early kills. You want him to be a huge threat for anyone to run into the jungle, as he will begin to lurk around the map and look for those individual kills, those isolated members on the side of Liv Sandbox. And yeah, I mean, the Jinx, though, at the same time, Teddy, he's not even in these fights. He's just collecting kills and collecting farm. So that's really the issue for Nongshim, whereas on the side of Nongshim, in their benefit, they do have this Kha'Zix. Quad's doing decently well, although Closer is slightly ahead on CS.
Yeah, and I think situations like this, where Liv Sandbox are a bit more split up, and you're able to catch people off isolate, or the Jinx isn't there, that's really where you're going to be in a positive spot. But you can see most gold in the game is on Teddy, so when it comes to those 5v5s, there's still a problem to be dealt with. And you can see the orbital laser cannon once again.
Yeah, the orbital laser from Mars shooting down onto Summoner's Rift, as he has ghosted into this one. Is Teddy really trying to poke him out and maybe create some space for this Drake that's coming up?
Yeah, not the biggest summoner to end up burning there, but Quad once again looking.
Yeah, doing a great job of just poking him out with the Rylai's that he does have, is able to do that, as Bertle, meanwhile, is getting this turret down. Even going to get to work on the Dindin already. Teddy's taking a massive amount of damage here, as no, he's just being baited in. Vital in a really rough spot, but he is running away pretty fast, and the teleport is coming in. Do they have the damage as Rocket? Not going to get the kill, but Teddy still excited on the backside of this fight, and now with Sylvie coming in, is not going to be able to help. And that is just not going to be enough for them, as it looks like potentially this teleport did get interrupted. Bertle was able to get on top of him. So no Sion rather in the fight.
Yeah, really well played. Oh.
And potentially no Sion on the Rift here. No flash for you, buddy.
Ghosted.
And he ults into the blue buff. Yeah. Well, he's dead. Yeah. K'Sante just gonna get that one, as I do not know what I was watching. But you know, it happens, right? It happens from time to time. That's Bertle getting a solo kill.
Yeah, I mean, it is on K'Sante, but I think he played it well in Dundun. Maybe some mistakes, maybe the ult timing not the most optimal. But either way, big one was stop the teleport, because I think Teddy was in a pretty compromised position there. If that teleport had come in, was able to kite it out there. And the play went pretty favorably. You see Willa working on that Herald. Dragon is up and available. We will have a look at the replay. So Vital trying to really deliver in the 2v2. A good dodge from Teddy on the ultimate, but he ends up super low. Kha'Zix is coming in. Sion was going to come in, but because it only ends up being the Kha'Zix, Sion is in there as well. Teddy can flash down, and at this point, Sylvie knows he's in trouble.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a look. Yeah, they were just fighting like 5 seconds before this, so it was really obvious that this was going to happen. And so Bertle, I mean, he's K'Sante. He's got a million ways to stop teleports, and he does exactly that. Dindin gets angry, tries to take a fight, remembers he's playing against Sion, or rather K'Sante.
나이스 노태윤.
Calling out nice for Bertle.
내가 살게 저런 거다.
That was pretty nice. And Nongshim in a deficit, trying to set up this dragon. Teddy does have no summoners though. That could be a difference maker on this one. But Live Sandbox, they have the Heralds. They can push in mid and just try and slam that down. They don't need to force their way on this dragon. It is only second dragon. But I think they know they're strong. I think they know that if a fight happens, as long as they position correctly, they should be able to take it.
Rift Herald comes down. It's going to be a big pressure point as a lot of members of Nongshim in this rush. But Bertle trying to do a good job of just zoning them away. As Vital handles the Rift Heralds. As we got a 5v5, we got a little bit of a K-Ram here in this game, as neither team is willing to make a play towards the Drake just yet.
You can see closer, trying to find some angles, but the vision is still really in favor of Nongshim in the river. They need to try and face check this one pretty quickly. They have to be concerned about walking into a Cassiopeia, into a Sion. I think they make the call. It's not worth it. You know, we're ahead. We're happy with how we scale. We already have one dragon. And the icing on the cake, it's the useless soul. It's the Chemtech soul. So just really solidifying the decision not to contest the dragon.
Wait, but you forgot about Yumi's healing and shield power.
Wow, true.
Yeah.
Very valid.
It's a big
Somewhat
one.
valid.
It's a big one. They also have Sion.
He does have a shield.
Yeah. No, it's not good.
Yeah.
For either side. So might not have a lot of focus on the Drakes, which means maybe this game goes a little bit later.
Yeah, I think it's a bit rough for Nongshim. But to be honest, like Nongshim, it's not like they have the champions they have don't scale badly, like Sion, Cassiopeia, Atelier Yumi.
Yeah.
But I just think how teamfight's going to play out is going to feel rough. So, you know, if they manage to get a good soul and they can lean into that, maybe they'd feel positively. But I don't think it drastically changes things. Now, Teddy. Damaging.
Sometimes it's not about the scaling. Sometimes it's about the amount of orbital lasers from Mars you have on your team. And there is one in the game.
Oh, how many is there on Nongshim? Zero. Yeah.
Fortunately, zero for now.
For now?
Hey, you never know in the future. Maybe we add a second Melio into the game and we can
please no.
Get it going.
Please don't. One was too many.
Vital, you know, this is how he's going to win fights if he is ever, as, he's going to have to flash away now, as Yumi ult also comes down. Willer in a rough spot here, as he will just flash himself. But that's a good trade, as Tibbers is getting to work on a Vital in the meanwhile on that back line. So no cleanse, no flash for Vital, no heal, no Yumi ult. And they didn't really have to expend too much outside of Willer and his flash. So a bit of a nice trade for Liv Sandbox at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think they can be very happy, especially since Biddle just got to keep pushing in the bot lane, got that tower. Teddy's flash is coming up soon. He has the Gale Force as well. It's going to be super hard to pin down in comparison to Vital's. Obviously just lost those summoners. So I think Liv Sandbox pretty happy with that one. And part of the problem is you keep seeing Vital trying to step up, trying to, challenge Teddy. But the thing is, he doesn't, with the shielding and the healing from Melio, you don't win the initial trade that hard. And then as you try and run away, Jinx is just autoing you, and autoing you, and then also autoing you. And it's pretty painful.
It's rough because, you know, either you get in range and you burst her down, or you're probably going to lose the extended trade.
Yeah.
Especially when you're behind in gold, which is one thing to mention.
Oh, bit of a sneaky play here from Nongshim. I like this, honestly.
Little hide on bush action, and Willer looks to be dead here. Gets slowed down, is just trying to get over the wall, trying to get to the Melio, and he survives for quite a long period of time, but it's still a nice pick over to the side of Nongshim. The hide on bush does work.
Yeah, and picks like this, creative moments, especially with the Kazakhs, really the angle you want to go for. No flash from Willer, and his W, I believe, on cooldown. It's actually one of the nearest we saw pre-MSI was his W cooldown. It's very long right now, so they take out the jungler, and they're not really going to get anything off the back of this, but a nice injection of gold for the Cassiopeia. Oh, wow, look at that. Isn't that neat?
Ah, yes. Wonderful.
Very cool. Very cool.
Especially because it's Jinx and then she gets excited. Doesn't end up mattering in this case, but the fact that you can do that and potentially set
Oh, but
stuff
Teddy
up.
did miss the cannon, so
Yeah.
that's rough to see.
True.
Yeah, so they see him use his W, and I think that's the point where they're like, okay, we can go. I think waiting for the turnaround doesn't quite get it, but then there's nothing Willer can do.
Yeah, Kyle tried his best. Just threw everything onto Willer, but it's pretty much dead from the outset. No cooldowns of any sort. So down he went. Kill goes over to Quad, I believe.
Yeah, it was. So he's close to having that Sarah. Still a while before the Rod of Ages is stacked up. Before he gets that level in. Because obviously it was the Rylai's first, which it's not necessarily a bad thing. It does mean you're waiting longer for power, but it means the level you get is more significant.
Okay, well, this time trying to hide on bush, he will be able to slow everybody down. He's quite fast with the Yumi as well, so he actually does get away.
Yeah.
Nice little setup there.
And actually, like, the Dragon's coming up soon, but as we said, the Dragons are lower priority. So Sylvie trying to get some vision around the Baron area. Maybe if Liv Sandbox overcommitted to the bot side.
You're spotted? Looks like he didn't know. Either way.
Now he does. Oh, look, the big blast cones. I'm sure
it's
was
double
it you
the
who
fun.
Was talking about how you really loved blast cone and the big ones are even more exciting.
You can go even farther.
Yeah.
You can even go. Wait, no. So you can go even further beyond. Okay, we got there. Well, Bertle's got a nice little angle here as he is looking for the engage on a quad. Will pull him over the wall, goes all out as Confusing Q misses that one, and now he's in a little bit of a struggle as he does get Miasma. He's gonna get the knock up here on a quad as the massive wombo combo. In goes the Wukong onto that backline, and down will go Quad. Vital is trying to kite this one out, but the Cassante, you cannot get away from him as he will pick up the kill, and Teddy gets excited. All the dominoes fall, and it is a massive team fight win for Liv Sandbox as Sylvie will just have to run away.
But important is that Willer is dead, Sylvie's still alive, so Liv Sandbox don't really want to go for the Baron on this, don't want to risk it being stolen by the Smite. So it looks like resets are just going to come out, but still a devastating win for the side of Liv Sandbox. And here, Biddle finds an angle. Problem is he ults Quad away from his team, and Cassiopeia, one of the few champions who can actually cause a lot of issues for Xante in the 1v1, but then Nongshim start to overstep a bit here. The ult comes in, but it's actually blocked by Closer here. And Teddy, even though Sion's in his face, his range is so long, he can just auto-attack past him.
Yeah.
It's very potent, we'll say, is the way I'll describe that. But yeah, the turnaround, the momentum, the resets come in.
The power is overwhelming.
It is rather overwhelming. And yeah, comparison there, which, you know, in fairness, Biddle is playing Cassante and Dundun isn't, so I don't think it's that fair of a comparison.
You can see it down there, the little icons.
They have to make that clear. They should make the icons a bit bigger, you know?
Maybe, yeah.
Make it very clear that Biddle's abusing Cassante.
Yes, he is quite strong. Liv Sandbox now total control of this river, although they are standing on a ward. So at this point in time, Nongshim are like, yep, whatever, we know exactly where you are. Now that is going to be swept out by a control ward, which they will take over full control from there. Dundun does have TP, so if they do assume this Baron is being taken, which they will very shortly, he can't just teleport into this one and look for the fight. So let's see how this one is going to go. River fight 2, Electric Boogaloo here. Quad trying to get in position for a good Miasma in the choke. As Sylvie now on the left side, Closer just zoning him away. There is no chance of a steal unless... Nope, Smite comes in, and Willer just takes it down. Nongshim just idling around as the flash comes in. It is picture perfect from the side of Liv Sandbox. They catch two, and the Jinx gets excited as now doesn't even have to shoot over the Scion, just shoot the Scion himself. As that will be 4 members going down outside of Dundun. Triple kill for Teddy. This game is over. Pack it up, let's go.
Yep, and you can see there, just the goal lead so significant. It looked like, honestly, Nongshim, that's like best case scenario. Everyone's trapped in the Baron pit, you can approach slowly, but the trigger is pulled by Closer. He finds the engage, and once again, Teddy just gets to do Teddy things on Jinx.
Yeah, there was never a single moment in this game where it really felt like they were threatening the Jinx Melio. And now, I mean, they've probably got massive stacks of gold, so they're just going to back. But let's take another look at this fight.
Yeah, so you can see they do really want to move in on the Jinx here. That's what they're trying to find the angle for. Dundun is blocking the entrance. But Closer finds the breakaway play, the double tibbers into the ults from Willer. And Birdle's just soaking all the damage from Vital. Honestly, it doesn't even look like Vital's dealing damage at this point. And then he just, I don't even know where he went. He just vanished.
And Teddy, he didn't get over aggressive either. He just stayed in the pit the entire time. Like, Closer set it up and he rocketed the two of them, and then he just stayed in the pit because of his massive range, of course.
Yeah, and the thing is, he had flash, and at no point did his nerves break, and he flashed out the back. Sometimes AD carries do that when they get nervous.
Oh no. Oh yeah. Okay. He's just gonna be able to walk that one off, but you can tell that Vital, again, we said this in the draft, especially if you get behind, you're not going to have a real opportunity to do damage in this game.
Oh?
Oh, God.
That's something. Because I think at this point, Cal will nearly have W maxed, or it might already be maxed if he's gone 3 points E and a W, so the range is disgusting.
Yeah, now they're getting flanked by Cassante. Yeah, this is...
It's a rough one.
Like I said, let's pack it up. Nongshim. They're going to give it one last... Oh, he got caught by the chompers. That's not going to do it. That's a kill over to Closer. And now they don't have a front line anymore. As down will go the inhibitor. And TP is coming in now from Birdle, who tanked up a bunch of damage, can now just rejoin the fight. As you can just stand on the turrets now. You don't even need the laser that is Teddy at this point, as everybody's just getting cleaned up. Vital. Will he survive is the only question. The answer is absolutely no.
Oh,
so, oh God. Ah, stop it. This is not fair. Down goes the Nexus. That is the end of the game. 2-0 to Liv Sandbox. Easy peasy for them tonight.
Yeah, and as much as in spring, the difference in standings between these teams wasn't that major. You could see this game, this series, looked like a higher standing team dunking on a lower standing team. It looked very one-sided, and Liv Sandbox felt like they were in the control the whole time.
They absolutely were. I think everybody played it very balanced. You know, they didn't overstep at any point. Teddy was just kind of riding the wave that he had built for himself early on in the game. Got the one gank, was just able to move with that lead and not really get himself into a dangerous position at all. And was just able to carry with this massive orbital laser from Mars. And did a great job with that. I thought Birdle looked great as well. He had a couple of games where he was very calm, cool, collected, no nerves shown, was able to dominate the top lane. I think it's a good start for him in this first week.
Yeah, I think especially after the D+ series, that felt a bit rough. Looks pretty good in this one. And I think as well, the addition of Teddy really feeling like it gelled well, you know, giving him resources, and he just really delivered. Especially, I love just the constant rockets. Like, he's not even there in the fight, but he's still making the impact known. He's like, guys, I'm on the team, remember.
I will come out here at 20 minutes into the game. You will see me eventually. And we did.
And he definitely delivered.
That's a teddy bear. Kyle, he's like, yeah. I put the W on him.
I played Melio.
Hey. He also played Yumi in the first game. Yeah. He's having a great time.
He's just vibing, you know, leaning back in the chair, one hand on the mouse, the other just, you know, doing
eating
whatever.
Eating a burrito.
Yeah. Got a Kachara downstairs. Pick that up.
He's got a piece of BBQ chicken in his hand. He's like, this is good. He's got the greasy fingers. Doesn't care because he's not going to use that hand for the game. This is General Teddy coming in to lead the charge. Never die.
Good advice.
The human nexus, that is Teddy. One of his many nicknames that he has earned over the years.
Yeah, and seeing some of the replays, again, I think Closer gets a lot of credit as well for some really good Annie engages across this game. The Rocket was super solid time and time again. The thing is, there were some fights that seemed like they went okay for Nongshim, but I definitely felt like they didn't have the edge in draft. In the team fights, they just had no answer for Teddy.
Yeah, even in this fight where it looked like Bertle may have overstepped, then it was like, oh, we throw down a bear, and look at Teddy up on the top of your screen. He's like almost off the screen.
And he's still hitting. He's autoing just past the Scion and still hitting your backline. It's like, how can you front to back when the range is that extreme?
You can. Yeah. This one was very nice. Watch Teddy again. He's all the way in the back of the pit. Locks down 2, and he's excited. And he's like, okay, I just have to play it safe. I know I have Cassante on my team. He'll do the majority of the damage, so I can just sit back and shell down.
I think that's kind of the view you can have from draft. I know I have Cassante on my team, I can just chill.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about this draft. We felt like it was a pretty large Live Sandbox draft gap over Nongshim, and we were waiting to see the execution. Early game, Nongshim had some angles with Sylvie getting fed, but never really amounted to anything. And the second they fell behind, we saw kind of the stuff we mentioned. Just crumble the house of cards down.
Yeah, I think as much as like I respect the fact that taking some comfort picks like the Cassiopeia, I think you have to balance the comfort with picks to like make them fit into the composition and make them work against the opponents. The lack of engage, I think, was the mega thing. No reliable engage to deal with Teddy. Wow.
Come on, this is not fair.
I think. Would we say this is bullying? I think I'd go as far as say it's bullying.
I think we've gone over the line. You know.
I think it's past that point. That's just
we've stepped over the line. We're officially bullying now.
Yeah.
Teddy's like, all you new kids on the block, you don't even know.
Yeah, this guy's he's played more games than everyone in the team altogether, and he's like, I'm going to show you what it's like to play in the LCK.
Yeah, and he certainly did show them. But let's see what the space has to show us as we'll go over to Lore and Wolf and Chronicler and see what they have to say.
Well, thank you guys. As I said, straight up bullying from Teddy here during this game, but Live Sandbox found their first win here in LCK Summer against Nongshim. Very one-sided series, guys.
It really was. And as the cast pointed out, there were some moments where like small skirmishes went okay, but...
Yeah. We'll talk about the early game and especially what Nongshim tried to create on the bot lane. But first, let's focus on the draft here. And Wolf, answer me this. How do you end up with the red side draft like this?
Well, I mean, there's some weird priority on the Sejuani here, which I don't really think is very solid in this case, especially if you're planning on first picking the Aphelios. Then you're going down the Cassiopeia comfort pick again here for Solka, which is, or formerly Solka Quad, which is like, I just don't think it's warranted at this point. But you get the Milio, and with the Aphelios face up like this, you get Jinx as well, on top of already having the strongest blindable top laner in the game in Cassante. Like, it's draft canyon.
I don't know how you get Cassante, Milio, and Annie. Like, it's not...
Yeah, I mean...
That should never happen, and particularly on red side, right? And the Sedge was a good shout out. But yeah, you can also just lock in the Annie here on B3. And if you first lock Cassante, you'll have an incredibly powerful pick that can go to multiple lanes. So Nongshim dropping the ball in this draft.
Yeah, sad outcome and sad draft here, honestly, on the side of Nongshim. Let's talk about the early game here, because as we said, a glimpse of hope on the side of Nongshim, trying some stuff on the bot lane. But again, TP coming clutch and stopping every attempt of success on this bot lane play, and then you have Teddy activated.
So there's a lot of tunneling here by Live Sandbox to try to punish Vital repeatedly, right? And so I think that Nongshim are trying to set up a trap here potentially with that teleport from the top side of the map, but obviously the turn is really good here from the side of Live Sandbox, and the teleport is interrupted by Bertle. And it's a very transparent play. As Valdez mentioned on the cast, it's like there's a million different ways to interrupt this, so I felt like the idea and like the goal here to try to push that bottom lane to set a trap is just so telegraphed that Live Sandbox have a really easy answer.
Yeah, also, I'm looking at Dundun trying to fight a Cassante, and I'm not impressed. I love Dundun, man. Like, that guy is entertaining. One of the most entertaining players in the LCK with his spam and his shenanigans, but that teleport getting cancelled was what lost him the game. It was, as mentioned, very telegraphed. And then dying was kind of the cherry on the unfortunate cake.
And we've talked about the lack of engage also on the side of Nongshim, hard engage really and tools to answer. And this is what we see during the Baron fight, what set up the Baron fight rather, because Chronicler, they had everything right going for them up until the point they overextend and then it collapses again.
Because Brutal goes on Cassio, right? But Cassio actually loves it when people try to engage her into a choke point. But then they try to hard engage with Sion, and Sion is so telegraphed that any pro worth his salt is going to be able to get away from it, right? So you see Brutal flashes away, Teddy can just move back, they have the Milio ult, and as a result, the quote-unquote hard engage doesn't do anything. Imagine if that's Ornn, right? Imagine like that's kind of the golden standard for hard engage tops. Then you can still win that fight because it starts with Samux somewhat overextending. If Teddy can be kept out of the fight for like 1 or 2 seconds, then you can actually win.
You also have like the geographical aspect of the map there in this choke point where Wukong Annie is going to have a great time. So you've pulled the Cassiopeia out of a position where she can't actually rejoin the fight easily, and you have the range and the engage to back it up. As a beautiful fight.
All right, who's the player of the game here? Who do you think?
We were a bit of a boom damage voter today. We went for Teddy.
Teddy, let's see.
We'll see. I was like maybe Birdall.
Yeah.
I was kind of feeling like maybe Willer, but hey!
Yay.
The Fountain Laser.
And
amazing Jinx once again.
Yeah, so it did a Milio, which you'd have to take away some points for that, right? Like that's a little unfair. But his usage of his ultimate and how he positioned in fights to me were really good. The one time where he did come into some danger was here, where he was promptly saved by the rest of his team. And yeah, the human nexus, you know, the fountain laser, there's a lot of nicknames for this guy. And in games like this is where Teddy has always excelled. And against a team like Nongshim that I don't think has the tools to like punish some of the weaknesses of Teddy early, or his team rather, you're not going to get any.
Yeah, and especially on a champion like Jinx that...
with Milio.
Yeah, with Milio. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm giving all the credit to Jinx. But let's look at all the votes. Yeah, sounds about okay. One of the main stories we had since the beginning of the day was the impact of Teddy and how do we rate the improvement of Leaf Sandbox with him arriving. What's your take on this with them picking up this first win, especially considering the fact that next week they have KT and T1? Really hard schedule.
Teddy played a great game, like it's a well-deserved POG, we voted for him, but I also think this is somewhat of a product of having a giga draft gap. So I think it's still personally a little bit too early to say, oh, this is where we're at. Like I think he's playing to what we expect, but let's see what happens with tougher opponents down the line.
I agree. The Nongshim, you're always going to look a little bit better because there were weaker opponents, and we did also see them really struggle against D+, so need to see them against some stronger opponents.
Let's call this an important win for Mental, let's say, setting them up for the next week.
Need that.
But for now, the interview is ready, so Helen, take it away for the interview with the translation.
Hi, this is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Teddy and Willer on the side of Leave Sandbox. Congratulations! Willer, so you got your first summer season victory, so how are you feeling? So it felt bad that we couldn't finish and secure a first win in the first match, but I feel like we had a lot of takeaways from our last match and we were able to apply them and we got this great win today. And Teddy, long time no see, how have you been? I've been good. How do you feel, Teddy? I'm glad that we got a clean 2-0 victory today. So Teddy, you had a comeback match against D+ Kia, and I was wondering if you had, what was the biggest takeaway from that match? I felt like I wasn't really on the same page with the team. So I think the major narrative for the first Saturday Showdown of summer was that the veterans are back. So how is the team atmosphere? I think the overall team atmosphere is pretty good. So Willer, have you been playing with Teddy Teddy the veteran player, and how's the synergy? I feel like our synergy is good. He's pretty fun to play with. And Willer, in game 1, it looked like there were a lot of jungle bans, so we got 5 big jungle bans. How did that make you feel? We already had everything in plan. I think everything was pretty predictable and we were able to kind of come back and prepare for the draft properly. So now you ended up picking Graves, so what was your plan to counter Viego? Graves tends to win a 1v1 in River against Viego. And I feel like everything was really based on how I can play the late game with Graves. And so you contributed to victory by creating a big, significant gap against Viego. In game 2, we saw mid Casio, which is Quad's signature pick. So how is playing against her, given that it's pretty tough playing against her as a jungler? Yeah, Quad's a really good Casio player. He likes playing Casio. And yeah, you're right about that. So it's really hard to play jungler as a jungler against Casio. But I feel like we were able to showcase good team fights. And for in AD carry's perspective, is it tough to play against Casio? Yeah, I think she's pretty annoying to play against. But given that we had Millia W, I think we were able to utilize our ult pretty well and kind of play against her and counter her pretty well. And with your victory, Teddy, Aphelios and Yuumi comp is on a 6 losing streak. So how was playing James going into this matchup? Yeah, I actually heard about that losing streak, about that the comp. I personally would say that it's not a good comp. But if played properly as a team, I feel like it could be good, but I'm not too sure about it. So as you have returned after a long time, it seems like you will be eager for this summer. So what kind of performance do you want to show, Teddy? I just really want to showcase that I can win. I want to win a lot. Now you guys are going to face T1 and KT back to back. So what's your mindset heading into the upcoming matches? It'll be a tough matchup, but I feel like as long as we have something to take away from every match, in our past, I believe that we can do well and win. And Teddy, yes, I think as long as we play well, we are capable of winning. So any word for the fans who are supporting the cool kids? I feel like we had the same start as spring, not a good result, but I feel like we can come back and showcase and deliver good performances. Thank you so much for your support. And let's hear from you, Teddy. I feel like Willer just said everything so nicely. Yeah, I was a little regretful about our first match, but I hope that we keep playing well and keep it up for the upcoming matches. Congratulations again, and this will be the end of the interview from Teddy and Willer. Back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your amazing translation here and great interview from both these players. Teddy was mentioning the schedule last week, the fact that it's going to be a bit complicated facing off against KT and T1. I want to take a look at the standings though before we go on the break to see where we're at here, because with this victory, Sandbox scored the first win in summer. As we said, nothing defining for now. We'll see how they do next week, Chronicler.
And for Sandbox in particular, like wins like this really matter.
Yeah,
because they are expected to be like below KT, below D+, T1, Gen G, right? And they are probably also behind Hanwha. And Kwangdong in their first match actually looked great. So Kwangdong is going to be one of their main opponents. Knowing that, I think you have to take these 2-0s against Nongshim because it can make a really big difference as to who actually makes playoffs. I know it's way down the line, but results like this can be the difference maker.
Very important win, I think, in the first round robin, absolutely.
Well, we'll see how they bounce back, maybe how Nongshim rather bounce back next week. Good first win here on the side of Live Sandbox. We're gonna take a break now and we'll be back in, I don't know, an hour or something?
Like 15 minutes?
Yeah,
15 minutes for the second game of the day. Okay, bro, against Kwangdong Freaks. Stay tuned, guys.
아 이거
제가 평가해도 되나요? 그냥 보고 있었거든요. 은희가 들어간 줄도 몰랐어요.
스키샷 싸움 처음에 들어왔고요. 장로 인천 밀어내기 밀어내기 자 젠지와 디플러스기야. 야 어떻게 이렇게 만납니까? 결국에 젠지와 디플러스기야 되게 심플해졌잖아요. 그럼요. 여기서 이기면 되는 겁니다. 뭐? 그러면 제리벤이 그렇게 아픈 건 아니겠죠? 일단 뭐 요네. 그냥 요네. 아 이거 참 재밌어요. 이 구도 자체가.
그 젠지 코치 감독분들도 많이 얘기하셨는데 이 뱀픽을 할 수 있는 게 말이 안 된다 뭐 이런 식으로도 말씀을 하셨거든요.
그러니까요.
초비 선수가 요네를 굉장히 잘해서인 것 같아요.
요네 선픽 한다는 게 되게 뭔가 자신감으로 하는 거여서 이게 원래 르블랑 상대로 하기가 쉽지 않은데
이제 상대하는 챔피언이 르블랑이다 보니까 이걸 이제 CS를 하나씩 먹을 때마다 상대팀한테 이제 먹어도 될 거라는 허락을 받고 먹어야 되거든요.
땡칠 생각인 것 같거든요.
근데 진짜 때리는 것도 때리는 쪽도 엄청 열심히 때리고 있고 미드
하나 더.
피 빠지고 본인 피 빠지고.
근데 라인전은 좀 세게 해서 누르지 않았습니다.
아니 근데 그게 원래 그것보다 더 힘들어야 돼요. 네.
사실 이기는 건 거의 말이 안 되는데 잘 버틴다? 살짝 그런 마인드가 있는 거예요. 라인전에 버티기만 하면은 문제 없다.
이제 라인전도 잘 넘기고 이제 한타 때도 뭐 이런 슈퍼 플레이도 하시니까 되게 잘하신다고 생각했죠. 네.
다시 찼어요. 아 다시 때리고 있는 젠티 스키샷 싸움 처음에 들어왔고요. 장동전 이러쟁이
설계한 거죠. 정피를 일부러 깎아서 상대가 더 빨리 오도록.
이제 용 피가 적으면 막 앞으로 쏠려야 되거든요, 다 같이. 그래서 딱 그 타이밍 맞춰서 잘 들어온 것 같습니다.
장동전 이러쟁이
요네 챔피언 자체가 한타 때 혼자 하기 쉽지 않거든요. 근데 혼자 한타 다 해가지고 할 말이 없는 것 같아요. 너무 그냥 너무 잘해가지고.
한타에서 요네라는 챔피언으로 할 수 있는 진짜 최대한으로 이제 한 플레이 같고요. 궁을 맞추기가 힘든 상황이었는데 불구하고 엄청 3인궁으로 깔끔하게 잡아낸 게 대단한 것 같아요.
그냥 좀 쉬운 문제였어요. 그냥 어떻게 하면 될지 정해져 있는. 마오카이 궁이 써지니까 상대 1렬로 모일 확률이 높고 애쉬 궁을 날리는 거는 제가 봐서 인지를 한 상태니까 2로 나가면서 애쉬 궁을 대신 맞고 10m로 해제하고 바로 스킬 연계한 게 끝인 것 같아요.
그냥 보고 있었거든요. 근데 이온이가 들어간 줄도 몰랐어요. 너무 순식간이라.
스킬 막 많이 안 나와서 안 보이고.
스킬 이펙트가 좀 큰 챔피언들이 많아가지고 레오나 궁이나 직수 궁이나 마오카이 궁 뭐 이런 게 섞이다 보니까 좀 순간적으로 요네 궁이 잘 안 보였던 것 같아요. 지훈이 잘 하더라고요.
맞았던 시간도 정말 길었지. 예호 이력 강력의 썸.
사실 저희 모든 시즌이 다 열심히 하는 시즌이에요. 그래서 이 시즌이고 저 시즌이고 다를 건 하나도 없고 다만 준비하는 과정이 다를 뿐이지 경기에 임하는 자세는 항상 일정합니다. 당연히 좋은 성적을 내는 게 목표지만 저는 그걸 떠나서 저의 실력이 최고로 있을 때 성적이 잘 나오든 잘 나오지 못하든 저의 가치는 떨어지지 않기 때문에 최고의 실력을 끌어올리고 그걸 유지하는 게 목표가 될 것 같아요.
서포터들에게 스레시는 어떤 챔피언?
꽃이죠, 서포터에.
기본적으로 다 가지고 있어야 된다. 주기도 싫고 하기도 싫은 그런 챔피언인 것 같습니다.
정석 챔피언.
주인공이 될 수 있는 그런 챔피언인 것 같아요.
여기서 한번 결단을 내린 건가요? 그래서 상대방의 마음은 상대가 쳤으면
당시 한타가 어떤 구도였는지.
이때 이제 바텀 주도권을 저희가 잡고 싸움을 유리하다고 판단해서 용을 트라이하던 중이었습니다. 상대의 제리 룰루가 이제 세주랑 같이 주변을 어슬렁거리면서 각을 보고 있었는데
공싸움에서의 불리온 선수들의 계획은 약간 둘러싸는 그런 구도였어요.
저 타이밍이 제일 저희가 할 만한 상황이기도 했고 저희가 좀 꽝싸움을 이제 열면서 이제 싸먹을 생각을 했는데 그때 순간적으로 상대가 먼저 걸 거라는 걸 좀 생각을 못 하기도 했고 먼저 걸어서 그냥 아예 저쪽으로 뚫어버리더라고요.
이제 꽝싸움을 하면은 상대가 더 유리한 조합이었는데 꽝싸움을 피하면서 싸움을 시도하려 했고 마침 상대팀도 많이 포지션이 갈려있어가지고 순간적으로 상대에 갈려있는 쪽을 바로 봤던 것 같아요.
나 여기서 그릴까 볼게. 여기서 와볼래? 봐봐 제리 끌었다 제리 노플이야 노플.
아무래도 좀 뻔한 이니시는 다들 프로다 보니까 다 생각하고 있는데 유독 시야가 없는 데서 마법공학 전멸이라든지 아니면 솔방울 타임이라든지 이런 거를 활용해서 이니시를 거는 경우가 굉장히 많더라고요.
솔방울 타임을 타고 와서도 이제 제리한테 전멸이를 하고
그 다음에 제리 플래시까지 예측하는, 그냥 이건 진짜 다 맞췄다. 상대가 할 수 있는 모든 수를 읽었다고 볼 수 있는 것 같습니다.
쓰레쉬가 숨어있는 건 알았거든요. 근데 이제 숏방울 탄 거에서 일단 처음에 당황했고, 그 전멸 1로 시작을 하더라고요. 그 전멸 1 때 제 E스킬이 빠졌는데
그 예측 그래브
그것도 다 미리 생각을 하고 있어서 결국 나오는 것 같아요. 저기서 제리가 결국 세 갈래로 풀을 쓸 수가 있는데 왼쪽으로 쓰면은 그라가스한테 토스 당해서 결국 죽게 되고, 오른쪽에 쓰면 결국 오공이나 아펠리오스한테 묶여서 죽는다고 생각해서 상대가 살 수 있는 플래시 경로가 하나밖에 없다 생각해서 거기에 딱 제가 썼던 것 같아요.
아니 방금 캐리야 임채기도 뭐예요?
풀 쓰는 상황이 약간 어쩔 수 없는 상황이 나와버려가지고 제가 풀 쓸 자리가 확정적이니까 쓴 느낌이라 좀 잘했다고 생각합니다. 좀 슬프네요. 네.
이거는 진짜 경이로운 수준이라서 뭐 말할 틈이 없었네요. 그냥 감탄하고 있었습니다.
캐리아 선수에게 쓰레쉬랑 어떤 챔피언?
그 자체. 스프링 시즌에는 제가 생각하기엔 정규 시즌에도 그렇게 좋은 경기력이 아니었다 생각했는데 어떻게 좋은 성적을 내서 다들 뭔가 문제점을 인지 못하고 있었던 것 같고 저도 포함해서 그게 이제 결국 결승전에서 터졌다 생각하고 남은 시즌은 마인드부터 잘 고쳐서 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다. 저희 팀 우승을 한 지 벌써 1년이 넘어가고 기대에 비해 좋은 성적 내지 못하고 있어서 이번 서머 시즌을 꼭 좋은 성적으로 마무리하고 싶습니다.
시그니처 픽? 약간 그런 느낌이죠. 라스칼 선수만 하는 그런 챔피언? 강인 그런 느낌이 좀 있는 것 같아요. 탑인데도 불구하고 잘한다고 생각하는 선수가 라스칼 선수였어가지고. 네, 라스칼 선수의 리신에는 정말 뭔가 있는 것 같아요.
너뭐 되나요? 스틸도 안 될 것 같은데요. 따라서 싸우겠다. 일단 시간이라도 한번 벌어보자. 근데 술통이 돌았고요. 든든히 잘 맞았어요 앞에서. 그리고 바로 들어가.
아무도 탑리신을 꺼내는 분위기 아니었고 탑에서 그거 맞나요?
그렇죠. 왜냐면은 리신이라는 챔피언이 메타가 아니다 보니까 결국 숙련도가 있는 사람이 아니면은 뭐 굳이 할 필요가 없다고 생각을 해요, 저도.
지금 이때도 되게 안 좋은 픽이었어요. 사실 이 크산테 대 리신도 사실 나올 수가 없는 구도였거든요.
이게 저도 그 구도를 해본 적이 없어요. 크산테는 너무 좋은 챔피언인데 리신은 아무도 안 하니까 이제.
시 여기서 킬각 잡으려고 하는 거 같아요. 그래서 아니 근데 압박이
탑리신 라인전 할 때 좀 중요하다 생각하는 게 거리 조절인데 그 거리 조절 되게 잘하시는 것 같아요. 오 다르다 약간 이런 느낌 받아요.
라스칼 선수가 큐선마 리신에 최적화되어 있는 것 같아요. 워낙 솔킬각을 잘 보시다 보니까 그 솔킬을 언제 당할지 모르는 무서움에 라인전을 해야 되기 때문에 그게 무서운 것 같습니다.
여기서 한타가 열릴 수도 있겠는데요. 지금 움직임 보면은 양쪽 다 할 말은 있는데 진짜 구도가 너무 중요합니다. 그리고 이후에 물론 팀에 있는 실수적으로 다 터쳐. 그래도 아칼리다 보니까 일단 버티긴 했고 리신. 그래도 아칼리 와! 아니 왜 그래요? 아칼리 지정을 다 부쉈어요.
진짜 4인 당구할 각이 그 타이밍밖에 없었어요. 안 그러면 애들이 다 흩어지기 때문에 그 한 타이밍을 여기서 봐가지고 만들어낸다는 게 저는 못할 것 같아요.
되게 게임이 좀 힘들었었어요. 제 기억으로는 전령 한타 전에도 좀 힘들었었던 것 같고 전령 한타를 되게 대박을 냈는데도 게임이 뭐 비등비등하거나 좀 불리한 느낌을 받았었던 것 같아요.
뒤에서 오는 거 제리 봐야 돼요. 제리
바론 전에 이제 대길이 형이랑 제가 죽은 상황이었는데 그래가지고 3대5인 상황이었단 말이에요. 바론 먹히고 좀 안 좋게 흘러가겠다 이렇게 생각했는데
One more time 한 번 더 바로. 왜냐면 가도 되니까 이제는 먹어도 되니까 이제는 물이 끓고 있으니까. 와 순간에 제리가 좀 사라졌으면 바론인데 절반 정도.
이 바론 한타에서 못 비비면 진짜 아예 못 이길 것 같아서 그래서 여기에 그냥 집중하고 최대한 쏟아야겠다 이랬던 기억은 나요.
뺏을 생각은?
뺄 생각은 없었죠.
출동이 돌았고요. 든든히 잘 맞았어요 앞에서. 그리고 바로 들어.
바론 스틸은 좀 말도 안 되는 장면인 거죠?
네, 말도 안 돼요. 이 장면도 사실 그 라이브로 봤어요. 약간 좋은 각을 보고 당구를 하려고 찬 것 같긴 한데
진짜 20만 번을 돌리는데도 절대 안 뺏길 것 같습니다. 제가 솔직히 말도 안 된다고 생각하긴 했어요. 이거 딱 상황 끝나고.
아마 이때 바로 스틸 장면이 강타 풀타임이었었어가지고 아마 바이탈 선수한테 제가 아마 2로 이제 먹으라고 하고 든든 선수한테 이제 마크를 해달라고 했었는데 이제 플레이로는 잘 안 나와가지고 아마 스틸하는 장면이 나오지 않아요.
정글러가 강타가 없는 건 혹시 아시나요?
아니요, 몰랐어요. 네.
이 싸움 후에 바론 누가 먹었냐는가? 뭐 바론은 어떻게 뺏었냐 약간 이런 말을 했다고 해요.
자기도 몰랐던.
네, 자기도 몰랐던 거예요.
뭐야, 어깨 뺏었어? 왜 뺏은 거지? 그때 왜 뺏었지? 리신 사실 궁이 데미지가 그렇게 세지가 않거든요. 그게 그냥 운 좋게 이제 바론 스틸까지 이어졌죠. 제 기준에는 사실 리신이 해야 하는 플레이였어요. 뭐 리신으로 져서 아쉬웠지만 리신을 하고 완벽하게 못했으면 져야지. 네, 좀 이렇게 생각했던 것 같아요. 그 다음 장면 사실 못한 거 많거든요. 그냥 아쉽죠. 네. 스프링 시즌은 좀 외로웠었던 것 같아요. 결국 팀이라는 게 뭔가 다 같이 하나가 돼서 뭔가를 해야 하는데 다 같이 헤매다 보니까 다 따로 노는 느낌? 그러다 보니까 저도 좀 외로운 스프링이었다라고 생각합니다. 서머는 다른 건 몰라도 망해도 그냥 다 같이 망하고 이득을 봐도 다 같이 이득을 보는 되게 팀적으로 조금씩은 발전할 수 있는 팀이 됐으면 좋겠어요. 네, 그래서 뭐 결국 스프링이랑 비교하면 더 기대가 되네요.
저는 일단 제리큐를 피하려고 생각해 본 적이 별로 없어요. 이게 피할 수가 있는 건가 근데?
그 속도도 빠른 제리큐를 그렇게 피하는 게 좀 기괴하더라고요.
이렇게 초근접에서 썼는데도 피한 거 보고 좀 감동받았던 것 같습니다.
이게 근데 원래 전 죽을 줄 알았거든요. 근데 석규 형이 무빙이
오히려 여기를 노리겠다. 그렇죠. 욕 먹을 때 각이 나오면 쫓아가는 판정이기 때문에 밀고 그래서 때리면서 따라 들어가요. 어렵고 교환 MB까지 교환 MB가 과연 들어가면 MB가 들어가는 다시 밀기.
상대방이 5레벨이었고 저희가 4레벨이어가지고 좀 무리하게 호응을 하다가 되게 위험한 상황에 처했다가 이제 잘 피해서 살았긴 했는데 아 이거 좀 너무 무리하게 호응했다 이 생각이 제일 먼저 들었던 것 같아요.
저는 물려가지고 빼고 그냥 빼면서 탈각을 봤던 것 같고 그때는 MB 선수는 그냥 그 루시안을 잡으려다가 아깝게 그냥 못 잡으니까.
그때 실시간으로 보고 있었거든요. 그 되게 MB 선수가 아이고 잡고 죽었으면 좋겠다 이런 생각했었어요.
저도 가끔 제리하면 이렇게 눈앞에 있는 적을 못 맞출 때가 있더라고요. 그래서 이때 MB 선수의 마음이 좀 이해가 가가지고 너무 슬플 것 같고요.
게임을 많이 하다 보면 이 제리가 언제쯤 평타를 쏠지 본능적으로 알기 때문에 이렇게 그냥 피하는 것 같아요. 딱 쏘기 전 타이밍에 지금 피할 준비를 이미 하고 있는 게 여기 이 장면에서 E를 쓰고 Q를 전멸로 한번 피한 다음에 보시면 전멸 쓰고 제리가 다음 Q를 바로 누르는데 누르기 전에 이미 루시안이 가던 방향을 틀어서 반대로 움직이고 있거든요. 수많은 연습이 좀 만들어낸 결과가 아닐까.
그러면은 그 상황에서 이제 심리전으로.
그렇죠. 네. 심리전으로 각이 되게 없었는데 벽 끼고 위아래로 뭔가 심리전을 잘 본 것 같아요. 벽 끼고 무빙하는 거랑 그냥 평지에서 무빙하는 거랑 심리전이 달라져서 그냥 위아래로 잘 피한 것 같아요. 네.
반대 무빙을 많이 하다 보면은 상대방 입장에서 좀 맞추기가 어려운 상황이 있는데 좀 20대 상황이 되게 붙어 있는 상황이기도 했고 조금만 잘못 쓰면은 좀 많이 빗나가는 그런 각이어서 두 번째 큐를 피하면서부터는 확실히 충분히 살만한 각으로 바뀌었던 것 같아요.
혁경 같은 경우는 옛날부터 지금까지도 간 보는 게 굉장히 잘한 것 같아요. 스펠 간보기, 스킬 간보기. 그래서 혁경 매드무비 같은 것도 보면은 막 애쉬궁 앞플래시로 피하는 거나 징크스궁 앞으로 피하는 거나 그런 극한의 플레이죠.
인성이 형이 이렇게 제리큐를 다 피해줬다? 저는 바로 퍼즐 걸고, 대회 중에 퍼즐 걸고 다 알려가지고 안아줄 것 같아요. 그 정도로 이거는 말이 안 되는 플레이인 것 같습니다.
엄청나다라고 딱히 느껴지지가 않아요. 그러니까 이미 되게 잘하는 선수라고 이미 생각하고 있었고 그냥 뭐 혁경은 그냥 밥 먹듯이 하는 거니까 그래서 뭐 와 대박이다 이런 느낌까지는 안 오네요.
저한테 스프링 시즌은 출발은 되게 좋았는데 저희 팀의 고점을 많이 못 보여드린 것 같아서 좀 많이 아쉬웠던 시즌인 것 같고, 썸머 시즌에는 결국 우승을 하려면 갈수록 더 잘해야 된다고 생각하는데 그런 팀, 그런 선수가 되고 싶어요. 그리고 이제 또 LPL 팀들이 굉장히 잘 해줬잖아요. 그래서 꼭 월즈에 나가서 뭔가 빼앗긴 이상 같은 것도 되찾고 싶고, 또 잘하는 팀원들과 함께 하다 보니까 성적을 잘 내고 싶다는 욕심이 좀 강하게 있는 것 같아요.
안 죽어.
기가 막힌데? 네. 두두 선수는 진짜 최고점을 보여준 것 같습니다.
두두 형은 이런 걸 얻어 걸리는 게 아니라 의도한 거죠.
벼랑 끝에서 하는 챔피언 두두 선수가 정말 잘 다루는 것 같아요.
아, 불법 탑니다. 그리고
또한명이 달려 두두가
하나 배워먹겠고 그래도
두두가
모건이 거기까지다.
결국 모건이 이렇게 모건이
어떤 상황이었어요?
일단 제 기억으로 그 전에 한타를 졌나 사고가 났나 해서 저희 팀원 3명을 죽어보고 이제 바로를 못 막는 상태가 됐으니까 미드라도 밀어서 타워나 억제기까지 해보자 이런 상황이었는데,
키오라가 뭐 미드 밀고 있어서 아마 저희가 막 자르러 간 것 같은데 상원까지 약간 천천히 와가지고 약간 아무리 해봤자 뭐 한 명 죽고 얘 잡고 할 것 같다 이런 느낌을 했던 것 같은데,
이때 제가 상황 인지를 잘 못해서 WQ를 앞으로 잘못 박아서 저 공짜로 죽고 시작했는데
선체 파괴자 되고 있었을 때여서 오히려 그 아지르 죽어가지고 오히려 더 할만해진 느낌. 아지르가 그 타이밍에 스킬도 빼주고 죽었던 걸로 기억하거든요.
제가 의도한 것 같아요.
한두 명 정도는 데려갈 수 있겠다. 일단 빅토르가 저한테 그 팔이 닿았을 때부터는 빅토르는 무조건 잡았다고 생각했고, 룰루까지 볼 생각으로 미리 다 생각을 해놨던 거죠.
디테일하게 얘기해 주신다면 어떤 부분을 좀 잘했나요?
이제 메가나드 점프를 약간 무빙으로 피한 거? 그거 한번 피해서 좀 좋은 장면이 나왔다고 생각해서 무빙이 굉장히 좋았던 것 같아요.
나르 점프를 피했어요. 피하면서 룰루를 노렸는데 방금 보고 이 부분 되게 잘했네? 라고 저도 생각을 했었거든요.
금방 나르 2를 뒷무빙으로 피한 게 일단 가장 진짜 제일 잘한 것 같아요. 처음에 빅토르 잡고 룰루까지 빈사 상태 만든 것까지는 이상적인 그림인데, 여기서 이제 딱 죽을 피 때 Q를 앞으로 짧게 쓰면서 다시 윗무빙해서 심리전 걸었던 게 너무 잘한 것 같고, 이게 또 대회라는 걸 또 감안해서 봤을 때는 굉장히 이런 플레이가 쉽지 않거든요.
그날 뭔가 유독 집중력이 많이 좋았어가지고, 솔직히 근데 저였어도 그 타이밍에 피오라가 아래쪽으로 일자 밟으면서 끝사거리에 서 있으면 7할 정도는 솔직히 다 걸로 점프 뛰었을 것 같아요.
보면 쓸만은 해요. 네, 쓸만은 한데 이게 동작 무빙이 싹 계속 돌아가가지고 궁 쓰고 평타 치고 W 쓰고 평타 치셨으면 잡았으면 했는데 궁 바로 쓴다 W를 바로 써가지고 잡을 줄 알았던 거죠.
거의 잡았다라는 생각을 할 거기 때문에 스킬을 더 짤 필요도 없고 그 심리를 유도하고 플레이했던 거라 이렇게 하는 게 제일 낫겠다라고 순간적으로 판단했던 것 같아요.
다시 오니까 이렇네. 아 이래가지고 잘 도망갔구나. 잘했는데.
저한테 스프링은 저희 팀적으로 뭔가 좀 팀에 녹아들 수 있게 해주는 그런 시기였다고 생각하고, 이제 서머 때는 게임할 때 그 마인드가 달라지는 것 같아요. 저희 팀에 맞춰서 저도 플레이 방향성을 잡아가는 단계라고 생각하고, 어택보다는 이제 어택 하고 이제 백 한번 눌러야 된다. 저는 이거를 잘하는 탑이 가장 잘하는 탑이라고 생각해서 그거를 적용해서 성과를 내야 하는 시기라고 생각합니다.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. It's Kwangdong Freaks up against OK Bro, otherwise known as OK Savings Bank Bro, otherwise known as OK Savings Bank Brion, OK Savings Bank Man Bro.
Okay, Man Bro.
Yeah, they've got a lot of different names. Kwangdong Freaks are going to struggle to go up against that because they only have one. But on paper in the League of Legends, we will favor Kwangdong. We'll have to wait and see how this one is going to go, though, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, when we look back at Spring, these two teams are really neck and neck. So, you know, the expectation is Kwangdong has the edge right now, but I think we could still see OK Man Savings Bank Bro challenge.
Yeah, okay, A for effort. Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think we learned a lot from that last matchup, though. Liv Sandbox really slaughtered Nongshim in that last one that we saw.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that, okay, bro, they just lost to Nongshim, actually, in the first match, and it was a pretty decisive Game 3, I'd say. So when you consider that and the fact that Kwangdong Freaks did look good in their first matchup, you got to give them the edge here. Although I'm curious to see if OK Savings Bank was able to come back here and actually show us something new for the second match, because the first one was not great.
Yeah, the 2 points I'll make is that even Kwangdong's series against DRX, Dudu kind of had to 1v9 in that Kasante game for that game one to pull them over the edge. And then also the fact that transitive properties does help, but it's not always a surefire thing. Like, we've seen teams lose to one, you know, like the circle, where it's like this team beats this team, beats this team, beats
the circle
this team.
of suck.
Circle of suck, still a potential thing, still a possibility.
Yeah, as you can see, they were 7th and 8th in Spring, as we do have the Lol God Do secure the first, potentially secure the first Mo-Do matchup of Summer. Lord Morgan and Dudu, of course, in the past being on the same team. They know each other very well, and really continue the momentum against Lol God Do is certainly something we'll have to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like having that in the mindset, you know, you're 3-0 against this person, a 3-win streak, could make a difference, especially when top laners can quite be volatile with which top laner comes out ahead. We've seen that a lot happen between them, and something crazy about to approach 400 games.
Yeah, he'll get it tonight in the first match. The first game, rather. General of course, his pretty straightforward nickname compared to Lol God Do. I'm not a big fan of that one. Lord Morgan, as we know, is good. General also good. And yeah, he's up there with some of the top junglers that have been around forever. He is soon going to pass Ambition in this season, which
well, what
is
if
quite a
Ambition
feat.
subs in randomly? And, you know,
yeah, maybe Ambition comes back, right?
Yeah, maybe. If he wants to defend his 5th place spot, he's like, I won't be knocked out of the top 5.
Yeah, and guys, we do have the match teaser, the interviews ready to go between these two teams. Let's hop into that right now.
돌아온 모두대전. 신이 장난을 하는 느낌.
또 너냐? 또 나다.
사실 그때 당시 졌을 때는 좀 장면을 만들어낸 기억보다는 오히려 그냥 브리온한테 졌던 패배? 그거 자체가 저한테 뼈아프게 다가왔던 것 같아요.
뭔가 이상하게 광동이랑 할 때 오히려 개인적으로는 뭔가 좀 더 집중이 잘 되는 느낌이라
스프링 후반기에 접어들어서 좀 다들 올라온 상태여서 졌다고 생각하고 모건 선수에게 당한 매치 3연패 끊어보도록 하겠습니다.
연승하는 분명 이유가 있을 겁니다.
사실 모두대전이라고 하면 다들 웃음배? 이런 느낌이 있다고 생각해요, 저는 어느 정도. 근데 이제 저희가 그 밈을 이제는 바꾸고 싶습니다.
저도 잘하고 두 선수 잘해가지고 이 매치업을 LCK 대표하는 그런 느낌으로 꼭 올려놓고 싶네요.
결국에 게임은 너가 이겼지만 게임 전체가 휘둘렸던 건 기억나지? 서머 때도 너를 한번 요리해볼게.
공주야, 너는 나를 요리하면은 나는 게임을 요리해줄게.
Let him cook! That's what they both said to each other. One will cook the other, and then the other is going to cook the game.
I can't wait for this heated matchup where we can see exciting matchups like maybe Sion Gragas.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe Sion Kasante.
No, they'll ban Kasante. If they let Dudu get Kasante, then I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible as Guangdong Freaks do their little walkout here. Seems like really wanted to get that last high five. Nicely done. As that is Dudu, of course, and this is Bulldog here on the left with laser eyes.
Yeah, very cool.
I wonder if we're going to see Jinx Melio again. That was fun.
I'm not sure I'd use the phrase funny. Painful.
Well, I said fun.
Oh, fun? Well,
Yeah.
it depends from the perspective. You know, I don't think
it was fun to play it.
Not for Nongshim. I don't think they enjoyed it very much.
Well, lots of Youngjae fans here as well, as he has been around for quite a while. Back in the day on Gen G as well, behind other junglers. As here we go. On the other side, we do have OK Savings Bank Breon. OK Man Bro, as the crowd goes wild.
The crowd does go wild. We saw a lot of signs up for them. A lot of the OK Man, the guy in the little carrot suit, if you're wondering, is the mascot for the bank. So, a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, a lot of good OK men here coming out. And these guys definitely going to do their best for the OK Savings Bank Man Breon status symbol that they have. There he is.
Little OK Man. A lot of flags as well. That they're giving out, you know. A lot of support.
Yeah, I like their new shirts. It's cool. It's pretty clean.
Yeah.
Morgan's like, no, I'm not going to show that off yet. I guess they're jerseys, technically. Inside the jackets, as there he is, the OK Man in the flesh on the left.
That looks quite a bit scarier than the ones at the bottom. Like that one
It's
looks
like a jack-o'-lantern. Like he's going to come out and kill you on Halloween. So, these two teams fought a couple times in spring, obviously. OK Man Breon was able to take the win twice.
Yeah, which is obviously very impactful, considering the fact that Guangdong still edged out ahead of them. Like, these series nearly could have made the difference between the 7th and 8th place. So, especially this early on, especially the fact that OK Breon have already lost the series. And it was against Nongshim, who are another like lower end of the table team. Generally, they really want to get another win on the table and continue that win streak.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be #1 priority for both of these teams, to kill the enemy nexus. It's a great point you've made, Ox. As we are almost ready to hop into the draft. We have seen some pretty interesting drafts already today. From our first game, we saw Graves come out.
Yep.
Willer, that looks pretty good. He played it really well. We also saw Jinx Melio come out to deal with the Aphelios, taking the Melio away. And yeah, you know, a game at Cassiopeia, but we've seen that before. As 400 games for General T.
And hopefully the 4th game will be a win for his sake, you know. And I have noticed there's a general trend with the OK Breon, is that they've banned Cassante every game so far. And they're also against Dudu. So I'm hoping 100% Cassante ban against Dudu. The champ should be gone.
Well, that will solve one of our issues that we do have in the current meta, that's for sure. What is Bulldog going to play today? Will it just be Annie? Or will we see the Aurelian Soul coming out again?
Showmaker did have a really good game on it. It was honestly pretty huge. I think especially into stuff like Aphelios, who are a bit short range and mobile, the ult is frustrating to play against.
Yeah. Definitely one that requires a little bit of finesse to kind of utilize and get through the early game. Will they take that chance is the question.
I think if there's a team you're going to pick a scale and pick into, Breon probably could be the one.
Yeah. Definitely a team that loves to go late, that loves to take a lot of time, that struggles with kind of pulling the trigger on some plays as well.
Almost like they want to make a big investment and let it build up.
Yeah, just like at OK Savings Bank.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Nice. Here's June. He's coming out again, by the way, for today. So it's not Moham this time either.
I think June had a pretty good performance in the previous series. I think, generally speaking, it's...
Sometimes, most of the time.
Most of the time.
Outside of a couple of crucial mistakes, I would say. He let his focus slip for 2% of the total time of the game, and that was like the really important 2%, you know? 98% of the time, though, he was
But it's fine, because they had Cassante on the team, so...
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I'm playing support and I have Kasane on my team,
you would do the same thing.
I'm kind of checking out.
Yeah.
Like, you know, is this game not over yet? Come on, like.
You're eating your BBQ chicken.
Eat my BBQ chicken, you know. I'm attached to Yumi, so I'm, you know. I have 2 hands on the BBQ chicken. Do I even need a hand on the keyboard?
You just use your face for the for the 2 buttons you gotta press. Kwangdong have selected the blue side. As
generally
that
seen
has
as a good
been,
move.
Yeah, that has been the much stronger side we've seen so far.
Yeah, I definitely think there's. We did see. I think it was Onwa Life picked red side once in a series.
Yeah.
I think there is some scenarios where, like, when a lot of power picks are left open, you can see red side get an edge because you can pick up more of them. But we are just seeing like heavy focus bans on these power picks, generally speaking. Vi actually banned by Kwangdong, so that's actually one of Brion's 100% bans on both sides. So that just free them up a bit. But they do ban the Kasante, which in most people's opinion is a fantastic move.
Yeah. Definitely a good one here. Blitzcrank
suggests a Milio first pick.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if they ban Milio here, there's still Yumi available. You can go Yumi, then pick up Zeri or Aphelios later. So you don't have to be careful how they navigate this one. You could just ban something completely unrelated to the bot lane, and then it means there's more of a trade-off. It's more of an even trade. If you're comfortable with that,
yeah.
We'll see what they opt to go
like
for.
Like a Sejuani or a
the Maokai.
Or a Maokai.
So now Kwangdong, they can go for the Milio in this situation, but it does mean that you'll give over the Yumi, and we'll see.
Yumi Zeri.
Yumi Zeri, potentially. They could also go for the Yumi Aphelios if they perhaps are worried about the laning phase, but I think Yumi Zeri is... I think the phrase is rather strong.
Yeah, decently good. Milio is the choice. Milio very strong here at the moment.
In fact, you could actually go Yumi here, and then pick like a jungler, and then leave AD carry till 3 if you wanted to. But they feel confident with the Zeri Yumi. Well, with the Zeri at least. The Yumi probably going to come on 3, but they'll pick the Annie for now for Karis, so denying that away from Bulldog. And also just generally a strong pick, able to get that prayer on the mid lane, able to farm first strike stacks as well.
So, will it be Jinx? Or will it just be the LCK favorite of Aphelios?
I think as much as the Jinx was really good in the other game, I think Aphelios has been the preferred one that they're going for, and they will just lock that one in. So you should have a good laning phase into the Zeri Yumi, assuming that's the pairing we see. And also does help a little bit with the extra range that you're able to give the Aphelios. Obviously one of his weaknesses is his range. And the cleanse against Yanni, all solid features to help Keyun do as much as he can. Looks like they might end up going for that Sejuani here. Which again, you know, you can cleanse that, so cleanse definitely probably going to be picked up by Henna on this one.
Yeah.
But I think Yumi probably just going to come in here on this third pick. It would make the most sense.
Yep, effort is resigned to it. See, you know, shrugs, smirks. It's Yumi.
Well, I guess
no big surprise.
You know, his name is effort, but he won't have to put in much effort to play this champion.
Yeah, nice.
And I think bans here.
Save it for games 2 and 3.
Yeah, of course. I think bans here for Brion. Targeting things like the Jax makes a lot of sense. You know, with this Sejuani, pairs very well with melee solo laners. Particularly like if Dudu is able to pop off and something like the Jax, it could be painful. Whereas Kwangdong have the edge that they've already picked a jungler and they can target things. The Wukong is already gone. Could look towards the Viego as well as a possibility, something they can go for. But there are a lot of junglers available. There's still like the Kazakhs on the cards, the Volley Bear that we've seen a couple of times. So we'll just see what they end up going for here.
A lot of discussion on this, but Gnar.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. No, I don't think it was very much warranted, you know. I don't think Pez that good with Sejuani, but maybe concerned about it being picked up as a blind for Dudu in this situation.
Yeah, Gnar's kind of been... He's been around, but he hasn't really... We haven't really talked about him too much.
Yeah, I feel like he's
in a positive light.
He's the kind of pick you take when you don't know what else to take.
Yeah. It's like a fallback pick or something.
Yeah, we do see the Gwen band, which might indicate Kwangdong want to lean onto a tank in the top lane. Maybe something like the Scion could be what they're leaning towards. Expectation is that Brion will take jungle here and then give counter pick to Morgan.
Yeah, unless there's something they absolutely want to prioritize in the top lane, which could be the Gragas here.
The Gragas yet. Unlikely we see a Flexor jungle is still in theory a possibility. but a pretty stable blind, and they are leaving Umti's pick for his 400th game to last, so we'll have as much information as possible. Of Guangdong, we're going to see what they'll opt to do with their solo lanes. They could end up picking something like the Jace potentially, if they wanted to be able to have potential flex on that. Also can stack up with Sejuani quickly, but they are just going to lock up this Poppy in the top lane, which we have seen be very effective into the Zeri. Well, we haven't seen it be effective, but the theory's there. The concept is available. And they did hover over the Jace, but toying with the idea of the Ahri as well. The Jace would make them very heavy in AD, but they have 2 champs that can build Sunfire, and that's a lot of magic damage.
Nice. Will they is a question. So yeah, Jace comes out, and certainly Morgan's going to be building a lot of armor in this game. Now, Effort always does this, where he hovers the Nasus. What is Umti's pick for this game? It looks like it will be Viego.
Yeah, interesting they ended up saving this for so long, but I guess they just wanted the priority on the Gragas, and now have the Viego. I think it works reasonably well with Yanni, because obviously she can set up those stuns, she can get the resets coming in. And when it comes to those team fights, you know, we talk about Brion being a team who wants to lean into the later stage of the game. They have, you know, a solid front line with that Gragas. They have good engage potential with the Annie and the Gragas, and then they have that scaling in the Zeri Yuumi. But I do have some concerns about that bot lane 2v2, and also the power of the Sejuani Jace can be pretty neat in the mid jungle. But definitely, I feel like Guangdong Freaks need to be the one who are getting the ball rolling in the early game and starting the game off strong, because the heavy AD they have on the comp will hinder them as the game goes on.
Yeah, they're hoping for an early lead and no Mountain Drakes in this one. We didn't have it in the first series, so maybe that means we get it in the second one. Not sure. As both the coaches will walk off, we'll have to see how this first one is going to go. So many fans every single day this week, but especially on bro days, feels like
a lot of supporters.
A lot of, that was a very large sign we had on the left there with OK Man all over it.
He is a pretty cool mascot to have all over your sign. So yeah, as we load in, it'll be interesting to see if any shenanigans come out level 1 as well with the Sejuani, potentially. But overall, definitely on Guangdong to get the ball rolling in this game.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it looks like we are ready to hop onto the riff for game number 1, guys. Let's jump into it right now. The OK Brion chance coming out. They got Zeri Yuumi.
Oh,
see how it works for them as OK.
And also, look at the theme they're going for. Both got green skins on.
Okay.
As they are playing for Brion. So, do love to see it.
Wow.
Hasn't really been kept up by the rest of the team.
Yeah.
But I think bot lane skin synergy is really important.
Well, Umti went for the green pet, so we can see that he's also got some mindfulness about this as well, right?
Yeah. We don't get to see... Wait, which Gragas skin was it? Was it the... I forgot the name. The fancy Gragas?
Debonair Gragas.
It's not Debonair Gragas. But it's with like...
Gentleman Gragas?
It's
GG?
not Gentleman Gragas. It's some very specific word. Which is escaping me.
Hillbilly Gragas.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
I didn't actually see it, so maybe.
Esquire Gragas, is that it?
Esquire.
Is that it?
Maybe.
It's something like that.
So we have Futures Market on Pinna.
Very interesting. So we've seen a bit of a move away from the overgrowth that we've seen a lot of Zeris initially go to be just a bruiser. Futures Market here to try and get those early item spikes. We'll see if there's any interesting resets where that's actually utilized. By the way, see a little bit of trading going on early. Obviously, a big reason why Milio is so strong is that he can just shield himself and use his passive to beat you up. Or in this case, give the shield to Taeyun to beat you up.
Yeah. At level 1, you still have Calibrum. You're still able to poke it down a decent amount, but they're not going to hit level 2 first, which turns out Zeri's pretty good at clearing minions.
Yeah.
Especially against level 1 Aphelios.
Yeah, maybe a bit
Doesn't
too
amount
much.
to too much.
Bit too much of a focus on autoing Henna instead of autoing the wave, but it's still fine. Yeah, it's that Gregor skin. Is it Esquire? I don't remember what it's called.
Esquire. Thank you, G-Sun. Gragas S. God.
That's the important information we need on demand.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Actually, interesting. Both supports go in Relic Shield instead of Spell Thieves, which kind of suggests they didn't think they'd be trading as much as they are now. But we've actually seen a lot of heavy trades here between the two.
That's okay.
That nearly hit me.
Yeah, I felt the blast, like the radiant heat from the aftershock.
Yeah, because Karis definitely didn't.
Well, it whooshed by him at least.
Yeah, maybe the wind that came from it.
None of the heat, though.
None of the heat.
Yeah. Well, bottom lane nowadays, we're back to kind of scaling meta, where it's, you know, here in the LCK, you can look for some trades, but generally you're just trying to farm up to at least one item. And I say you're not looking for trades. I'm sure that bro didn't really want to take that trade, but Taeyoon and June doing a good job of forcing this, and now Youngjae is on the bottom side of the map, but not looking for any dives just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the cleanse being burnt was pretty big, but I think the fact they're still heal and exhaust, I think it makes them nervous, but John's been doing a really good job with whatever Milio's Q is, I forget the name, just lining them on Henna and setting
Great
up
Ball of Fire.
Exactly.
That's the name, yeah.
Lining it up with the Calibrum as well, and even there, Taeyoon, like, waiting for the end duration of the Gravitum to try and root and get the Q in was enough to burn cleanse. So this is one of the concerns with this draft, is that the bot lane 2v2 does favor Guangdong Freaks, and they're doing a really good job of applying pressure so far.
Nice little slow push coming in here. June waiting until the last moment to hit that cannon. Here comes Umpty, just hanging out, getting some vision down. Being a visible threat, because I believe he was on a ward there for just a little bit. But yeah, Taeyoon and June still pushing it on in. Not scared of this at all, just continuing to press the advantage, and getting 2 plates this early on is pretty huge. I mean, we're not even hitting the 5-minute mark already, as meanwhile, in the top side, Dudu getting the better of this Modu matchup so far.
Yeah, fighting the edge. Obviously, you know, it's a Gragas, she'll heal up over time, but this bot lane is starting to really hit, and if you're forced to recall already with the shurikens, don't opt to actually do much. I don't think it really has enough damage to get that much done with it, but 2 plates already.
Especially with the bulwark.
True. Well, actually, that's in mid top.
What?
The bulwark?
Yeah.
The extra resistances.
Yeah.
That's mid and top.
It doesn't. I thought it comes up in after 5 minutes.
No, so
in the bottom lane.
No, so before 5 minutes, there's reinforcements on mid and top. Stop lane swaps.
But I thought after you take, maybe I'm using the wrong word, but after you take a plate.
Oh, after you take a plate, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about.
What is the name of that?
I don't know.
The after the plate goes down resistances? Is that the official name? Because that's
sure
what I was talking
That sounds like, okay, that sounds like it could be it.
It's like OK Savings Bank Rion.
Yeah, it's just the full name, right? But yeah, I think Taeyoon taking the recall timing pretty good and has the Noon Quiver already. So in a pretty good spot. And the thing is, with that extra AD as well, hopefully just going to keep applying pressure in this lane. And you're now sort of at the point where if we see a moment where Bulldog has prior mid, it can move, or just if we see a moment where Youngjae can come down and maybe Brion's bot lane take a bad trade, we could definitely see potentially a dive. One of the things to remember about the Yuumi since the changes is that her heal isn't on an E anymore, it's on a passive, and it scales with level.
Oh, the bear is out, Umpty is here, but Umpty a little bit late to the party, also too close to the turret, so at the end of the day, it just turns out to be a harassing bear, which generally that's
what we see a lot.
That's what he is, right?
But yeah, so there isn't actually that much healing in Yuumi's kit early, so if you get chunked out in lane, it's a lot more painful than it used to be. So Henna has to be cautious, especially as red-white are available. We see Youngjae hovering around.
Yeah. Bulldog here on a ward too, so Umpty's like, hello, never mind. Doesn't want a piece of that. No objectives taken, but we do see Umpty hanging around the Dragon Pit. Not sure if he is starting that. The answer is no. Out come June and Taeyun, and they're going to have priority in this lane for quite a while, so UMT might struggle to take those objectives unless he gets the good timing with their back.
And actually interesting, we're seeing Morgan go for the Catalyst for the Rod of Ages, which, I mean, he's gone Grasp. The expectation was he'd go Tank Gragas, but maybe he's gone like Hybrid. But I feel like when you enter a full AD team, I would just want to be as tanky as possible and also build the most broken item in the game, which we all know.
Sunfire.
Sunfire Cape, yeah.
Yeah.
Yudu has the right idea.
Yeah. I mean, Sunfire, we've looked at some numbers. It's doing like 2,000, 3,000 damage over the course of some games, so it's pretty good.
Sometimes over the course of a fight.
It makes
specific scenario.
It makes you very tanky.
Yeah.
Well, it makes you decently tanky.
And makes you do a lot of damage.
It's a damage item, yeah. As we know. But yeah, Morgan, pretty interesting choice here. We'll see what he continues on his build with. If it's just more AP. You can tell that the follow-up with like AP Gragas and Annie and Viego is going to be pretty large, especially if you can get a lead. Your burst potential is gigantic, so maybe that's the idea.
Yeah.
Instead of rather like trying to like sit around and tank a bunch of damage and sit in the front.
I think if he was going to go more AP, I don't know if he'd have gone Grasp, you know? I feel like that's why I'm thinking he's gone like a hybrid, sort of bit of AP with a tank, maybe just wants extra wave clear or like a little bit of damage. We see Youngjae start up the Herald. Brianna forced Dudu out.
Yeah.
And everyone's here for a fight.
He's gotten this pretty low, just going to throw the ult on UMT, who has to flash away, so that should be free to the side of Kwangdong, and Youngjae takes it down, the flash over the wall from Dudu. They're looking for a fight here, but Dudu's very low, hits two of them out, misses that on Nakaris, who flashes away from the charge, but still, it is Kwangdong Freaks picking up the objective.
Yeah, that looked like it could have gone so bad for the side of Kwangdong Freaks, and then Dudu comes in with a clutch ultimate, says goodbye to Zeri, which is something I wish I could say on a regular basis, but at least gets this Zeri out the fight, because Henna sliding in with ultimate stacking up with the Yuumi on top looked like it could be a problem, especially when Dudu and Youngjae were already so low. We'll see the replay. So again, a lot of damage used on UMT there, but Henna's basically untouched. You don't have ult from Sejuani, and it starts to look like a Zeri moment could happen until Dudu says bye.
Bulldog and June were making their way up the river, but there was definitely potential for Henna to pop off, so nicely done to the side of Kwangdong and Dudu. And we avoid any kills, most importantly. So no kills, no action.
Very important to do so, and
good.
I believe, I'm not sure, I think I saw this, the longest we've had for Fierce Blood so far this season is 12 minutes and 29 seconds.
Oh, well, that's easily breakable.
That's definitely beatable here. But we'll see if the teams try and counteract that. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, I did think that's what it said, but my Korean skills are pretty non-existent. So.
The fastest was 59 seconds, where Viper killed Zeus and face checked the brush.
I remember that one.
And
hopefully Zeus does, because that was a bit of an oopsie.
And then T1 won the game.
So the lesson is, don't get Fierce Blood.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the correlation, right?
Yeah. Correlation always equals causation.
Yes, all the time. That's the lesson you guys got to learn. 100%.
Glad we can
Don't listen to science. We don't need that.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a joke.
Sometimes listen to science. Or maybe quite often.
For anyone, yeah. Anyway.
I think
Freaks. Yeah.
One thing to mention is that Bulldog ended up being the one grabbing the Herald. So it's kind of reliant on him being able to move around to get this Herald in a good spot, which is one of the downsides, because he's against the Annie, who is just dropping bears on him.
Seems like maybe it missed.
Yeah, I think it might have, but it is just following him around, which is pretty irritating as well.
Yeah.
So this is part of the issue. I think maybe Bulldog's best chance is just to... Oh, goodbye. It's just to throw it down mid, get some damage there, but I think it's going to be hard to find a good window where Bulldog can move bot and get it down when there's only about a minute
no
left.
flash. Remember, he does not have any way out of this. And down he goes, blasted from miles away. They're going to feel that one. Zumdi not too happy. He did have Heartbreaker, but no flash, which means easy setup. Youngjae takes the 1v1. Bulldog's right there.
Yeah, I think the thing is that Youngjae stacked up the passive, and there was no good time for UMT to ult, where he wouldn't just get ulted by Youngjae as soon as he landed. Maybe it would have put him far enough away so the Shock Blast couldn't follow, but between a rock and a hard place there, and Guangdong Freaks will be rewarded with the Dragon on that one. You do also see mid and AD carry picking up items. We're going to replay to sort of see it down. And I think just one of these overconfidence things. I think Viego's often, when they have their E, will feel like, yeah, I can't be challenged. The stun builds up. Super clean play there. And this was some of that power in the mid-jungle 2v2 that we were talking about in the draft phase.
Okay, trying to make a play here on a Dudu. He's going to get hit by that barrel, actually. Follow up slow, but it is Poppy after all. And Morgan a bit low on mana now. With Yoma's completed and the Rift Herald, he's going to drop it down. And you can see that Karasi does have TP, but already we're getting this going in the mid lane. We know what a Jace can do as well with some time with the turret. Just going to look to take down 2 plates. There he goes. Picks them both up, and now Bulldog is quite ferocious.
Yeah.
He's off the leash.
He is ready with the laser eyes.
Yeah.
Which I guess is a shock blast in this situation.
You also always associate laser eyes with Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never had a Bulldog personally, but I assume that that's a leading characteristic of why people get Bulldogs. So, important to know. We do also see plate picked up bot. So both the carries on Guangdong pretty accelerated right now, which we did say was pretty important for them when you're going into Zeri Yuumi in general. But just getting that lead definitely going to be helpful.
Morgan has a cloth armor sitting in his inventory. What will that be built into? Will it be a chain vest? Will it be plated steel caps? Kind of an interesting choice into the Poppy and Sejuani, but perhaps he wants it to start stacking some armor in this game after the Rod, which we've already denoted as quite the interesting choice.
Yeah, I think probably you'd want to build some armor second item, but I do think normally Gragas goes for Ionian boots just because, especially with the Rod of Ages, you need some ability haste. Like, he syncs so well with that stat. So I'm not sure if he'll go plated steel caps, even though it's technically pretty good because you're into like a full AD composition. But the Sunfire stacking has started.
Yeah. Look at Young Jay's already got a Sunfire. Looks like he also has Futures Market. So he got that as early as possible. Yeah. These lanes, though, are kind of just disappearing. I mean, the bottom lane turret's going to go down, and plates are off, at least. But this is going to be first turret blood over to Guangdong Freaks, as Taeyun and June going to be able to pick that one up. And that could get them in position on time for the second Rift Herald. Let's see how hard they want to pressure onto this objective.
So I think this is the right call from Brian in the sense that you know you're losing mid and bot anyway, so you're sacrificing it to get the Herald. But it's not a good trade. It's just the best trade you can make given that those lanes are losing. So by no means just get them out of the rough spot they're in. Already a 3,000 gold deficit, but at least they don't also give over the Herald.
True. Yeah, Guangdong Freaks didn't really put a lot of thought into taking that objective down. They're like, yeah, we'll just take the plates, that's fine.
We'll just take both those turrets.
We like this trade, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, why did you take Herald so you can take towers? Let's just take the towers. Skip the middleman, go straight to the destination.
Yeah. Gives you a pretty good trade deal, and Guangdong Freaks, now they rotate up Taeyun and June into the mid lane. And Henna's got this awkward position where, yes, he is Zeri, so he's not going to be in as much danger as another AD carry that's a little bit immobile, but hey, he's got to sit back in this lane a little bit. It's going to give a lot of map control over to Guangdong Freaks, who will be looking for the second Drake. And with Ocean and Cloud already off the cards, you might see something big like Hextech.
Yeah, or it could get scammed and it could be a Chemtech. That would be so fitting.
Yeah.
1 in 4 chance to get a bad soul.
Seems like good odds.
You'd think.
75% of the time, every time.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting mechanic in League of Legends that it's like a dice roll whether or not the dragons you stacked are meaningful.
Yeah.
We love a bit of random chance.
Yeah, a little bit of RNG in your skill-based game, I think is fine.
Yeah. Like crit. I think everyone loves crit. You know when you go for a duel with another AD carry, you don't crit and they do, and they have like 20% crit, and you have like 50% crit. I think that feels good.
Yeah, or like when an Aphelios has like 40% crit and he hits the crit on the ult every single time seemingly.
Yeah.
And you're playing against him and he gets fed. Yeah, that feels good too. He's on one item, but like
Gangplank's another one. You know, his barrel's doing like 64 billion damage because
approximately, yeah.
Yeah, when he has like just a crit poke. Yeah. All good things, and we do see Morgan did go for the Ionian, so wasn't that ability haste. And I think maybe going for a Frozen Heart next.
Yeah.
Presumably.
Looks like it. As Dudu, he's got some pretty good positioning on the Poppy. Our desk was talking about this from the first series, so perhaps Nongshim can watch a little bit.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's where you want to be. You've got two tanky guys as well in the Poppy and the Sejuani.
Both teams aware. It could be a Chemtech Soul, so they want to fight for this.
You got to be ready for that, as the Shock Blast is going to miss. Kind of threading the needle on that one. Umpty keeps fishing, and it looks like we will continue fishing. We do have a Rift Herald on the bot side that just died.
Another Shock Blast available now, but it looks like Bulldog has places to be, things to do. He missed 2 Shock Blasts. His job here is done.
All right, we're still fishing. All right, guys. Yep.
Rion are like, where's the Jace? We need to watch out. He's going to fire from Fog of War. No, he left. Okay, he's back now.
Okay, he's back. Oh, he hit Morgan.
On the Gragas, not the best target.
Oh, no. Jonas Strong's like, is there anything else I can look at on the map?
Yeah. Bulldog's also running out of mana now. I'm not sure how many more Shock Blasts he's got in him.
Yeah.
He's also leaving again. He's just gone.
He's just going a bit. He's like, yeah, I can hit this with my hammer. I'll get some mana back. No, he's just going to clear it as, oh, we're going to hit Morgan again.
Oh. Morgan is receiving a beating here.
Yeah, but he's healing up with that passive bit by bit. And okay, TP comes back. He needed to get some more as the engage comes in, hits nothing as Taeyun, the cast will not affect him at all. And the knockaway on the majority of the team will be pretty good, I'd say. 2 kills to the side of Kwangdong Freaks. They take down the Dragon. It's a winning fight for Kwangdong.
Yeah, both top laners trying to make the big plays. Morgan going for the engage. Nearly had an okay angle in the ultimate, but the ult from Dudu just completely dictate the fight. As soon as that landed, it's like, okay, cool, we win. We get the Dragon. And it is a Mountain Soul, which is a pretty good one.
It's a good one. You definitely want to make sure Bro is not beginning to stack those.
Yeah, actually the big thing was the ult from Jun meant Taeyun was cleansed from the stun. He could move out from the cast.
Yeah.
He didn't get knocked in. I don't think it would have mattered anyway, though, because of the ult from Judy. We'll see the replay.
Very nice. Keep fighting, he says. Get Diego, get Gragas. And everybody's real happy in here.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the star of that was definitely Dudu, but credit to Jun for the quick cleanse to keep Taeyun alive. And now Kwangdong Freaks almost 5,000 gold up, 2 dragons away from the Mountain Soul, in a good spot. And this is what we said they needed to do, right? We said that composition needed that momentum. The AD profile meant that if they went even, if they went late without an advantage, they could struggle. But the game is really in their hands right now.
Yeah. There's always a lot of talk about profiles, and it is a very important of the game. But at the end of the day, if you're just trying to like kill an Annie or kill a Zeri as fast as possible, Jason Aphelios will be able to do that very well, regardless,
but also,
right?
Dudu and Youngjae, they just built Sunfire to stand there.
True. Oh, nice flash away from the bear, but Bulldog's still in a lot of trouble here as he has to go only in. He's got June nearby who's trying to get in and help, but not quite able to do so, as now teleport coming in. June's like, man, I didn't want any piece of this. 2 kills on the side of OK Savings Bank Breon, as now they will look to take this Baron.
Yeah, really nice engage coming in, and Bulldog had a fantastic flash, but it still wasn't enough. Out of position, and now Youngjae has to try and approach, but it's so difficult. There's so much interruption for the Sejuani, but Dudu has ult. A big ult from him again could turn this on its head.
Yeah, as now they're trying to engage. As in goes Henna, is looking for Taeyun in the backline. He's just trying to flash away as this Zeri will be flashed away. And that will at least save him for now. And Umpty was on the Baron still, funnily enough, so he's super low. He's going to have to back away. And turns out, KDF able to stop the Baron at least.
Yeah, I think too many people split off from the Baron. I think maybe if Henna had gone aggressive there and then there was more people staying on the Baron, they could have secured that. It's hard to say without knowing what the health of the Baron was. I didn't get to see it quite at the end. But yeah, Bulldog, great flash, but you're still stuck next to this Viego, and then Jun's like, I'm here to save you, but he ends up in an even worse position. We'll see what actually happened here with the Baron held. I think part of the problem was, you see Karis is zoning, Henna's the only one doing significant damage to the Baron, and even though it gets to about 6k, when he slides over, like wants to keep it leashed, but no one else is hitting it. And then, you know, Morgan and Karis aren't really doing anything, they're trying to help. It just ends up being very split. I think if they'd kept on the Baron, they might have been able to secure it, but they don't end up getting a significant advantage there.
Yeah, and, you know, you can see that He's trying to call over the guys. Karis was running through a Sejuani ult, like the remnants of it, just slowly, doing nothing. Maybe could have like tried to keep it leashed with the Tibbers or something, but yeah, it was pretty thin. You know, it's very early on in the game. You're definitely going to need that Zeri damage, and if she's out of the fight, it's pretty rough. And so it does stop the Baron from there. So now definitely a bit of a road bump for Guangdong Freaks, but they still are pretty heavily in the lead here, about 5,000 gold.
They've got a second Sunfire.
It's a lot of magic damage now.
They can start melting people. We do see the Frozen Heart finish to Morgan, and he has completed his Rod of Ages, so he's got the level up. The build from Karis with the Rylai's and the Leandri, so a lot of burn on that bear. You often see the Proto Belt for the engage potential, but I think a lot of this is just about cutting through this beefy front line, which makes a lot of sense when you are up against this Poppy and Sejuani.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. You can still hold on to that flash if you want to try to make a big play in the back line. You know that your flash stun is going to be a little bit less game-changing when there's Emilio on the team, so just wanting to do some upfront burn, some nice damage for the team. Hanging out in that very special Viego spot. And
a very dangerous one that we've seen countless Viegos die in.
Yeah. The bones of many a Viego over the course of games here.
The Viego Graveyard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good name for it.
Nice shield to block that damage. But yeah, Guangdong Freaks have pretty good control over the area, and Morgan seems to not be aware of this.
Yeah, okay, they are going all in on the Gragas though, as now it is chaos. The cast comes in, Zeri ult is in, tons of Aphelios damage, but Henna is going kind of crazy as Umpty tries to go in, nearly gets 100 to 0, and in fact he will eventually as the shot glass comes in on Henna. He is not healthy enough to stick around. Guangdong Freaks not healthy enough to end the fight heavily in their favor, although they do get that pick on the Umpty.
Yeah, and that definitely feels like the sort of game where you are fight where you are 5,000 gold down. Henna trying to do damage there, but just doesn't quite have enough to cut through. And Umti tries the hero play and is instantly punished for it. So the dragon will go over. We'll get a replay off that one. So Morgan just very out of position, it feels here, but does try and turn it into an engage here. There isn't too much follow-up. You can see the ult from Jun gets Young Jay out, and then Henna starts to free hit. But Umti, I guess, just trying to take out Jun, but didn't respect the fact he still had flash. Critical error there.
Yeah.
And also the Shock Blast doing a lot of damage.
I mean, he has Sereldas, he's got Muramana, like he's on 3 items. He is smacking people. Even Morgan, right? Like he has a Frozen Heart, but it's not an insane amount of armor. So you're even doing decent damage to him.
Yeah, and I think getting the Mountain Dragon's really big because ultimately, if Brionne starts to get them, then they'll become super tanky, especially since armor's gonna have so much value. But also, you have this beefy frontline for Guangdong Freaks, and if you make the Poppy and the Sejuani tankier, it's really gonna be hard for the Zeri to cut through. One of the weaknesses of this Bruiser Zeri build is that you're not the best at shredding tanks. The thing is, you're so durable over the course of a fight, you will whittle them down and they can't really do anything to you. But you just don't have the DPS needed if Guangdong Freaks gets any tankier and you're not able to keep up in terms of items.
We'll see how far you can get along in that build. So right now, Taeyun sitting on 2.5 items.
You know what this is? That's stacking Sunfire numbers. Just by little fights there.
Yeah.
Just pumping the numbers.
It's very important. We have to fit Onx's agenda. The best damage item in the game, otherwise, yeah, it's not going to be too happy. So we do have 2. Gragas did not go for it. I think it kind of makes sense when you're mostly just going to be kind of combo-based, engaging. You want that upfront damage, and then you want to stick around afterwards and slow people up.
Yeah.
Frozen hurt.
Frozen not pretty good for the ability haste, the durability. And of course, Rod of Ages. I mean, the thing is, Rod of Ages gives you a lot of your damage, right? You don't need Sunfire as well.
Well, this is thrilling.
A lot of scrapping.
Yeah. Can we go back to the bot lane, actually, for a sec?
Yeah, I was enjoying that.
Yeah, yeah. You can tell that Jonah Strong doesn't listen to us. Yeah, so we do have this Baron up. Both teams eyeing it
Yeah,
deliciously.
Oh, we do see a tower taken. A little bit of an objective bounty, but I think ultimately Kwangdong Freaks don't need to do Baron. They are going to establish vision. If someone makes a misstep, they will hit them. But ultimately, you have Soul in 2.5 minutes. You can just play for that very comfortably. And once you manage to pick that up, it's going to become very difficult for OK Bro, OK Man Bro,
yeah,
to really match up.
Mortal Reminder finished here for the Aphelios.
To remind Rion that they are mortal.
Yeah.
Lord Morgan can bleed.
True. We've seen that before. Occasionally, from time to time, not always.
Yeah. Not against Dudu, generally speaking. And that's the thing to remember, as much as expectation was Kwangdong Freaks are looking better at the moment, that was people's prediction. Rion did beat them both times they matched up in spring. And the streak, you know, it's still game one.
Yeah.
Not looking too hot right now.
First match of spring that they played, Kwangdong took the first map. First game, I should say.
So I think we can assume that taking the first game was a bad move.
For that one, yeah. Because they went on to get reverse sweeped in the best of 3, turns out. So Dudu went back, bought a couple items, and now he's back in this lane. And Kwangdong Freaks are still waiting.
But in a minute 12 seconds, that's what they're waiting for. We do see the Zeri has just picked up the Titanic Hydra, so pretty big spike. Everyone's going for the resets on Kwangdong Freaks, and this Dragon fight will likely be the one to dictate the game. Still a big deficit for Brion, but getting those pivotal spikes on their carries is pretty significant. And they want to be there as soon as possible, because I think especially when you're against a Jace, Jace being set up an objective first means that whenever you're face checking, you're getting hit by shock blasts, and it's not a fun time.
Yeah. There's only so much that Morgan can tank up as well. And Umpty doesn't really have any armor at this point. So here we go. Already posturing, 30 seconds until the Mountain Drake does come up. Umpty, a little bit scary there, but no Gragas, no Annie on their side.
Right now, he's got to be careful.
Yeah, he's thinking about the his fallen brothers. Maybe
paying his respects.
Yeah, maybe that's helping him out here. Helping out his mindset in this. So 5v5 in the mid lane, bit of a K-Ram. Umpty face checking into Youngjae, gonna get stunned up as the damage comes in. Henna pops that ultimate, is threatening onto them as Dudu doesn't want any piece of that at all. The Aphelios ultimate not gonna hit anything except thin air, and Dudu is quite strong.
Taking no damage.
Yeah, the Zeri at this point has used all of her ultimate, and they are going to get started on this one. Teleport available for Dudu, but I think they can rush this down. They will attempt to do so, at least.
They have to stop Youngjae getting in.
I don't think that's going to happen. He is over into the pit, and it will go the way of Youngjae as everybody's getting killed in that back line. Down goes Henna, down goes Effort, and I think this game might just be done for as the Mountain Soul is taken. And Kwangdong Freaks take the fight in a big way.
Yeah, the concept was pretty good from Henna to try and burn them out, but the damage just wasn't there. Dudu feels pretty much immortal, securing the dragon there huge, but I don't think it really made a difference. The fight was over and the game looks to be done.
Yeah, it does seem pretty done here. Only 7-2 in terms of the kills, but let's see, maybe we'll get a couple more as he's trying to clear out that wave. The Casket's not going to hit the wave, and now he is in a stopwatch, trying to buy as much time as possible, but it's not a lot of time that he has bought. Umpty getting low. Here comes Effort. Never mind. We didn't see Effort there. Okay, in he goes with Henna, and now it matters, but it is a little bit too little too late. Down goes the Nexus. Kwangdong Freaks will take game number 1.
Yeah, definitely not the fastest paced game, but I think the momentum was there. They got the advantage, and they just played for the Dragons. They got fortunate in that it wasn't the Chemtech Soul. And, you know, we saw OK Brion forced to fight them, and they couldn't match up in the 5v5s.
Yeah. And once again, on the side of OK Bro, Umpty got a bit behind early on, and he wasn't really a big force in this game. And whenever that happens to Brion, they just seem lifeless. And we saw a couple of times where Henna was really trying to push the envelope, trying to get in there and force fights by himself. But even then, I mean, Dudu just walked away mostly unharmed, TP back into the fight, and from there they had used too many cooldowns.
Yeah.
They were too far behind.
I think it's so hard because you're not going to do enough damage to the Poppy or the Sejuani. Even with ultimate, you saw how little damage was being done. Without ultimate, you're just not going to do enough damage. And the thing is, if they disengage, you burn your ultimate. And it's so hard to try and get past them. They need to find creative openings on the back line. You know, a bit like Doran at last finals on the Gragas. That's what they need to break up the front line of Guangdong Freeze. I told you, didn't I, by the way? Sunfire, what a broken item. That is all meaningful damage. That is not just fist fighting against Morgan.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not talk about Young Jay's damage. He also had a Sunfire.
Yeah.
He wasn't in a lane trading with someone, so...
Yeah, he wasn't just bashing his head against
He wasn't
Morgan.
getting the full value out of the item. Wasn't utilizing it correctly, right?
That's what you need to do. You need another tank on the other team. You need to be in a side lane.
Yeah.
Untouched. And just bashing your head
Unbothered, yeah.
Yeah, flourishing.
You get huge amounts of damage like we saw there. A fantastic game number one, absolutely back and forth. Guangdong Freaks able to take it down. And guys, we're going to close and come back for game number two.
애니 노고?
나 공있어.
데리볼게.
얘들아 빨리지 말고.
가.
얘들아 미드 가면 얘들아 바로 가자. 안 끝날 것 같아.
미드 가.
미드 왜? 미드 안 끝나?
끝내면 돼.
해보면 안 돼? 30초.
미드가 보자 이거. 끝날 것 같은데?
라인 지키면서 30초는 괜찮아?
끝낼만 할 것 같은데?
나 무기 많이 죽긴 한데. 오케이 한번 해보자.
우리 제이스랑 아페리아 속도 좀
라인만 지켜봐. 몸 대주고 이거 오면 죽여. 절대 먼저 들어가지 마. 오면 잠겨.
끝나게
왔을 때 죽여. 왔을 때.
피해고 노공.
내가 몸 대줄게.
피해고 노공이야.
라인 지켜.
아래 거부터.
얘 죽여야 될 것 같은데?
아래 거부터 해봐.
아 죽여.
그래. 나 죽였어. 가만 없어.
할만해. 내어볼 사람 써. 아니.
타워 쳐야 돼.
끝난 거 아니야. 타워.
타워 게임 끝나 이거.
퍼져.
끝나.
나이스.
애니 노플.
야. 끝나네.
아쉽네. 뭔가.
welcome back to the space after the first game of our second series for today. Not a very Giga Chat performance from the bro, unfortunately, but I think it was expected.
Hey, more content. For the fans. They're trying their best.
Yeah, certainly some rough around the edges early game and some really bad macro decisions, especially in the mid game, that allowed massive advantages basically in all three lanes here on the side of Guangdong Freaks. And it was just a free early game. Like, they had a 3,000 gold lead with 1 kill.
And looking at this draft, what really comes to mind is Milio. Again, we at this point, I think, can conclusively say that Zerayumi, insanely strong. Milio, with it's mostly been the failures, whatever, better. And I am mad. I'm not often mad, but I
don't understand. Are you a Milio hater or a Milio enjoyer?
I'm not a Milio hater necessarily.
Okay.
I think that the kid's cool. I really think that he's, you know, his voice lines are cute. I love the little fireballs, like all that.
Yeah.
That is fine. But what the champion does in competitive is so bust.
Okay, Chronicler, I'm gonna let you become a Milio teacher, rather, and educate us about this champion, because again, a new enchanter in the game, but an interesting kit, maybe overtuned, some would say. I know some nerf is coming from the champion. Talk us through the priority of the champion so far. It's been played 11 times, 3 losses. Why do you explain this result?
Imagine if you had Janna, whichever thing she provides, right? Like amazing disengage, shielding, really setting up for your carry. But then instead of only providing disengage, she also provided double of a lethal tempo fully stacked. Like, think about how good it feels when you're an AD carry and you stack lethal tempo, right? Up to 6 stacks.
Imagine giving that to a champion.
And then it gives it on a basic ability.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to talk about like what went on in the early game too in terms of the laning phase, right? And we'll take a look at what actually happened in the lane. As you just have so much power with the Milios. We're going to jump actually further forward here to our second highlight. In fact, we talked about Milio quite a bit, but Milio in the laning phase did so much. We're going to take a look at a completely different fight though here. Yeah. And this is where Dudu.
I mean, Dudult, I want to say.
Okay, here we go.
There you go,
This is
Milio.
what I wanted
Thank
to
you
talk
so
about,
much.
because when you have the Milio in lane, the range that you get as a Felios is insane, especially with Calorum, and it basically just allows you to turn any lane into a Caitlyn lane. Like, which was one of the best answers to Zerayumi in the past, is just get lane prio, push hard, and pick up plates. And Taeyun is able to get so much gold here early on, and when we see Bro later on actually try to push around the Rift Herald fight, he's left alone to get more plate gold, and he gets extremely fed, gets a ton of money early on without even really having to take an early fight or get an early skirmish. So the power of Milio to me is all about the laning phase. And team fights can allow you to engage, allow you to close the gap, but like the laning part is just insanely busted.
And I think what the first 2 clips showed was that part I'm okay with. Like the ultimate being this big, you know, like AoE cleanse. Obviously it's strong, but that is a ultimate ability. Those are allowed to be powerful. But I agree with Wolf, the laning phase part, that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it scales well. I think it's got an insane synergy with a lot of AD carries that's been played right now, but you got a little bit of preview of what we want to talk about next. Of course, it's Dudu with his ult, with his Poppy. Honestly, I think key player of this game, especially in these highlights.
Yeah, I mean, he 100% set up several of these fights. This is one critical one from his point of view where he pushes 2 away, one on the Rift Herald early on in the game as well, and he just consistently turns these fights that look like, okay, maybe actually Brion are going to win a fight, maybe they're actually going to take this into their own hands. He shoves them away.
Maybe, maybe not. You don't seem to agree here.
No, I definitely agree. No, my main thing with how Dudu played was that, as Wolf is saying, the control of Poppy is really big. Like, obviously, your zone denial is really good with your W, but hitting big ultimates can be the difference maker between winning or losing. And I can think of 3 separate occasions where Hannah is a good Zeri player. Like, I think Brion's play at the moment is not good. They look like the worst version of themselves, where they actually just sit around and don't do a whole lot. But the moments where they did try to make plays were very, very aggressively shut down by Dudu on Poppy.
I mean, yeah, when you know that you're going to have a Poppy just slamming her hammer at you like this, and it's hard to context objective as well, as we saw. Is it enough for him to get the player of the game, though? Let's look at this for now.
Yeah!
And of course it is.
All right.
No surprise here.
I mean, we were kind of worried that Bulldog was going to steal the show because he had some really good shock blast and a great laning phase, played very calmly. but I think Dudu definitely, in our minds, was so impactful in these critical team fights. Because we didn't have very many team fights actually in this game, but each and every one he saved. Like this was a complete save in this team fight.
Yeah, knowing when to disengage from a losing fight, knowing when to disengage to get the objective, as we said. A champion that suits him well, I want to say. Maybe not worth a ban for the next game, but yeah, again, the man of the game.
It also continues the trend of Dudu being a boss, right?
Yep.
Like this player is having an incredible season. He had a really good spring as well, but being able to do this both on carry picks and on utility champions like Poppy is a really, really big credit to him.
All right, reset the mindset. 1 for Kwangdong so far. Any hope for the bros?
Not
Or
right
not?
now for me, honestly. I think a lot has to change with this roster. I think Karis is also underperforming individually.
Yeah.
This team really just is not looking great right now. I'm not optimistic. I think it has to start with the draft, but you can't be giving over these Milio picks into a lane that gets online a lot more slowly like the Zeri.
We were watching just now a feedback session from Kwangdong, the support.
June is the only one that's played thus far. I do think that the team at large, obviously there's individual games that are different, but with June looks better when it comes to map movement. Moam though had some really good laning phases and some like individual plays that were really good near the end of spring. So be wondering whether it's going to stick with June or whether we're going to see Moam come back at some point.
Yeah, let's trust him for now. It seems to be working here on game 1. Let's see if the bros can fight back in game 2 or if Kwangdong can close out the series. Back to you, casters.
Thank you, Space People, for that wonderful breakdown, especially Mad's Chronicler for Emilio. Yeah, he's pretty strong, although teams have been able to figure out how to deal with him so far. I think Brion are still struggling a bit with that, and this is always the issue for OK Man Brion, is that they get behind, they don't know what to do from there, it's rough. If they can get Umpty to get the team a lead, then they look much better. So it's a bit binary with that, but I think they need a lead to be able to do anything right now in the current state.
And I think specifically, the reason why Milio seems so effective against them is at times we've seen Milio be combated effectively, or when like we've seen Blitzcrank into it, and it's been super aggressive, like you pick the Milio, you're the ones with the momentum. But in this game, it was just Milio got to do his thing in lane, he got to win lane, and then he scales into a monster, and it just felt like there was no pushback. So maybe they want to ban it, maybe they want to deny it. They are on blue side now, which gives them an edge, but I need to see a bit more agency from Brion, at least in the lanes. At least give yourself some good lane matchups that you can have strength from, because I think without that, you're going to struggle.
Well, Cassante is gone for the second game in a row, so that's good news. Milio immediately banned by Kwangdong Freaks, so there is your answer about Milio. Just not going to be played in this game.
And I think it's part of them just respecting how much power the pick has. Don't even want to play around with it. I do think it's interesting they ban us so early, because you could potentially let Brion ban Blitzcrank and then you ban Milio, but maybe they want a bit more flexibility before it gets to that point. Yeah, Annie going to be banned off here. So again, just a lot of these OPs. Still Lucian available, still Vi available, still Zeri, Yumi available. Nico as well as a mandatory. 2 bans left and Nico's still not banned. So that needs to be done by Kwangdong Freaks, which means Brion... I mean, this is part of the problem. If you don't ban Nico early, then you're kind of forced to use that 3rd ban. So Brion, they can do what they want with this 3rd ban. They kind of dictate how things go from here.
Yeah, or they just play it themselves. Karis already gearing himself up for it. He's like, maybe they let me play some Nico in this game.
I mean, it would be insane. It'd be insane. Maokai banned away, so again, a lot of AD carry power available. It has to be the Nico here. I refuse to accept anything else. And then the first pick for Brion could well be Aphelios, could be Yumi, could be Vi, probably. I think stands out to me as the strongest one left available. They're deliberating a long time to just ban Nico. Like, considering they are just going to ban Nico, this is a very long deliberation.
True.
And, yeah. I know you were waiting to see, but it has to be.
Maybe they're just discussing what their next picks are going to be. They're going to be like,
using
okay,
the time, yeah.
If they take Yumi, we're going to do this. If they take Aphelios, we're going to do this, etc. If they take Vi,
yeah,
what are we going to do? And this, I think, is a great pick for OK Brion, because it's good into Zeri, which is available. It gives Umpty a lot of control over the game.
Yep.
I think it's a great first pick for them.
It's good into Aphelios as well, so I think it makes a lot of sense now. Kwangdong Freak's going to choose what they want from the champions left available. Yumi is still open, still something that there's a decent priority on, but they do value, it appears, the Zeri over the Aphelios. Now the question is, do they take the Yumi here and lock in that duo? It obviously gives you the strength, because if you don't, Brion could just take Aphelios and Yumi in return, but it does put you in a potentially vulnerable position to blind your entire bot lane early. Looks like they might go in a different direction. They don't want to give over Ahri Vi, it seems, so they will lock that one in. Now Brion, Aphelios open, Yumi open. Will they just lean straight into that? Could be the option here.
Yeah, all eyes on Henna right now, as he may determine the course of this bottom lane. Aphelios, the choice here. Now, you could just try to allow them to do it, the Zeri Yumi, and say, okay, we've got an answer. Not a lot of teams feel confident in doing that, and Aphelios Yumi has been very... it's been around quite a lot so far here in the beginning of the LCK, so not a big surprise that this is the choice.
And this is where it gets a bit interesting, because it's like, do Quantum Freaks want to take a support here? Is there something that's particularly high prio? Do they just go for like a Lulu to match a bit in terms of the scaling? Or do they want to secure a jungler before the ban away? It does look like they're leaning towards the supports. And it looks they want to go aggressive. They're going for the Nautilus. And bear in mind, an Aphelios attached to a Yumi is a vulnerable target to a Nautilus ultimate. So they clearly want to lean into the aggression here. But it does mean they don't have a jungle pick for Young Jay. So Brion can start to ban those away. As Quantum Freaks can target mid, can target top. And they will get first pick out of the next rotation.
Yeah. Let's see what they do. Decide to go for the Lissandra into the Ahri, and also as a defensive tool in general could have been good, but they take that away. Will we see focus onto the Viego, which is great with the Ahri? The Wukong will be the first one.
Wukong Viego, I think, are the standouts, in my opinion, for the bans for the jungle from Brion. Quantum Freaks, I think there's a little bit more room you can go with regards to what they want to ban. Potentially could even throw a top lane ban towards Morgan in this situation. Maybe trimming away a tank potentially if you're concerned, because obviously Zeri's not the best at shutting through them. Maybe the Gragas that Morgan had last game. Well, to be honest, it wasn't a major concern, but they will opt to ban it out. So removing that tool from Morgan. And I expect the Viego here as the final ban. It does leave things like the Kha'Zix, the Volibear, which we've seen open and available.
The Amumu.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're just going to give them Ahri Viego.
Yeah.
So I guess they're just going to try to match in some manner. I mean, this is generally seen as pretty dangerous, but it seems like they want to get a tank for Morgan. And actually, they're just not even going to pick the Viego. They're just going to take the Volibear.
Yeah, which indicates to me they want to dive bot lane very hard.
A lot.
Yeah, they got a Nautilus, they got a Ahri, they got a Volibear. That is we're going to make them die in the bot lane.
Suffer.
Yeah, we're going to give them a lot of pain. So Quantum Freaks definitely wanted to lean into the early game prowess in this one. And Brion...
No. No.
So we did see Nazir.
No.
It did lose. I don't think anyone really appreciated it. It is on theme for Brion. I ran out of things to say about it.
Well, thank you for your effort, Ox. As Poppy will be selected here for the side of Bro, as Morgan will be picking this one up. Now, I mean, we know what you're playing against in the top side. You could decide to go for something a bit more aggressive, but why? Could just make a even tankier front line. And Sion is really good, by the way, at diving bot.
Yeah.
So take Sion, I think.
Yeah, can also do that really early if you really wanted to. Yeah, the big thing in this situation is it feels like Brion's comp is very much good backline, stand your ground, we have a strong front line. When people run at us, we deal with each threat one by one. You know, maybe knock away the Zeri if Morgan's doing a Dudu cosplay. So very much leaning into the scaling, leaning the front to back. But as Quantum Freaks composition, you know, if they fall behind, Volibear's really useless from behind, Ahri's really useless from behind. They have a Zeri share, but not with a Yumi. So Quantum Freaks is very much about getting that early momentum, leaning into that pressure, and just snowballing the game. Diving, threatening, engaging, which I think this is very on theme for how Brion wants to play the game. And we'll see if they're able to stabilize the early game this time and get themselves to a comfortable position. But the agency is definitely in favor of Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah.
And they are the ones who will be trying to set the pace of the game.
I mean, they certainly didn't. This wasn't a half measure, right? They took the Zeri, but everything else was like, we're just going to kill you as fast as possible.
Yeah.
We're going to dive you. We're going to not waste any time with it. It could happen at level 1, as you mentioned, as greetings from Brazil. And they can do it at any point, right? We might even see an early roam down on the bottom side the second that he gets level 6 from Dudu. So definitely a lot of ways to hit their win conditions on the side of Kwangdong.
And I think the important thing is Umti making sure his bot lane is covered in this situation, because when you have the Aphelios and the Yuumi into the Zeri, you want to be able to be applying pressure with the Calibrum. You don't want to be getting ganked without cover from your jungle.
Absolutely. Well, guys, this is game number 2. Let's hop it on the rims. Here we are. Guess what? You're Scion, Nautilus, even Ahri and Volibear, and you're invading.
Yeah. It has been spotted on the ward, so good ward that got thrown down. Another ward going to go in place. Brion are very aware of the shenanigans that are afoot. What will they do about them? That is a pretty cool Volibear skin.
Yeah, I'm down with it.
I don't even know what skin that is.
Shoulder pads are kind of floating, but that's cool.
Morgan going, so this is something, we saw a lot of these like Scion dives at MSI, and one of the strategies was having your top laner there to defend against it, which sometimes didn't work at all, and sometimes did work. But Morgan is hovering around to try and cover, but Kwangdong Freaks have already left, so this might result in Morgan having to burn an early TP to defend.
Jonas Strong's going wild.
Yeah, this could be huge for Brion, because if they go for a map split, this would heavily favor them being able to secure their bot lane, the ability to trade aggressively and deny Youngjae access to his bot lane. But Morgan does have to recall and TP top. At some point, they must realize that Dudu is top lane. And that point is now, when he shows up on the wave.
That certainly helps. Dudu's going to say, hello, it is me. I am here.
He's arrived.
And now they know. So, yeah, Morgan just going to have to use that teleport. Kwangdong Freaks at least do get the teleport advantage, but as you mentioned, the blue buff goes the way of Umti on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and if this does continue into a map split, did he flash over the wall?
I guess so. I mean,
maybe that's why he was zoomed in on.
Yeah, that's why.
That must be why.
I didn't get it.
The
now
flash
I get it.
Yeah, over the wall. Because obviously if you start Q for clear, it's really rough. So an interesting one.
Oh.
Youngjae, I mean,
saw him.
He's refusing the map split. He's like, no, I'm not just going topside. I want to be around bot lane.
And in goes June. He's like, oh, okay. I'm just going to go for a little walk here.
Umti's just locked out. He is going to Q. Is he? I don't know what he's going to do.
He's going to back and go to his blue buff.
This has gone possibly as bad as it could go. In terms of what...
I don't think I've ever seen this split.
No, it's like the diagonal split.
Yeah.
Very funky one.
You guys were here. This is like the legendary, unique split.
Yeah, and actually they have Cryo mid as well with Bulldog. They don't really have a wave to do this with, so I don't think they're going to dive here, but I would not feel comfortable if I was OK Bro's bot lane right now.
They have a control ward here, so they'll see him eventually. Right?
Yeah, they'll see the
right?
little...
Okay.
Yeah.
June is here, and vision is one thing. Can they do anything against it anyway is another thing. No teleport here on Morgan, but they do have it on Karis, just emergency situation. Doesn't look like they are going to go for the dive with Youngjae backing away.
Yep. I think a big thing is it would make a bit, that big of a difference with that smaller wave, but they did nerf it so that minions don't help you out when you tower dive. It does definitely make a little bit of a difference, especially that early when you're into a Yuumi with heal and exhaust. So
yeah, I think you just wait for Dudu to hit level 6 back and just
do it again.
Group up bot and then do it then.
Yep. Also, Volibear level 6, pretty good power diving. Pretty effective.
Youngjae's just power farming outside of, you know, running through the mid lane to the enemy red buff after his own red buff. But he is Volibear. It's quite fast. He's able to get through the jungles, and it's going to be looking to hit level 6 as soon as possible. I wonder if they'll wait for the Volibear level 6 as well on top of the Scion level 6. So he may give enough time over to the side of Bro for even Morgan to get up his teleport at that point.
And I love how no matter what the matchup is in the top lane, you know, I joked about it being like tank matchup, like Scion against Gragas, but they are permanently fist fighting.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Well, Youngjae's on vision. As June is he's level 3. Okay. So he's just gonna auto him and hook over the wall. You will be fine. Helping with the prio there is Bulldog in mid, just pushing in the Azir. Again, a very questionable pick the Azir is. I think at this point, obvious what he is going to provide, which is not much at all, but this is so funny.
So you'd say you're not a fan of the Azir pick?
Yeah, I mean, especially at this current point, like, it doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
It's just sitting there. It doesn't even have the same
it's not like,
ability that it used to have.
Which
so.
is just having prio.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it doesn't even really do that.
So
obviously, Azir had like a bit of a rework, a lot of changes. Which is why he now sort of goes lethal tempo and things like that. But he also is due for buffs next patch, so it's been played pre-buff.
For the second time.
For the second time, yeah. So, I think...
It's like when you can't let go, like you've broken up a year ago, but it's like you still have thoughts, like you're considering calling them.
Yeah,
right?
2 a.m. in the morning.
And Karis does it twice in the same week.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, come on.
And all your friends are like, dude,
yeah.
Come on.
All of his teammates are like, it's been a year, man. Like, hasn't it been enough time?
And every time when you're having a good time, he just brings up Azir. He's like, oh,
Yeah,
guys, you know, I really miss Azir. That's like, move on, please.
Enough about the Azir. I thought you were seeing Ari nowadays, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. Karis has some stuff to figure out, and we'll figure out if this Azir does anything in this game, as it is losing in farm for now. Obviously, again, it was changed. It doesn't have as much early presence.
Yeah,
and Bulldog's doing a good job.
At least in theory, it should make sense with a comp later. But yeah, the kind of problem was last game is that Brion didn't.
That's a hook on in. Henna taking a big chunk of damage. Gravitum does come down, and yeah, I mean he's level 4, so not too much.
I think the problem last game was that Brion didn't do enough early, and you have now picked a champion who doesn't do enough early. So that the strategy might be to not do enough early.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was like they first picked Vi. I'm like, hell yeah, great. I love this change. Brion, get it. And then they picked Azir, and I'm like, no, they don't get it at all, actually.
We're like, look, we have to pick Vi so they can't have Vi. And they're like, oh, so we're going to play aggressive? No.
No, we're just going to take it away and farm.
Yeah.
And get behind Youngjae on the Volibear, who is 12 CS ahead.
Yeah, and now you have a Zeri who's getting plates.
Yeah, they didn't even have to dive.
Yeah.
They don't even need the Scion, just stand there.
The zoning Volibear.
Yeah.
It's pretty rough.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but we're a little bit frustrated with some of the choices here in the draft.
A little bit?
Well, I'm speaking for myself.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, Brion are trying to make a play here for this Heralds.
This is a time for the Azir to show up. So show what he can do, get a 5-man shuffle.
He still has Emperor's Divide, right? He can still do that, and Poppy as well. Here comes Scion, though, trying to get in there and take this away. And, well, he's going to do a little drive-by. Umpty says, okay, cool story. I'm going to take down the Heralds, and that he does.
I think the lesson here is Poppy ult, pretty good. Pretty powerful tool.
Glad we're learning something today.
We are, indeed.
Yeah.
But Brion securing the Herald, which is going to allow them to stall for longer until the Azir is relevant. But maybe they'll make use of it effectively. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm going to be waiting.
Don't hold your
very
breath.
Patiently.
Don't hold your breath on this one.
Well, yeah. Don't want to be like the skeleton meme, you know. Still waiting for the Azir to come online. He's got like 3 items. Although at that point, I would assume he should be doing something.
You'd assume.
You would think so. If we get there, it's another question. Youngjae is going to Yeah, he'll get it. Little smite action. And Kara's taking a lot of damage, takes the edge of the queue. Bulldog still has flash and ult. You know, if he really wanted to go crazy, could have tried to force that, but no real reason to. There's no teleport on the Azir. He's already winning the lane. There's already a turret plate down. He's going to get a second one.
Yeah.
So no need to use every cooldown that you have. Might as well just save it for the next one.
Would you say that Azir's hit the point where he's relevant yet? Would you say that's
I'd say no, I don't think so.
No, you don't?
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. No, still waiting.
Yes.
Jury's still out on that one.
For now.
For now, okay.
Don't hold your breath on that one.
Yeah, I definitely won't.
So Young Jae went from the red buff, came all the way around, and now he's on the blue buff. And this is what Prio in all lanes gives you as, okay, Morgan in a bit of trouble as AQ is coming down, and he's just going to have to flash away. And in goes Young Jae. He does not care. He knows he has to follow up as, okay, the Vi will be able to trade this one back, but still a 2-for-1, you'd imagine, in favor of Guangdong Freaks. And Umpty even flashes at the end.
But Azir's nearly... No, he's not. He's not there. Okay, well, it does look like Guangdong Freaks find a good fight for themselves. Young Jae just challenges Umpty, and they are now 2 kills up, which isn't that major, but they're 4,000 gold ahead, which is a lot.
Their bottom lane went top, which means that Zeri gets solo plate gold, solo XP. At least Morgan has teleport, okay?
Look at the CS lead in bot lane, by the way.
So if you're like a cup half full kind of guy, you're like, thank the Lord Faker himself that Morgan has teleport. Because if not, then Team just gets a full turret for himself.
But already look at the CS difference between 80 carries. And like, look at the mid difference.
I don't want to, honestly. I think I'm just going to turn a blind eye in this one.
Yeah. Let's think happier thoughts.
Look at Team. He's like, yeah, okay. I'm still here in the 1v1. I can hear the Korean commentators also kind of losing their mind as this is happening. Because it is a big deal. I mean, Guangdong Freaks, they also got the first Drake, and they're going to get the second Drake here for free.
Yeah, and even though they did nerf the stats that were given by individual dragons, you still get a decent amount from the Hextech dragons, and Mountains they nerfed the least, and oh no, Morgan.
Oh, okay. Okay, well.
Oh, he's still there!
Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, God.
That was sick.
The horror! Yeah, really nicely timed from Truth as the monster that is Nautilus comes out of the sky and just flattens their dreams even farther.
He really said he'll be there no matter what.
All right. Oh, the Azir used his ult. Nice. Okay.
Oh, they forced volley barrels.
Nice. Tatum got a full turret in the bottom lane. They didn't even share those last 2 plates.
He also got the kill as well.
Yeah. Well, that's Trinity Force. He's going to go back and just buy it, and then just go mid.
Yep. Let's go to replay this. Oh, this is a topside replay. So,
it's like 5 minutes ago.
The problem with this play is, firstly, you have a Yuumi who isn't there, and secondly, you have an Azir who, even if he was there, I don't think it matters, but he's definitely not there. Bulldog Plenari can fly over, Jun flashes in, and it's just like, Umpty didn't need to be there.
Yeah, and you can see the bottom lane is desperate to try to save them, which leads to this failure in macro as, yeah, this, like, come on.
That was pretty neat.
It's terrifying.
Also, Morgan knocked Bulldog out of the tower there. He, like, eat him out of the... I think he wanted to get under the wall, in fairness, but perhaps not the play. In fact, I think that can sum up this entire game for Brion so far.
Perhaps not the play.
Yeah,
on many different levels. Yeah. Guangdong Freaks are just lapping it up. I mean, they're just every single thing that OK Savings Bank Brion is giving over to them. They're like, yeah, sure, thank you very much.
There's
lovely. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much.
There's one bit of good news. For any
Chemtech Soul?
OK Brion fans, yes, Chemtech Soul. So if you were like, wow, Guangdong Freaks is 5,000 gold ahead of my favorite team. They've got 2 dragons on my favorite team. They've got a Zeri, which is a strong champion. At least you know that the soul they may well get is pretty useless.
Yeah.
So you can be happy about that one. Do I think he'll save the game? Who knows?
Yeah, also, I don't know if you mentioned this, but the color of the Chemtech Drake is the same as OK Brion. So, yeah, they're both green, it turns out. So
yeah, and look, Lord Morgan has the green hair from Lollipoppy.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's all connected.
So they got 9 plates.
Wow.
To 3. And
that's a lot. Plus,
yeah, Terry got 700 gold. Just plates, not even including the tower and the kill. And the free farm, the XP, okay, he's level 10.
Yeah.
Against level 8 of Henna.
Because he got so much solo XP.
Yeah.
Killing bot. And he's also 30 CS up. And he's also got a kill. And he's also nearly got 2 items. Like, he's got Triforce, Zeal, and Tier 2 boots. And Henna has literally just Storm Razor and the slippers.
Yeah. The brown bags. Yeah. It's not it's not a good feel. It's not very comfy.
Yeah.
So
expose the elements, I guess. When you're walking around a Chemtech Rift, there's all these spooky plants and stuff. You need some good footwear.
Yeah.
Actually, lacking in the footwear, no one has Tier 2 boots on Brion. And everyone has Tier 2 boots on Kwangdong Freaks. They got the sneakers, right? They got the full collection, the full line. Whereas Brion, it's just a bunch of plastic bags, and Yumi, who is a cat, so doesn't need shoes.
There you go. Oh, I don't even, yeah. He's trying his best, man. He's trying to get him into the Vi so that maybe they can get one play in this game.
I think it's important when you're commentating to do constant checks on like conclusions and stuff you've said earlier.
Yeah.
So we talked about the Azir needing some time to come online. I'm going to ask you, Brendan, do you feel like the Azir has kind of hit that point yet? Have you seen the impact you're looking for?
I think it kind of met expectations, yeah. That's what I'll say, yeah.
That's a very political answer.
Without being too harsh, you know. He did also get a crown, my favorite item, so that'll help as well. Yeah, it's rough times.
That's a big item value discrepancy. But he did just buy a BF sword, and I think Taeyun's going to recall Cole completed and grab a Runan. We'll also start to see some bounties come in. Despite not a huge amount of kills, it's just at that point in the game where it's like, yeah, you guys are just behind.
Yeah. It's a pretty large margin as a team, so I think it's mostly fair.
Yeah.
And the Chemtech Drakes, even though individually they don't offer too much in terms of the bonuses, they might offer, you know, a little bit of extra gold. So there you go.
Yeah.
If you can get one, that is.
Could also speedrun the game to Elder, and then we could see an Elder flip, which is always fun.
True. But this isn't Challenger League, so pretty unlikely. We haven't had... I don't think we've had an Elder flip yet.
Not so far, but we did have a few in spring. I remember the Genji Kwangdong Freaks game. It's burned into my memory.
Yeah, it's hard to forget that one. And another issue is if you go Crown, there is a lot of dives, so you can understand, okay, we're just trying to survive here, get to 2-3 items. But again, the question is, can he get to 2-3 items?
I also
Obviously, it feels like the answer is no, but if he can, at least the Crown will help him against all that dive. But that also means he's doing not really that much damage to the 3 tanks that are on the side of Kwangdong Freaks.
The thing is, like, I think you're playing Azir. Azir's already safe enough. Like, you need damage. You're into a Scion, a Volibear, and a Nautilus. And this is, like, the build at the moment for Volibear is full tank. Like, you just need damage. And I don't think Crown's doing enough. I guess it'll make it a little bit more difficult for Bulldog to solo kill you. But if you're getting solo killed by Bulldog, then I think you've got bigger problems than your items.
Yeah. And Bulldog, meanwhile, he has the
laser eyes.
Fail. He does, yeah. He has laser eyes again, obviously, as all Bulldogs do. And he's got a stopwatch. It's the typical kind of utility Ahri build that has become very popular. I remember when we used to see it in the past, and we're like, man, it just doesn't do that much damage. And now we're like, well, this is just the way it is.
Yeah.
Like, it just offers so much to the team. You never die. You can be very aggressive. It's actually pretty nice for what it offers you.
And that's one thing, you know, that is the theory behind Brion's draft, is that, oh, well, they're lacking damage a bit. If we go late, we have Azir. It's getting later and later, and it's 7k gold deficit. That is a lot.
Yeah, I remember Wolf on the space in the first time he was, the first time they went after the first game, he was like, well, the game was 1-0 and they were down 3,000 gold, but now it's 3-0 and now they're down 7,000 gold. So it's like we've reached the next tier of, yeah, there's only 2 extra kills, but somehow 4,000 gold extra has been found on the map by Guangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I think there's just been some questionable lane assignments, a lot of priority in favor of Guangdong Freaks.
Okay.
Oh, something's happening.
Turn it around. That is a big Yumi ult. We got TP coming in, but TP's all across the side as all the gamers have decided we want to press our buttons. And that they did, except Bulldog, who kept us cool.
I knew that was going to happen, though. As soon as like it looked like action was going to happen, the TP started coming in. I was just like, they're still going to disengage, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're just going to turn around and leave.
Except Bulldog didn't TP.
He held his nerve. He knew. He saw what we saw.
He had the laser eyes.
Yeah.
He could see down the jungle.
He could see the future.
And we're going to have some damage coming out of the Azir eventually, although he has bought a couple of opponents for now. We'll be looking for that second item soon.
Yeah, he's gone like Hextech Alternator in the Blighting Jewel.
Yeah.
Which is 2 pretty bad components.
He's like, you know what? They're very ahead. They have a Mountain Drake and some Magic Resist. I need some MR Shred.
Okay.
Not Shred.
Then why get the, like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to think too hard about it.
Yeah, just, you know, let it sit.
Yeah.
Kind of like let everybody see it for
Like,
what it is.
you know, I don't think the Void Staff's bad, but I'm like, why do you have the Hextech Alternator if you're going, you know, why are you just sitting on that? Like, what is it doing for you?
Does a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, there's like,
When he
it's like
does
40 damage or something?
Yeah, 40, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So the biggest gold gap in the game is in the bottom lane, as we expected, the 3,000 gold to the Zeri.
I think what's rough is when you have like 1,000 gold lead like between supports and even 1,200 between top laners. Like when your Scion is like monster ahead of the enemy top laner, that feels pretty bad, generally speaking. Also when like the enemy Zeri is ahead of your AD carry, that also feels bad, but I think that's a given.
Yeah. But I think, yeah, specifically, like, when you're so far ahead, but as Scion, you naturally balloon into this giant blob. So nobody can deal damage because they're so far behind, right? So we've always said, like, from ahead, generally try to, like, build some defensive items so you can keep your lead, and even if you make a mistake, you can kind of get your way out of it. You don't necessarily need the damage because you'll have the levels and you'll have the natural scaling and stuff like that. So Scion kind of does that naturally without having to make any decisions.
I think the big thing is that when Karis hits Dudu and deals 40 damage with the Hextech Alternator, he'll also be ignoring, I think it's like 13% magic resist with the Blighting Jewel, so Dudu has to watch out, honestly. I think he has to be really ready for that situation to happen. He could step forwards and think, I'm so tanky, I'm fine, and then an extra 40 damage comes. He's like, I didn't expect that. I didn't anticipate it.
Yeah, the Hextech Alternator comes out of nowhere. Certainly does. Guangdong Freaks are going to take a Chemtech Soul, and you can see that.
All I'm gonna say, this game would have been so doomed, so over if this wasn't Chemtech Soul.
True.
But it's just like Brian, I'm like, yeah, whatever, take it. We don't want it anyway.
You can have it. It's fine. Yeah,
Brian, I'm like, okay, we'll let you have it. You know, you have our permission.
And it's actually rough too because I feel like while it's not great against, you know, compared to other Souls, there are going to be a lot of times actually where Guangdong Freaks, even if they do get in a bad spot, they could like get below 50% health and potentially maybe get some value out of that Soul.
Yeah, like I do criticize the Soul heavily and I do think it's the worst, kind of useless, but the champions it is best on are the tankier champions because, you know, like if you're playing a squishy champion, like Zeri, if you're playing a squishy champion and you're under half health, you're basically dead. Whereas like you can see tankier champions going under half health and still being relevant to fight. And yeah, like the thing is Zeri takes Last Stand, which is a rune that you get benefit from when you get low health because she goes as bruiser build, so. Yeah, little value, but not no value. And
you know what I think Taeun should do is he should stand on the Baron until he's at like 40% health. And then join the
And then W over the wall? Yeah, exactly.
And then join the fight.
That is what this Soul encourages.
Yeah.
Right? Like imagine you're playing Xerath and your whole goal is to sit at the back and ult. You should just like tank Baron a bit, So you get the damage boost, and then you ult, you know?
Yeah.
What an interesting play pattern.
I think it's a good idea.
Logical.
Might be like the next level. As well, Youngjae is pretty tanky himself. Even though he's not quite as tanky as Dudu, he is still feeling pretty good about his health scenario.
Yeah, you don't... Like, obviously he's not as tanky as Dudu, but you shouldn't compare like that. Like, Youngjae might be a bit insecure about his tankiness, so...
True, sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't mean it.
Yeah, you don't want to make him feel uncomfortable.
Yeah. He's still very tanky in his own right.
Absolutely.
And he can jump. Sion can't do that.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's an impressive skill.
No, there's not a lot of champs in the game that can jump, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Like, there's generally, there's like under 10 at least.
That's crazy to think about.
Yeah.
A lot of them slide more, like they dash.
Yeah, like a dash. That's not the same.
Yeah.
Bulldog, he is incredibly mobile. He has Flash. He's got Zhonya's and Banshees. They're just taking down the Baron for free as this is happening. And Breon, they got to get in here. They have to make something happen as the engage from Umpty is trying to get in. The Puppy ult actually gets one away, but the damage is still there. As they get into the backline, Taeyun is actually getting incredibly low, but he's got that extra damage from the backside. But take a look at Henna. He is shelling into the front line here of Guangdong Freaks as finally Morgan gets in, takes down the Zeri. And yes, they got the Azir, but Breon were able to win a fight down 8,000 gold.
And Guangdong Freaks fell into Breon's trap. For 26 minutes, they were waiting for their exact moment, and they managed to find the team fight. A fantastic goal for Morgan, knocking targets away, but then Henna was just untouched in that fight, stepped forwards, and went ham.
Let's break this down. Yeah, it all starts with Morgan, right? Knocks away the Sion, 5v4.
And we already saw the Ahri. Bulldog really chunked, so he has to leave. Taeyun gets shredded here, the exhaust as well coming in, so he can't even walk up. Honestly, Morgan doing so much there. I remember, you know, we're speaking of extra damage reduction at low HP. Poppy gets extra resistances at low health. So deceptively tanky, despite being low. So they stop the Baron. They get a little bit of gold. But they are still 8,000 gold down. But they gave us hope. This was the point Karis was waiting for, and now Karis has a full Void Staff to accentuate that extra 40 damage.
Yeah.
For the Hextech Alternator.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Might even be doing like 28 at this point.
Potentially.
Yeah. We do have a decent amount of MR on the side of Sion. We also have the Fawn here for the side of Youngjae.
Banshees for Bulldog.
Yeah. It's a lot of things.
So I think maybe hitting Taeyun with it, you're probably going to get the most value. Maybe like a 25, 26, 27 sort of damage.
Yeah.
Alternator, yeah.
And Quantum Freaks, they're like scratching their heads. Like, wait, how did that happen? How did we lose this fight? Aren't we just miles ahead?
Poppy difference.
The answer is yes, but still.
It is also one of these things that we said, right, they need to maintain a lead. They needed to come in with momentum. The game hasn't been the fastest. They have a massive gold lead, but they are going to start lacking damage in some areas. It's going to be very reliant on Taeyun to pull them over the edge. And again, they don't have a good soul because they rolled badly on the RNG department. And that might have been enough just to smoothly finish out the game. But with Chemtech Soul, maybe some hiccups down the road.
Yeah. Elder coming up here in 50 seconds.
And we love a good Elder flip.
Yeah. Might happen. Crown gone by the Scion. Turns out. Here comes Bro as Morgan desperate to try to get into that backline, but this time around the engage not quite as good, but he knocks away two, and now Taeyun is isolated in the backline, has some damage there, but he is trying to live against the Henna. Will not happen until the Mala Bear just dunks on his head and drops the giant safe of cash on top of the heads of OK Man. Breon, Guangdong Freaks. Both sides lose their 80 carries, but Guangdong have 4-2 in members, so they'll just try to take this Elder Drain.
Yeah, I mean, Henna really stepping up there, managing just to take out Taeyun, but unfortunately didn't have the ability to carry through the rest of the fight, and the rest of the team are so tanky. Just kind of stood in his face, and Youngjae jumps on top of him. There's that jumping skill that we talked about from Youngjae. Really showing off there.
He looked great. Excellent form.
So I think this is actually an interesting one, because they're going to get Elder But Brion are going to go for Baron. If Brion actually secure Baron here, it could allow them to stall the game out. Because the thing, as much as Elder gives you the fighting power, it doesn't help you with taking structures.
True. But Quantum Freaks, they do know this is happening. Do bro care? The answer is Giga Chad. In comes Bulldog, looking for the backline. Will get effort. They have Elder Drake as the Vi. Will get the Baron. Good enough, I suppose. Kara's in a really rough spot. He's going to get burned down. That's a second kill. And a massive Mega Cone on the backside. That's like, yeah. Well, that's the end of him. 3 kills on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. They have Elder Dragon for 2 minutes, and they're not backing anymore.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Azir dead, Yuumi dead, Vi dead. Gonna be a tough one to defend, but the ult comes in.
Huge.
Didn't get the cannon minion, sadly.
Yeah.
So maybe not huge enough.
Well, Henna is alive. She's gonna have to try to hold on these next turrets. Down 11,000 gold. As no, you cannot steadfast presence that. Turns out. Henna still here with the Yuumi, trying desperately, has
Morgan?
the range as, oh man, the charm comes in and Henna is just gone. As this game had many twists and turns, but we got at the destination at the end of the day anyway. Quantum Freaks take the 2-0 tonight.
Yeah, for a brief moment, Brion made us think potentially, but in the end, no, they weren't able to find enough favor. One decent team fight, but overall, this game and this series was heavily in favor of Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, Quantum Freaks, they looked great until like 25 minutes in, and I think for some weird reason it felt like panic was setting in. As it's almost like as they felt they were more in a lead, they were like, oh crap, what do we do now? Like, how do we end this? How are we going to actually push through the Aphelios, Yuumi, and the Azir? They have a lot of wave clear, they can hold on for a long time. They kind of got into this analysis paralysis, and we didn't have a lot of action. Brion almost took 2 fights, and, you know, they needed a couple more to actually come back in the game. Was a bit worrisome that I think that Kwangdong weren't really able to put the nail in the coffin there for a while. As there it is, it's full of air. Turns out Youngjae can jump too.
Yeah, so he's been practicing. That did look rehearsed, I will say.
Very good form. Wait, Bulldog, you weren't the bear.
No.
It's like, what was I playing? Oh, yeah, Ari. There it is.
There
That's
it is.
the charm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bulldog.
Thank you. Good job with your laser eyes.
Yeah. Well. And Quantum Freaks will celebrate their win. They have a very good start here in this week. Again, relatively low strength of schedule, but a good start is a good start. You get 2 wins under your belt, you get some confidence, and hopefully CV Max can kind of like calm everybody down, go through how to kind of end games a little bit easier, and maybe we see a more powered up Kwangdong next week.
Yeah, and I think you can learn from these matches, even if you did end up winning them, there's still things to take away from it. Still definitely moments in the second game that they could have executed on better. But also, remember, they lost both matchups against Brion in spring, so managing to break the winning streak, and we get the answer for the Modu top lane matchup. Do wins this time around.
Yeah. Do brings the trophy home for now until the next Modu matchup. And on the side of Brion, I mean, a very weak start, you can say. I think they're really struggling just to even get the basics of like macro and map movements. Plus the drafting, I think, it's not just comfort drafting, it's drafting for picks that are just really, I mean, they're not even like B tier.
Yeah,
I think Azir is not really a pick anyone's picking for a reason.
I feel like, you know, there is situations where you can have an objectively like worse or weaker draft and still fight it out. But I just feel like they're making it so hard for themselves.
Yeah.
The fact that they're lacking prio in so many areas. It's so hard to make things happen when you're lacking priority. It's so hard when, like, a lot of the times going to the team fights, they aren't even favored. And they end up just not being able to push the button, make things happen. And you see, there was moments like this where they actually found a good team fight, but it's just, they're waiting so long. And I almost feel like Henna plays like he's frustrated, like he's waiting for that window where he can make things happen. But still, Kwangdong Freaks held their heads despite this little hiccup. And I think very clearly made the statement that they were the stronger team today. I think there's 0 doubt on that comment.
Yeah, by the end of it at least, some crazy team fights. Like the last two fights were way messier than they should have been, I think. If you're Kwangdong Freaks, if you're CV Max, you're watching that, you're like, No, I'm not very happy with the way that went. And I'm sure he'll talk about it and try to get them prepared for next time in terms of that. But other than some of those team fights and some of the situations later on, it was good. Kwangdong Freaks were able to get it done as we're listening in. Looking for Aphelios.
Finding
I found him. That was chapter 2.
He's next to the Nexus.
He was right there. I didn't have to go very far.
I feel bad. Morgan went to try and clear the next wave that was coming, but I was like, they're just ending the game, bro.
Yeah. And a 30-minute game, not very high damage numbers, as Henna barely crested the, what, like 550, 600 DPM as the most in the game.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of action. Kwangdong Freaks got ahead and they held on to the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, I think as a coach, honestly, as much as viewers sometimes you want them to fist fight, I think as a coach you can be happy that, you know, they didn't overpush, they were staying, they got what they needed to do, and they got it done.
Yeah, they absolutely did. So 2-0 in both of our matches tonight. The first one, I feel like a little bit closer. A little bit?
Yeah, I'd say.
Okay.
I'd say that's fair.
Yeah, and the second one here, Kwangdong Freaks able to take the 2-0. So that was a fun cast for us, guys. We'll see what the space has to say as we throw over to Lore, Wolf, and Chronicler and hear what they have to say.
Yeah.
Welcome to the LCK, Lore!
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if it's jet lag or if I had like a misconception.
No, that really happened. Actually, we just watched that. That actually happened.
Yeah, no, but jokes aside, great start for Kwangdong Freaks. You know what, Wolf? I feel like you have some thoughts.
There's a lot of emotions.
There's a lot of emotion.
Okay, so,
yeah, pardon my French, I'm just gonna let you talk here.
Sometimes we have to, in the LCK, we have the three categories, right? The good, the bad, the ugly. This one's definitely in the ugly column. Not the greatest game of League of Legends I've ever seen. It hurts me so much that in the opening as well, we have Brion, saving spike Brion with the chessboard, because there was nothing chess-like or strategic about what was happening in this game. Early macro was really bad, really bad. Team fights super disjointed. What is this Azir pick that we keep seeing from Karis that doesn't make sense? It's not strong right now. This was a very rough around the edges start and a very messy mid-game. Kwangdong Freaks are just like, we almost perfect gamed them. Like, this is actually an extremely one-sided game where Bro showed like no signs of life at any point except that one Baron fight for 2 seconds.
And I mean, I had to let Wolf finish, obviously. And for me, the most heartbreaking thing is watching a team like, because Wolf deals with his emotions with anger. I deal with sadness. You know, there's a deep pit inside me because this team last spring with the light, with lava, obviously a slightly different lineup, but we saw what they were capable of. With the thing that even though they were not a great team, was the most impressive was they were a unit. And in this game, and really it started in spring, but thus far in summer it's been so much worse. This team looks like the least cohesive, least united out of any team that we have in the LCK.
We were talking about this during the game, actually, wondering what the comms sound like for this team. They look, there's no cohesion at all. And what makes me really sad is the fact that they lost earlier this week to Nanxing, who's also not looking great for now. And next week they have D+, and they have T1. It's going to be a hard start to summer for them.
Yeah, because I think losing to Nanxing, actually, this is something that Hanwha, I think, also struggled with, where they lost like a series that they didn't expect to earlier in spring. And then that can set you back for weeks, right? Like losing to Longshim, which is one of your direct competitors, was one level below you in spring. And then going into this match, obviously, Kwangdong should be doable, but wasn't even remotely.
Yeah, well, let's roll back a bit and talk about what we saw in game. Wolf, the first replay we have here. Top skirmish.
So, this fight is really messy.
It is.
And like, look at the disjoint here between Umpty and Morgan. Like, Umpty's not even peeling off of blue. Morgan flashes, Umpty secures blue, and then they decide to re-engage here. Bulldog is here because Mars has no prio whatsoever. And it's like, what was the thought process here? Now, Youngjae does survive with like 20 health here.
Triumph, baby, gets it at the end there.
Yeah.
But even if they get that kill, right? Like the play again is Morgan is far up, doesn't have ult, so he can't be in that position. And even then, it's hard to knock away the photo back because of his ultimate. And then you also, as mentioned, no prio in mid. Bot lane is roaming much slower as well. So June is already in the fight. And this is at 14 minutes, a 5 KDF. And Kwangdong, I think, are a really cool team. I love watching them, right? They're kind of a team of a lot of players where, like, in their best form, you can see them actually make playoffs. They were 7th, and they were by a large margin better than, like, the teams below them last spring. But it's not like they're an aggressive early game powerhouse.
I mean, sorry.
This far behind.
Yeah, you may wonder what's the understanding for Kwangdong now. I mean, they have a great start to summer, of course. 2-0, this is how you want to start the split. And maybe setting them up for success for the schedule they have next week. They have Hanwha Live. I'm sorry, I'm going to try. Yeah, they have Genji first, and then they have Hanwha Live. The first matchup may be hard, but the second one I have hopes now.
It does, and Kwangdong actually, one of the matches I always go back to is like when they randomly 2-0'd KT last split, and that was through great drafting and the knowledge of the team is like, hey, we're the underdog, and the players are telling it. Dudu, I think, making the strongest case for himself, but in general, they look good.
Yeah, I think the team is really ramping up because we saw them actually start getting stronger at the end of spring season, right? And we were like, okay, this team's starting to get its synergy together. They had a long break where, rumor has it, they practiced a ton, more than most teams during the offseason, didn't really take a long break. And now they're easing into the season. 2 fairly weak opponents to start, but now going to the Genji Hanwha series is next week. Like, I don't think they're going to win either of those series necessarily, but I think if they put up a good fight, there's a lot to be learned as well in that.
Well, putting up a good fight sets me up really well for the next replay we have here, a 28-minute team fight at the base. And I want you guys to talk about the way Kwangdong approaches the fights, actually, and how they turn this one around.
So the big thing here is that even though Taeyeon obviously goes down, right, and is able to get taken down in the end, the rest of Kwangdong, this is really the victory lap. There was the one fight that Brion did okay in, but outside of that, Kwangdong was continuously pushing, setting up objectives, making sure that everyone was fed. And like when you have a gold lead that big, even if your star AD carry gets taken down, your Zeri, you know, your big damage threat, like there's also a fed Volibear and a fed Ari that can easily take care of the damage at that point.
The stopwatch alone, because the Poppy comes through, the stopwatch alone just buys enough time for them to walk back to the fight, you know? You're just so far ahead at this point, you can kind of face roll your way to victory.
All right, wrapping up the day, POG of the game. Who do you think takes it?
It's a tough one for this one, but we were kind of leaning towards Youngjae because he had such a high impact in the early game.
Same, yeah.
Same, okay.
Yeah, I'm believing in Youngjae.
Panel choose here for this game. And who's our player of the game here? Bulldog. We were thinking about him for game 1, coming in clutch for game 2.
I always love a Bulldog vote, and I think that when you look at the prio that he had, it's understandable. This is a player that I personally have been excited about for like the last year and a half, even though when he was on the Kwangdong Challengers team, that team wasn't very good. He individually has shown some great moments, and he had some of those moments in spring, but he wasn't really able to consistently chain them together. But if he can do that this summer, it'd be an incredible performance for a player this young.
I feel like Bulldog in spring was the laning god, right? Like that was what he was good at, and he also had his own niche picks, and he was kind of trying to build an identity for himself as this kind of new rookie who's super strong, super smart. But now he's just playing solid. Like now he's playing the meta picks, now he's playing a well-defined playstyle.
Ox support main liking that June vote. June actually having a great game on the Nautilus, making a lot of impact around the map, so like that one as well.
Yeah, I agree. The interview is ready here, so let's hear about Bulldog and Dudu, I believe, about this series. Dear, take it away for the translation.
This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Dudu and Bulldog on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Congratulations! Kwangdong Freaks has secured their first back-to-back victory in summer. How do you feel? I'm so glad that we won the first match and we were able to win the second match with the 2-0, so I'm really happy about that. And Bulldog, this is your first POG. How do you feel? It's a nice start of the season, 2-0, and I feel like I played pretty cleanly, so I'm very happy.
롤신두, 두황, 두두
Lol
선수
God Do,
첫 경기에서
Emperor
오늘도 POG에
Do.
선정이 되셨는데요. 물론
Once again, you were
두두
chosen
선수의
for
폼을 보고
POG
정말
today
많은
following
팬분들이
your
지금
first
환호를 하고
match.
계십니다.
So,
혹시
a lot of fans are
오늘도
going crazy with your
직접
play
뛰지
so far.
않으셨나요?
So, was it not you who played the game again?
전 경기는 약간 감독님이 과장이 좀 심했고
Yeah,
오늘은
I think
그렇게
my head coach,
개인적으로 잘한
he
것
kind
같진
of
않은데
exaggerated
운이 좀
things a
좋았던 것
little. I
네,
feel like
그래서
I played
말씀해주신
just
신학 감독님의 인터뷰가 있었죠.
decently.
두두는 게임을 뛰지 않았다. 신이
Yeah,
내려와서
so
직접
CV Max
뛰었다.
said in
이
an interview,
인터뷰를
he said
보고 두두
Dudu didn't
선수는
play. It
어떤
was
생각을
God
하셨는지
himself who played.
궁금합니다.
So how did that
사실
make you feel?
감독님이 이제 선수들한테 칭찬에 약간 인색한 편인데 그렇게
I feel like
극찬한
when
적은 많이 없었던
CV
것
Max
같아서
praises
이제
people, I feel like he
대외적으로
doesn't really go
표현하는
that
게
crazy.
좀 많이
So,
자랑스럽습니다.
given that
오늘은
he
혹시
was
어떤 칭찬 안
exaggerating and he was going overboard with the
오늘은
praise, I'm quite proud of
너
myself.
평소대로 했다 약간 이런 느낌으로 얘기해 주셨어요.
What kind of praise did you get today? He said, you played like your normal self.
뭐 어떤 감독님의 칭찬이 없으셨나요?
What about you, Bulldog?
분명히 어떤 얘기를 하셨는데 기억이 안 나요.
I know he said something to me, but I just can't remember.
너무 집중을 하다 보니까 그 피드백은 잠시 생각이 안 날 수 있는데 이따가 숙소에 가셔서 천천히 생각을 해보시면 다시 기억이 나실 겁니다. 다음 인터뷰 때 꼭 얘기해 주시고요. 네, 이렇게
Make sure to let us know in the next interview.
감독님께도 극찬을 받은 두두 선수와 함께 경기를 펼치면
So,
선수도 1세트에 굉장히
Bulldog, with
든든하셨을
Dudu
것 같아요.
performing so well, it must be so reassuring. So,
탑이 두두인 게뭐 항상
how do you feel about that? Yeah, I always have my full faith and trust in my top laner.
그럼 두두 선수
As expected, Kwangdong top.
이 정도야 뭐 항상 해줄 수 있습니다.
I mean, it's as expected, so I can assure you that this sort of play will be normal.
어떤 기분인가요?
How does it feel to have Bulldog as your mid laner? Enough said.
1세트에 뽀삐의 위력을 제대로 보여주셨습니다.
Dudu, you showed us peak Poppy gameplays in Game 1. And the way you hammered that home run in the right moments was so impressive. Let's take a look at the replay. Do you want to walk us through this? So, from the way I positioned from the right side of the map, feel like my main job was to make sure that the opponent doesn't deal any damage to my team. And so when I noticed that they walked up, I just used my ult. And I think my positioning and the position that I used my ult kind of worked well. Just how good is Poppy right now? I feel like
어느 특정 챔피언 상대로
Poppy does have some counters.
그라가스 상대로 뽀삐 아니면 다른 특정 챔프 상대로 좀 꺼낼 수 있는 거.
I feel like we saw it earlier, but against Gragas, Poppy is something that you can probably play. And Bulldog, you guys secured the win with a 10,000 gold difference. You really threw your opponent out of their game with your macro. So who usually takes charge of the shot calling in such clean macro play? Instead of just one particular person shot calling, all five of us will kind of brief whatever is going on, and we find the right answer in the right situation. And in game number 2, Bulldog, your Ahri denied Azir from the laning phase. And Azir is actually known to play well against Ahri, but given the nerf, how did you foresee the Ahri versus Azir matchup?
1대1 라인전만 보면은 더 유리하긴 한데
I think given the 1v1 laning phase, I think Azir does have an advantage.
라인 밀고 어디 가고 해서
But I guess given how I played Ahri, it wasn't really leaning against him. In the spring season, you both lost both one and the first and the second round against OK Savings Bank. So, and given today with your sweeping 2-0 victory, what do you think has changed that allowed you to win today? I played very hard.
더 압축적인 말이 없을 것 같습니다. 두두 선수 어떤 점이 달라졌나요?
What about you, Dudu?
저희 감독님이 스프링 때 하셨던 말이 저희를 늦게 만나는 팀이 더 힘들 거다 이렇게 얘기하셨는데
I think CB Max, our head coach, said that whoever meets us in the later part of the season will struggle against us.
배웠던 것들이 다 베이스로
And I feel like us being able to utilize and start as a baseline with the results in the spring and everything that we learned combined allows us to be so strong today.
앞으로도 사실 저희도 아직 더 배워나가고 있는 단계고.
And moving forward, I feel like we're still in the learning part of the process. And I'm sure that a lot of our opponents in the future will fear us very soon. Oh, and it seems like your grandma is here to cheer you on today, Bulldog.
먼 걸음을 해주셨다고 제가 들었는데 한 말씀 해주셔야죠.
And we're told that she came a long way to see you. Any word for your grandma?
저 잘합니다, 외할머니.
Grandma, I'm good at the game.
네.
먼 걸음 와주셔서 감사하고.
Thank you so much for making your way here.
감사합니다.
네, 좋습니다.
And thank you always.
이렇게 자랑스러운 손자가 또 있을까요? 외할머니께서 굉장히 뿌듯한 표정을 짓고 계시는 것 같은데요. 이제 3연승을 향한 다음 상대는 디펜딩 챔피언인 젠지와의
So the next
경기입니다.
opponent on your path to a third consecutive victory is the defending champion Genji. With the memories of winning against them in spring round 2, you must be pretty confident. So what's your mindset going into the match?
좀 많이 잘하는 팀이라고 생각해서.
I know that Genji is a great team, so I hope that we don't get complacent or get ahead of ourselves and prepare very well for the next match.
젠지가 많이 잘하는 팀이긴 하지만 상대가
I know that Genji is a really good team.
저희 할 것만 잘하면 될 것 같습니다.
As long as we play as we normally do, there won't be any issue. This will be the end of the interview from Dudu and Bulldog, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for this wonderful translation. Strong words, honestly, coming on the side of Kwangdong here, but I mean, it makes sense. Great start again in summer for them. They got the confidence to take down Genji, it seems.
And
or Copium, depending on how you see things.
Well, I think that actually believing is important, and often players will say it, but with Kwangdong, I'm like, I think they really do believe, and they beat them, right? Like in spring, which was a crazy affair.
Like I said, it's been kind of a slow ramp up for this team, but I think they really have become like not a weird niche team with strange picks where we're like, what's CV Max cooking, but actually just legit a standard strong team.
Would you put them in fourth?
Well, right now I put them in first in the standings because they went 4-0 this week.
Well, great learnings from spring. It seems a great start to summer as well for the team. Time for us to check on the predictions because Kwangdong is not the only team to win today, as Chronicler, me and Helios are still undefeated, and I'm really happy. I want to say it's expected. As I said on day one, you guys are going to discover that I'm unbeatable at predictions.
You guys made a wrong prediction on Brion versus Nongshim. Nobody could have known. Nobody could have known. Nobody could have known. You guys are time travelers. There's no way.
Yeah. Soul loser speech. I want to say, let's see how this one plays out tomorrow, though. I'm not too confident about this. And I guess we'll know more about the standings after tomorrow's games, because so far, again, doesn't say a lot, I think, about what the league is going to look like as a whole in summer.
No, well, I do think for Brion, this is really.
I mean, yeah.
Like Brion, you know, there's plenty of time in the season. There's chances to recuperate, but particularly who they lost against, Nongshim and Kwangdong, I think is really, really painful. For Kwangdong though, perfect start, and I expect them to be fighting with like probably Sandbox, maybe even Hanwha if they can't get it together for playoff spots. So this team performing well early, great to see.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree. And I think it's cool for Kwangdong to have that confident 4-0 start here. Even if T1 or Genji, either team were playing tomorrow, if they 2-0, like they still will actually take that first place spot away from Kwangdong Freaks. So feels pretty cool. Only D+, of course, could tie them, but feels really good to have a start like this, get that momentum rolling.
And let's focus on the matchups we're going to have tomorrow. DRX for the day opener against D+, followed by Genji versus T1. Going D+ for the first game, but the second one, I think I said T1, I'm not so sure now, after the game we saw from them.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, yeah.
It goes either way, right?
Yeah.
Like the teams have been very evenly matched. Even with T1 winning most of the regular split, they go to 3 games.
Yeah, I think it's a 3-game for sure.
Yeah.
I voted Gen G, but I'm not very confident in it. I think it could go either way.
Banger day of League of Legends ahead, of course. Wolf, Chronicler, it's been a pleasure having you on the space, whatever, with me today, sharing the desk. And thank you all at home for following today's LCK. We'll see you tomorrow for more League of Legends. Bye-bye, guys.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free.